Well, that's why I came in here, because like I was like, you know, either or. I kind of dragged you in early yesterday too, just because I want to get in the habit of like, okay, well, let's just start sooner, like get my body used to doing it.
Yeah.
So
For me, obviously, timing doesn't really matter. And I think it's live. Sorry if anybody's immediately joining us. I don't know why you would. I'm just kidding. Um,
I understand why you would, but I have to find where yes, I do have my self-subdued channel. That was a given. It's
okay,
just
it is live. Okay,
it's
there's the
just
link. Copy the
yep,
link. Send it to you.
yep.
There's
I
that.
am there.
And
I
I'm
am
gonna
there.
quickly show. So, to anybody who might be out there in YouTube lands, just trying something a little bit different today with OBS because I finally got it reworking on in the face of all my technical difficulties last week. Um,
And
and
Monkey is just, he is such a slut. He is an internet slut. I love you, Monkey, and I mean that from the heart. If there's anyone listening who's going to go over there and tell Monkey he's a slut from me, tell him it's from the heart, but I love him for it. But I think he's already said that he was a slut. Like, I think between him and Scribe, they had that argument like 2 years ago or something.
yeah.
If I recall my Lords of the Night lore.
Oh my god, I can't stop fucking sneezing today. Oh my god.
We should do that as a spoof. We should do the lore of like the Lords of the Night and the lore of the Ghost Poo guys, and just start shit.
Start shit.
Start shit.
I'm down for
Yes.
starting shit. There's times where I want to haul off Jack or Monkey or
In a
Scribe or
good
someone and like grab
in
him
a
by the
good way
scruff of
though.
the collar and be like, "Listen, you little shit."
In a good way though, because
Hmm.
we all love them. We love them very much. We all support them. You know, we all show our support in our own different ways. But
Yeah, well, I mean, if
sometimes.
I didn't care, I wouldn't care, you know? It's because I care.
I think somebody ran away to go tell on me to Monkey, but we love you, Monkey.
Yeah.
It's just like there is no rhyme and rhythm to his streams, and it's just like anytime I'm streaming, and it's not that I hate that he streams all the time, because I love that he streams all the time. It's just when I'm streaming and he starts streaming, all of a sudden I want to start watching him stream, but I can't do that because I have to be loyal to myself. I'm sorry, Monkey. Today I have to be loyal to myself. I have to
How long has
miss
he
two of
been
your
going?
streams. I think he just
Only
started.
40 minutes. Oh, okay. If it was
40
closer
minutes?
to 2 hours, I'd be like, okay, Monkey, I know your stream is about to end. You wanna head over to our channel and talk with Jen and I about stupid Canadian stuff, like why milk comes in bags in parts of Canada, of all things. This is,
Do you know how many times I've explained that to people?
yeah,
Oh
yeah.
gosh,
I've had to do that
it's
quite a few times.
you know it's really simple. It's like do you know how well cows do up north? Not very, not very
Oh,
well.
hey, my subscriber. I just noticed my subscriber widget hasn't updated. It's still at 37. That's stupid. I have 42 subscribers. What happened to the other 5 people? Damn it,
Show it,
OBS.
show it. Hi, Elwin. By the way, I was going to yell that out sooner, but I got distracted by my own brain. My brain does that.
As
And
someone with a little bit of artistic skill, I find the setting things up in OBS really, really cool. Getting them all to work, however, is a completely different story, and it's driving me up the walls. Like, just something so little like it's still showing 37 subs as opposed to my 42 subs. Not the biggest deal in the world, because at the end of the day, I still have, the subs I have.
yeah,
But it's not knowing why it's not updating and how these things interact with each other. Like, some of I couldn't get the screen properly showing, so I just shared like my desktop. Anyway, it's stupid. I'm not gonna go off on a complete tangent on why OBS is pissing me off. But Scotty, how you doing, bud?
hi,
Uh,
Scotty. How you doing? I saw that you guys were all like in the, I think it was the treehouse or something, and I was all like, if anybody's like not doing anything, we don't mind bringing on guests today. Well, I say that like it's my channel today. I'm whoring out your channel for you.
well, that's perfectly fine. I enjoy talking to Scotty.
I like talking to Scotty too. It's a new year. I think it's been what, like a month since we've had him on, almost.
A few weeks, yeah.
Yeah, a few weeks.
So,
If you're not busy and you want anyway, like no pressure. I do that. I'm probably worse than some people about that. Like, oh, come on my channel. Let me talk to you. Let me pick your mind for no reason other than that, like, you're there. I wasn't like this in school either. Like I was loud, but like I wasn't loud all the time. It was just, there's this guy that the girls I hung out with are like, oh, we really like his shirt. So I was like, hey, they really like your shirt. Where'd you get it? And they're like, don't ask him that. I'm like, why not? You like his shirt, right? And the guy's just looking at me like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm like, they like your shirt. They told me they liked your shirt. And I'm just like, where'd you get it? And then he told me where he got it. And I was like, okay, cool. And then I told him where he got it. Just,
oh, one sec. Oh God, I've been having the sniffles all morning. I'm not sick. I just there's something going on in my apartment, especially in our bedroom, where Chris and I will, or Elwin and I will. I just doxed her name again. It's not like it's private information. People know her name. Um, where we wake up and we're just so
oh, I am.
stuffed. I think it has to do with our fucking
Okay. Yeah, I
uh,
think am I allowed to invite people? Because like we're just in
Discord. Yeah, I sent
Discord.
Scotty an invite to the server.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're just on Discord in this little small channel of us and Nuvi. The three Canadians. Well, we technically have four, but our Scotsman, or not our Scotsman, our Frenchman is like missing in action majority of the time because he has a real job.
Yeah, just pop into the channel. There's no restrictions as of yet. We haven't really solidified everything and set it up so that it's like an invite only channel with mod privileges, etc. etc. Want you on? Of course, I want you on. I need some more testosterone up in here.
Actually, let me share this here because I keep meaning to do that for Caligula and I.
But I kind of like I like the layout I've built. I like.
Mhm.
Hey, Scotty. I
Hi.
Uh,
I like how everything looks with OBS, but again, these problems. Oh, sounds
Well,
like.
you can do more stuff with
sorry.
OBS. Like with StreamYards, you have to pay to be able to do this kind of stuff with it, and I just refuse to pay. Like as a basic service, like you're still getting a pretty good service out of it. It could be better. Obviously, it's not Google Hangouts,
Yeah.
but it serves what you
Serves a
need at the
purpose,
time.
yeah. I
You know.
might pay for a sub. I don't know. If OBS is going to continue to give me these kinds of problems.
Hey, well, what problems are you getting?
Just little things like widgets not updating. Sometimes I'll close OBS after a game stream and then come back and then elements will not be working properly.
Sometimes it does that. I don't know
Yeah.
why.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not like it's groundbreaking, but it annoys me enough that I just say fuck it and we'll just go back to StreamYards or something like we did last Saturday. Um, but yeah, like I haven't made a. You can see me deleting my recycle bin. Um, like I can't. For instance, the article that's showing, it's just a section of my main monitor that I captured instead of like the browser capture because you can't just flip through the. I don't know. It's weird. I don't care. Things are showing on screen. Good enough for me for today. But Jen, how are you doing? How have you been for the last couple of days since I last talked to you?
I've been pretty good. Took it easy yesterday. I actually didn't do much in the way of games, but I did figure out what I was missing in my Crossroads. So like, I think I am ready to probably do a stream with it. It's just I have to figure out what settings are better, just because like it does eventually like kill my computer. But I had a little bit of fun with that, and then I was just watching a lot of different gaming streams. Like different gamers. I'm just trying to pick up like ideas for like different approaches to how to go about it, and that's kind of what I do. I study games. Like I've been checking out the game that I'm playing right now, and I do that. Like I did that with 7 Days to Die, and there were moments
Mm-hmm.
where I found out how to do stuff like throwing rocks and planting trees on roofs. Like they're completely pointless, but sometimes they're fun, especially when you're not expecting it.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah.
Um, And I like to do that. It's not ripping off ideas from other people for the record. It's just I like to see where actual games will take you, because sometimes the glitches are more fun than just the game itself. And that's kind of what I've learned from 7 Days in Ark. Is some of the best moments I've ever had in Ark were when the glitches kicked in. I mean, some of the worst moments were also caused by glitches, but I mean, some of the worst accidents that ever happened were so funny because of the glitches that you were just like, you know what? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care that I wasted a whole week on this shit. That was actually worth seeing. I just wish I recorded it.
Yeah, yeah, you get those moments in games where you're just like, damn, I wish this was live or recorded or something. Scotty,
Right?
how have you been?
Yeah. Not bad yourself. I was a bit sick earlier in the week, but I feel all right now. So
That's good.
still a bit of a cough, but
Yeah, that'll happen. Like I said, I don't know. Some days, Elwin and I will wake up and the air in the apartment is just so thick. Like we wake up so congested that like today I'm having the major sniffles even though I'm not sick. I don't really get
I
sick.
would be, because I know that you both are cleaning freaks, so I know you probably do this anyway, but I would check for anything like a mold, because I think that sounds like something behind the walls or something, maybe. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah. We do have a
Because,
mold problem in the bathroom because there was a pipe that burst and they didn't fix everything. And not to get too much into it, but our building management is well,
oh,
not
believe
complete
me.
shit, but
Believe
when
me, that goes everywhere around the world. So, like,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
why,
I mean,
that's why I went there,
we
because,
have giant exposed chunks of the wall missing in the washroom that they haven't yet repaired, and we're talking like this is about a year ago. So
yeah.
we're gonna have to start getting involved with the appropriate routes, like contacting. Here it's 311. You just call them and say, "Hey, look, our building manager isn't doing what they're legally obliged to." There is always that fear of retaliation, um, reprisal
Well,
from the building corporation, but
yeah, but in the long run, like, they could sit there and be like, well, I mean, if you don't like it, what are you gonna do? Move somewhere else? But, like, yeah, what are they gonna do? Replace you? Because, like, there's a hole in the wall that's making people sick, so they're gonna have to fix it anyway.
yeah, yeah.
They would have to fix it anyway. So, I mean, it's better to do it while you're there,
But
and they could do it at their leisure.
when you
Yeah.
send in those
Mhm.
repair requests and they basically go
Mhm.
ignored, and you send in several of them, it shows that there's a complete lack of
Interest from
honesty,
there.
yeah, and interest on their part, and that's kind of what gives us that feeling of, well, we're gonna have to take it the
Yeah.
official route, but at the same
And I
time,
mean, it's actually probably better for you to do that in the long run anyway, because say that you go to move out and they're like, well, these are damages, so you have to pay for them, right? And you could be
it's
like,
all well
well,
documented, though. I have
oh
pictures.
yeah,
I have dates for
oh yeah,
everything.
I don't doubt that
So,
you've done that. Like, I don't
yeah,
doubt that you've done all of that. But, like, at the same time, like, every little thing that you do goes towards that too,
yeah.
you know,
I
just to
mean,
show that
well,
you,
we,
you care about the
just to
property.
share, we pay about 1,100 for a one
Yeah,
bedroom. It's a very
yeah.
large one bedroom. Don't get me wrong. There's lots of space for our all of our junk. Elwin and I are big into collectibles, more so her than me. She does puppetry, so she's got all these crazy cool puppets. Like one of these days I'm gonna have her on stream with the camera with one of her puppets. It's incredible. She's got this one dragon puppet, really cool stuff. um, of course she's a woman, so she's got clothes and shoes to clothe an army. um, and cosplay. We're both really into cosplay, so there's lots of room for our junk, um, and us and the kitty who thinks that the entire apartment is hers.
Well,
Um,
sounds about right from a cat.
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Is
Uh,
she wrong though?
no, no, she's our baby. Uh, and when Elwin will like step out to go to the store, She'll immediately go from, hanging out with daddy while he's gaming or something to right into her spot on the bed. She'll find the most comfiest spot right next to Elwyn's pillow. And we're both mildly allergic to cats, so that kind of plays a little bit into what Elwyn was saying about her irritation.
I'm kind of cruel in that regard. Like, what I will do, I will bribe my cat off the bed with a treat.
Yeah.
That's not really that cruel. Treats are okay. As long as you're not, like, picking it up and spitting in its face and...
No,
My cat was actually pretty good about the bed. She really just wanted to be on the bed when I was on the bed because she wanted to sleep on. She was usually on my shoulder or my chest.
Hmm.
So most of the time it was more of moving her in a way that she wasn't choking me, like because she was one of those cats that would try to lean in that way. Where
Yeah.
you're just like, okay, I know you love me, but like I have to be able to breathe.
Well, Bobo
um,
will do this thing where she follows me everywhere. She likes to, like, sleep and lie down, like, where I am, which is usually at the computer. And she's got plenty of spots, like, right around me that she can just sort of hang out in. But as soon as Elwyn leaves or does something, she's there following her. Or, like, the other day, she was very talkative, so she's following Elwyn around the apartment going, meow, 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 meow. Like, trying to talk to her. It's cute. It's adorable. When she goes away for to go visit her parents or something for a couple days, she gets really standoffish when she gets home, and the cat will just kind of ignore her for a few days and then go back to, oh, I'm all lovey-dovey again.
yeah, it's similar with dogs. Like when I first moved out of my parents' home, the dog, he used to sleep on my bed. It was one of those things where he wasn't really technically supposed to be allowed to sleep on my bed, but I just kind of let him anyway. It was my defiance. And so when I moved out, like it took him about 4 months to be willing to talk to me. Like he wouldn't sit anywhere near me in the room. He would just kind of give me this side glare if I came near him. He would walk away. And this is a lab too, so he'd give me this snooty look, and then eventually he got over it. And
Grew the fuck up.
yeah, it was so funny though, because like it hurt my feelings a little bit because I was like, well, listen, I mean, I had to grow up, man. I mean, I wasn't gonna live
No, I
here
meant the dog.
forever, you know.
Yeah.
To the dog, and he's just like, well, I don't understand that.
yeah, should
I
have just
can't.
taken the dog with you. Yeah.
I would have too. It was one of those things. If I could have, he was really my dad's dog though. It was one of those things where like he was super attached to my dad, so like he would have been heartbroken if that was the situation. Um, but it was just I was still his bed buddy, like I took bed too. So
Scotty, you popping bubble wrap over there, bud?
No, I'm rolling a cigarette.
Oh, it's the tobacco package.
Yep.
It almost sounded like you were popping bubble wrap. I'm like, getting a little ADD on us. But yeah, like this is why dogs and cats have become, the mainstays of our pet friends, is because of that sense of protectiveness, of family, of inclusion. With not only the people who own the animal, like your dad, but their children and the people.
well, dogs are pack animals, so the kids of the family are fellow kids.
Yeah.
They're fellow pups, like so in their eyes, like they're just as protective. I mean, and especially depending on the breed.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh
the
my god, the last
personality.
2 weeks, how many dodo videos I've watched of like puppies or kittens being introduced to brand new babies and families, and I'm just like, oh my god, I hope he eats that baby. I mean, oh my god, it's so cute. Hey, Mr. Dax, how you doing?
Hi,
I'm
Mr.
gonna sit back.
Dax.
All right, I think we can dive into our first article, and it's a cautionary tale for our non-Canadian friends, and it's why milk comes in bags in parts of Canada. The metric
Yeah,
system.
I've heard about the bag milk thing.
Yeah, the metric system is one reason parts of Canada gets moo juice in bags. Yeah, yeah. From a personal aspect, I can look at that and be like, well, there's a whole lot less waste going on here than with, cartons and other.
Well, it's also the only unit that we have that freezes.
Yeah, you can freeze those bags.
Why would you want to freeze milk though? I feel like
If you live
If you live
somewhere remote
yeah.
and you don't have fresh cow milk, you will get bag milk. So like they get shipments like maybe twice a month, maybe a month, depending on where they are and the size of the shipment and the size of the town. So a lot of the times they just bulk up on their milk. Like they'll get like several months worth of frozen milk and just put it in a big
Oh,
freezer.
I'm sorry. I thought I muted my mic. I didn't mean to blow my nose like that.
it's fine. I fart and burp on stream all the time, so
Yeah, I
Yeah.
try. I try to do my best to sort of block out all my schnozzery. So milk in bags. It's a kitchen staple in some parts of Canada. Yet there are areas of the country where the concept of 4 liters of moo juice coming in transparent, jiggly bags is the most inexplicable thing about life in Eastern Canada. Well, it's not just Eastern Canada. We get it all over the place here in Ontario too. I don't. That makes no sense. Even the
It's
quote.
for
But
Ontario, it's actually really old school. It's something that like I grew up with it from my grandmother. It's something that you guys have always had. If you come out here, we've never had it. I've never I didn't have bagged milk until I was 6 on a visit in Ontario with my grandmother.
we'll get
Uh
there, Dax.
yeah.
But
But
the quote here,
yeah.
it doesn't really make any sense with that because it's a question of the cost of living, a show heard from listeners who were confused when they had difficulty finding the same milk jugs in Ontario that are easily sourced at any grocery store from British Columbia to Manitoba or in the United States. That's not true. Again, I could walk to a grocery store, a corner store, Shoppers Drug Mart, and they're there in bags. So the quote, "This doesn't make any sense. Why would they do it like this?" Shema Yamak, puzzled by milk bags after moving to Toronto from Edmonton. It's a Canadian phenomenon. It's not really. Uh,
It's also in relative terms, like back in the day, a lot of people moved to cartons because it like my understanding is it was easier to recycle them, but nowadays plastic is relatively easy to recycle.
Well, the thing with those Tetra Paks, those cartons, is that they're treated and
Mm-hmm.
coated with a waxy
Mm-hmm.
inside. So they, in recent years, you can't recycle Tetra Paks.
Right? So this is where they're what they want us probably to move. I would be surprised. Be like, you guys should start just drinking your. It's just it doesn't taste as good. It's okay. It's just it does. It's like canned pop versus plastic containers of pop.
Yeah. Here, I'm bringing up the picture for Mr. Dax and other viewers who might not know. But we have these pitchers. You put the bag in. You just slice off the corner of the bag, and there you go. It's a jug of milk.
Hi,
Um,
Tracker.
I mean, ultimately,
oh,
at the end of
okay.
the day, as long as you're getting a safe product, it doesn't really matter what it comes in.
Yeah, I don't doubt a lot of moms use this means of getting milk too. Because like I said, like if you're on a budget, like I'm sorry, if you're on a budget, you might go for the frozen milk because the frozen milk was usually like this kind of milk was cheaper
Mhm.
than the cartons. It was always cheaper, and you could get it in bulk. And like I said, you could freeze the third bag. Like it came in what like bags of 3 and 4.
Three
I
or
think it
four,
was
yeah.
4, 3 to 4. So like you could freeze 2 of them. So
Oh,
like
four, because it's a 4 liter bag and you get
yeah.
1 liter per bag of milk. Yeah, yeah.
So like you could freeze what you weren't using at the time, and it just lasted longer. It's one of those things where like if you're a mom with kids, I understand doing this because like out here, two like our big jugs I think are 4 liters, and they're huge, they're
Yeah,
big.
and that's
So
like a big, massive jug of milk. Good luck trying to put that in a ice box, a standard size ice box. That's not going to fit.
I mean, the
it's not
biggest
gonna.
I've seen here is 4. I think the biggest I've seen here is 3.
A 3 liter jug?
Yeah.
Yeah. So enter the metric system. Milk bags first entered the Canadian market in the late 60s. Canada's conversion to the metric system in the 70s meant that dairy producers needed to replace and resize existing milk containers, which were measured in imperial quarts.
Like it does make a lot of sense, Mr. Dax. I mean, you got to take into account like Canadians are also thinking in terms of long term because we're always in winter. right? We're not much different from, like, you just said you're from Finland, right? So you're really not that much different. Like, Scotty can even kind of appreciate some of what I'm saying, because Scotland's pretty fucking cold too.
Not,
Um,
not really. It's not
No.
as cold as people think it is.
No, no, it really isn't.
isn't
Living
it
on
just like
an island like
certain
that,
regions are
it's
pretty cold? Like the further
well,
north
it
you
still
go,
gets cold. It's
like
just
Yeah,
it's
well,
anywhere
not
further
as
north.
cold as you
But
would like a landlocked, more or less landlocked country, where you're not surrounded by sea.
ocean too.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
well,
true.
ocean water.
That is true.
you do get some snow like in the Highlands and stuff, but it's not as bad as people think it is.
Yeah, it's nowhere near as heavy or cold as it is like in Canada.
But you guys have like high winds though, don't you? Like you've got wind chill. I don't know.
It, there's a lot of wind and rain, yeah.
See, that's where
Yeah.
I get the cold, because in terms of where I am in comparison to even functional, like he's still closer to the ocean than I am. It's not by much, but in terms of where he is on the planets, he is still
Eh,
closer.
it's more so the fact that I'm smack dab in the middle of the Great Lakes.
That too. So for
That
us,
makes
it's
this
it's
region really cold.
like for where I am, like it's been a warm winter. Like this is like El Nino right now. But like it's
Yeah.
gonna pick up in February. Like I guarantee you that everything that I'm
God
enjoying
bless
right
El
now
Nino.
is gonna turn to shit the minute February 1 turns around. Um, but for us here, it's the wind that you really got to watch out for. If it's snowing, it's actually warm. You know that it's actually probably pretty warm if it's snowing, because that means there's enough moisture in the air for it to be to snow. Um, but if it snows and then it stops and then it's just cold, that's just wind chill. And that means that we don't have the Chinook anymore. So the Chinook, for whatever reason, it just kills that wind chill.
Hmm.
And we've gotten smart over the years. So like if you come to Calgary, if you go to Edmonton, everywhere you go, you're gonna see that trees have been planted everywhere, and it's like, oh, that looks really pretty. But it's not just because it's pretty. Trees block wind. That's why every farm anywhere that's on a plain has a border of trees around it.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Um,
we've kind of warmed up our own cities by planting trees. Just say.
so back to the milk. Why is Ontario sort of a last bastion, a last vestige of where the producers don't want to really give up the bags, where it's still got its big base of producers. Part of the reason was earlier on the production, the actual physical production. It was a lot rarer to find the plastic milk jugs or Tetra Packs because it was earlier in the century and or in the last few decades, and it wasn't as cost effective. Um, However, with them becoming more available, more cost effective. Obviously, more of Canada has gone the way of the Tetra Packs and the plastic bottles. Trucker brings up a good point. Glass bottles is probably my favorite way for producers to do this because, yeah, they're easily recyclable.
Hmm.
Easily.
Hmm.
Um,
Even at the ground level of the person buying the bottle, like even
yeah.
even that person alone can recycle that bottle. Like it
Yeah,
doesn't
you
even
just
have
toss
to
it
go
in the
back.
glass bin and boom, you're done.
But to the
Or
manufacturer, it's an easy recycle. It's actually probably the cleanest recycle I could imagine.
yeah. Um,
Yeah.
There is also a history of regulation that stems back to those days when the plastic jugs were rare in the marketplace. To sell milk in 4-liter hard plastic jugs, a retailer or producer had to implement a deposit or recycling system for those products, and some stores, such as Becker's, did so. Consumers could buy milk jugs at those retailers if they paid the deposit for the jug at the store, and then they get reimbursed when they recycle. Seems like a convoluted way to do things. So that's why bags are still kind of prevalent because there's no hyper regulation like that. And to
Mm.
recycle, you just put the empty bag into the recycling bin. Done.
But I
So
think
so
that's sort
Mr.
of
Mr. Dax, I'm sorry, I have to joke with you a little bit. So the milk bags is a good name for boobies, but the problem is like Anime likes to push this idea that you can just produce milk from your breasts at any time. It doesn't work like that.
I think we did have
Never.
like something similar like that to that here because you had like iron brew bottles, you could take them to the shop and get like 30p back.
Yeah, yeah.
You wouldn't have to. You wouldn't have to pay the deposit for it though. It was included in the price.
That would be an
Right.
amazing skit. Could you imagine some lady going to a store, taking her chest up to the cashier and being like, "Okay, these don't work. They're not giving me any milk. Can I get my money back?"
I want to buy another woman. Mine's not working.
Just as a joke.
The
in a
dishwasher's
skit,
broken. Time to get remarried.
See, yeah, see, I can't make those skits anymore because that
How
just means I
dare
have
you.
internalized misogyny, you know?
How dare you?
I would totally do that as a joke with a grin on my face. I'd just go up to a cashier, put my boobs on it, and just be like, "Hey, can I get a refund? These don't work."
So a related article that you were talking earlier about clothing in Alberta. In Winnipeg, there was a local clothing store who got handed a cease and desist from the city over hoodie celebrating Winnipeg.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. As you can see, well, you guys can't see it just this second, but give it a few seconds, it'll update. In the photo, it's just a gray hoodie, the Winnipeg logo, and it says Winnipeg. But the win at the start of the Winnipeg is emboldened. It's a hard color, whereas the rest of Nipeg is sort of an outline. Friday Night's Clothing Company. After a turbulent year in Winnipeg, including a record high homicide rate, a meth crisis, and budget crisis, one of the local clothing businesses designed apparel celebrating the good in Winnipeg. In response, the city served the business with a cease and desist.
So rather than actually deal with proper problems, they're just going to waste their time with shit like this.
Yeah.
Pretty
Welcome to
much.
Canada. Welcome to Canada.
Pretty
That
much.
is one of the fundamental problems with our system of governance, is they're just way too involved on every aspect of commerce and life, and it's just like, get the fuck out. You don't need to do this shit.
I mean, he's not ripping off their logo for one thing. If he's switched it up enough that he's clearly done that. And honestly, who gives a shit? It's either people will buy it or they won't.
Yeah. Eric Olick, the owner of local clothing store Friday Nights, spelt Knights, designed a sweater that he called a satirical parody version of the City of Winnipeg logo. That's probably why. It's probably an infringement of copyright on the logo. The apparel highlights the first three letters, Win, in Winnipeg, with the remaining letters lightly stitched in. Sorry. When I look at the big picture, I'm seeing things like community centers being closed, arts funding being cut, and vital services like transit being rolled back. And we wanted to do something that said, "I'm proud to be from Winnipeg, you know?" He told CTV News. "We wanted to highlight the win and the really good parts of the city." So here, bringing up a photo of the guy taking the picture of himself with the photo. And you know what? I can kind of see how it does become somewhat of an infringement, because it's really just a direct copy of the city's logo. And if the city owns the copyright to that logo, I'm sorry, Mr. Olek, but you're plagiarizing their, even though you're altering it slightly, you're still plagiarizing their intellectual property.
Then you can argue that it's owned to the public though, because the public is paid for the city.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of like a nothing burger issue. I think that those types of logos and shit should be public domain, unless you're using it in some sort of egregious manner to do something offensive. Not offensive in, oh, I'm offended by that, but offensive in a business aspect or a monetary aspect, in which these would either supplant or take away from, in some manner, the original copyright holder.
I'm still subliminally reading this shirt as Win Nips, though. Yep. I know it says Winnipeg, but like I'm still like my mind is editing the E and the G to an S. You gotta win these nips, Ellen.
I just, oh god, I think somebody might have taken offense, because I saw that, I was like, what's a knee peg? Is that like the new N word? Yeah, damn,
Well,
nipeg.
Winnipeg is known as winter pig, so or murder
Yeah.
pig actually.
Murder pig.
Murder pig. Yeah, it is called murder pig. It's the murder capital of our country. So yeah, maybe somebody saw that and read it like that. But I mean,
Where? Oh, there
clearly
we
he's
are.
not going for that angle. And I mean, if you look at the background shot, this guy looks like he's probably native.
He looks black to me.
Yeah.
Um,
He's got some dark coloration on his hands, so it looks more like it's something manually he's doing. He does look like a darker skinned
I was
white
looking at his
person
neck, though.
or
Like
native
it was his
person,
neck and his
or a
face.
very light skinned black or native person.
Yeah, so like
doesn't really
I
matter.
highly doubt that he was going for that angle when he made that shirt. Like I'm pretty sure he was going for like Winnipeg.
Yeah,
But
win.
like I could understand people misreading this shirt, but who cares? Like it he can design his shirt however he wants, and if people decide they like it and they buy his shirt, like
Well, as somebody who's worked in advertising, dealing with other people's intellectual properties, and so much regulation behind things like copyright, it's a tricky
yeah.
road to navigate.
I
A
mean
lot
that
of the
part I
time.
get. Like that part I understand.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
that
yeah.
part I
But you're
was like,
saying it's not doing any harm. What's the big fucking deal? Yeah,
Yeah.
I tend to agree. Obviously, we don't know what harm that they could be producing as far as, maybe dipping into their...
And the thing is the logo for the Winnipeg, it's still different because the whole thing is a consistent color. Like it's the same lettering for the whole thing too. Like it's one
Yeah,
consistent.
but I mean, he's using the exact same typeface for Winnipeg. He's using the actual
Yeah.
city logo. I mean, I'm
he
I'm
might have to.
technically
might
on
have
the
to.
side of the government with this one. I just don't like it.
Yeah.
Mostly because I'm just not, entirely informed as to what the problem is. But I can.
I would disagree
guess.
simply because I think if it's the logo of a city, it should be public domain.
Yeah, or at least
Yeah.
available for anyone who is a Canadian citizen to use, or a Albertan, to use, or Manitoba.
Like,
Sorry,
like,
not Alberta.
Like it should be like a flag. Like you wouldn't like you wouldn't like fine somebody for having like a Canadian flag or a Scottish flag on like a shirt
Yeah,
or something.
exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's not like he's ripping off a team or something. He's not ripping off like
A money-making industry, a for-profit industry. It's a government institution, the city, municipality. I agree. I totally agree.
a person of which he's probably a member of. So like yeah. It's one of those. Yeah, I agree with you. Like this is one of those weird ones. Like
Well, I got another weird one. Remember how the other night we were talking about the CEO of Bumble who sued Tinder, blah, blah, blah. A funny little article that came across my feed, I guess you could say, from BBC Pigeon. So we're going to have a little bit of fun with this one. Dating app Bumble block actress Sharon Stone. Actress Sharon Stone say dem block M for dating app Bumble, and say some people been report her give the online platform sat her profile na fake. What?
I was like, is Mustafa in the chat or something? I'm
Wow,
like,
that was racist.
You're
Just
starting it.
now.
In bird culture, this is considered a dick move.
Well, if he was, I'd invite him on. I'd be like, okay, you need to tell him off.
No, but have you ever seen BBC Pigeon? Do you know what
I
Pigeon
yeah.
is? Okay, well,
Yeah, it's
Pigeon is a very dumbed down version of English that some SJWs are trying to push, like Vox, that people should start adopting so that the idiots with the 20 IQ can actually be cogent in
No.
English. And I'm just like, no, fuck off.
No.
So I bring up these articles as a bit of fun because they still are actual proper articles. They're just worded in very retarded language.
because it even seems a little bit offensive. They're basically saying you're too stupid to understand proper English, so we'll give you our fake version of English.
Yeah, exactly. And if the Scots and the French can understand English, you guys can understand English. Love you, Scotty. Don't worry, I'm descended from some Scots as well. So,
But
But
it's
for
actually a
instance,
lot of Canada is a lot of Canada is. It's one of those things like
yeah,
the
yeah,
Americans are all like we're Irish, and then you go to Canada and we're like, well, technically
Scottish, and we
speaking,
got this colony of Acadians, Frenchmen.
I mean, I would tell you my last name if it didn't mean doxing myself, but like the minute I said it, you'd be like, yeah, I know where the fuck you're from, but I'm
I
not from there.
like
I'm
that,
Canadian.
Dax. Put the peg in Winnipeg. See, that's something that guy should be doing.
Yeah,
Actual parody shirts, not using the logo, going above board and saying to the municipality of Winnipeg, you know what, fuckers, you want to play hardball? We'll play hardball with you, but we'll do it with a sense of levity. But yeah, like for example, Jen, in the first line, and say some people been report her give the online platform sat her profile not fake that says, you know, some people have been reporting her on she gave the online platform the fact that it was not fake, that it was actually her. I just thought it was funny because an actress gets blocked off of something like Bumble, like after hearing about what
I
who
mean,
is it,
I
like
can
Charlize
understand
Theron? Oh,
asking.
it's so difficult for a rich, powerful, successful woman like me to find a man.
I mean, I can understand asking her for maybe a little ID or something, you know, like that. That's fine because you don't want somebody faking as somebody. But like, I would think that you would look into it and be like, well, look here, even Sharon Stone uses our product. You should use it. Like, why are people so stupid? They could have exploited that.
Yeah, yeah. It's not like other companies haven't been able to establish people's identities, like actual identities. I know that there's a problem. I read some report on like Instagram where like really big influencers have parody accounts and alternate accounts that aren't owned by them. But I
I mean,
mean,
there's
big fucking
I,
deal.
like sorry, the more my mind thinks about it, like there's so many ways they could have approached that where she would even appreciate it. Just be like, we have to fact check that you are who you say you are, because the last thing we want is somebody portraying your character without your consent. But if it's you, can we let people know that you're using our platform, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
because we're proud of it, you know, like. And why wouldn't you look into that and go that angle, like maybe I don't get it.
Yeah.
People don't like money, I guess. I'm a poor individual, guys. I'm go with my plan. It's still better than his.
Well, I mean, even if you have no direct investment, like Sharon Stone is a very
Yeah.
well-known actress.
Yes, she
Even
is.
being associated is a boon.
Mhm.
Like, you know, the old adage, there's no such thing as bad news when, you know, any exposure is good exposure. I kind of, you know, I'm thinking like, well, Bumble could play this off and be like, look, we have Sharon Stone on our platform.
Exactly. You could just be like, "Hey, would it be all right if we
Well,
just let people know how you felt about our platform?" You could even
you
ask
don't
her like,
even need
"Would
you
you
don't even
do?"
need to go that far. That would be a boon. But just to say, like, you'd have women going, well,
Yeah,
you know, if it's good enough for Sharon Stone, it's good enough for me. You'd have
right?
men being like, well, Sharon Stone, she might be, you know, almost to her 60s, but I'd still toss her the old slip and tickle, you know?
And she's humble
Think
enough
of
to
the
use a
inheritance
platform,
afterwards.
so
What's
like
that,
she's
Scotty?
humble enough to use a platform, right? So like it's not like she's judging, like you know, maybe she's more open-minded. Maybe she's at that age where she's just like, I'm just lonely and I want love.
Well, yeah, there's been a big problem with Hollywood actresses not being able to get into
Mm,
relationships. Sorry, Scotty, what were you saying?
mm.
I'm saying think of the inheritance afterwards. In 20 years even.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're a, you know, a decent enough person and a good person, you know, it's not like this is kind of a relationship for money. You know that she's not going to be after you for your money
Hmm.
or anything like that. You know, it's a weird situation. I just thought I'd bring it up because I thought it was funny in
It's
relation to our talks before about the CEO of Bumble being a deplorable cunt.
Well, I was talking about getting money from her because she's obviously wealthy.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
that's what he was leading at. But like, you know, the thing is like it's a different dynamic, but it's not like it can't go the other route, you know? Like
Well, men
this
making
guy.
less money, women most affected.
Well, the thing is like generally speaking, it is normal for women to normally go after guys that like that's just what the facts have come out as. Like that's what I've heard is the statistics on the studies. But like it's not like it's not impossible for it to go the other way, especially when she's at that age, because at that age, when you get at that age, you really just you don't really want to fight anymore. You're just lonely and you just want to enjoy you just want to enjoy your life at that point. You
Yeah,
don't,
we're social creatures. We want to have that level of connection with somebody,
you know.
companionship,
Um
when it all comes down to it.
so I mean I feel bad that they did that to her too, because on her end, like, she might be open to a guy who doesn't make any money. She just might just be looking for a guy who makes her happy,
Yeah, that
because
connection for
she's
sure,
lonely.
for sure.
And so, like I said, I realize that that's see the SJW side of it. They're just as bigoted as like the worst of the right. Like the worst of the right who'll say stuff like that. Like, and
Pumpkin
it's like the
trucker.
law, because it's like this is like how things usually are, and it's just like, listen, stop painting people in a box.
Pumpkin
Things
trucker.
change.
That's hilarious. But at the same time, I would think of if I wasn't attached and say fuck, I don't know, a porn starlet that I enjoy. I know names are coming to mind right away. Let's just use August Ames. She passed away. She's a relatively attractive young woman who was in the industry. If I came across her profile, whatever, like, how many people have seen that cooter, but still be like, well, I'd still do that. I'd still get involved with that. I don't know. It's weird. My stream of consciousness was going way out there, and whatever. Fuck it. So the next topic of basically anchor babies in Canada. Yeah, cute little kid. But this
Yeah,
this
it's
article
they
from the
do that on
Fifth Estate,
purpose.
which is actually important. This is something that's really important because people will say anchor baby, and go, oh, that's a loaded title. That's racist. It's just like, shut up. No, it's not. It's a label for something. It's a label for something that's actually happening.
That's racism, man. I love to racism, bro.
All
I'm pretty
about
sure it happens here as well.
Yeah, I mean, travel, birth tourism, healthcare tourism does happen. However, it's becoming a major issue in Canada, especially, and it has been for like the last 2 decades, especially in major metropolitan areas like Toronto. We've seen a substantial boom in Asian descended populations who've emigrated here and who are now citizens because they decided to push a baby out of their cooter when they were on Canadian soil. It's really done a number on both Quebec and Ontario, and now it's starting to see a huge strain on the healthcare system in BC. And people are starting to complain about it. Officials in the industries, in the system, and it's kind of like, duh, told you so. But they don't listen because the higher ups, our big Mr. Justin Trudeau, refuses to address these issues, and the Liberal Party as a whole refuse to address these issues. They see this as a boon. And it's like, well, no, it's not a boon. It's a loophole in the immigration system. You're letting countless people come through and not necessarily become citizens, but become legal residents just because they pushed a baby out of their cooter. And I couldn't tell you how many people in my neighborhood alone, I'm not just talking my city, but just in my direct neighborhood, who are these exact people of they're going to abuse the system, push out a baby, and now they're living here semi-legally, and now they're taking advantage of our school system by putting their kids through that, the healthcare system for them and their kids, the tax system, and all this other shit. And it's not good because it's not allowing us to control immigration, which is a huge problem in Canada.
Well, I would say, like, what would you do then? Because, like,
Kick them out.
if the kid was born in, I feel like if the kid was born in Canada, then it's Canadian. The parents shouldn't necessarily be allowed to stay unless they go through a proper immigration system.
Yeah, I would end that. I would do somewhat of and some people might take issue with this, a DACA-style system where we give them leniency, we give them a certain time window, let's say 5 years from the birth of their child to go through the system. You can legally reside here, do your stuff. But you have to make that strive to become a citizen, go through the process. If you don't, after that 5 years, well, sorry, you and your fucking little demon spawn have to fuck right back to where you came from, which is, in most cases, usually China or the Philippines. But yeah, I'm a hard line on things like this and say, no, fuck right back off to where you came from. You have no right to occupy Canadian land when you are not Canadian. Your child should not be Canadian just because you were born on our soil. For these very reasons of the fact that people are taking full advantage of it.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I agree with that. Like, there's...
And it's not like I don't have compassion for it, because we're going to, and in my idea, in that kind of a system, we're going to let the door, we'll hold the door open for you, but you need to actually walk through the door. We're not just going to come out, lift you up, and put you through the door. You know what I mean? I don't really want to get too deep into it, because it's really mostly about the problems and how they're affecting the BC systems in place, like the healthcare systems. There is one. Yeah. At this point, the practice of birth tourism appears to be concentrated in a handful of hospitals in Quebec, Ontario, and BC. So they're acknowledging that it's happening in Quebec and Ontario as well, but it's now becoming a bigger problem on the scale of the first two in BC. And that's the thing too. A lot of people intentionally do it because the medical system here is way better than their shithole country, and they'll come here to make sure that their child is born properly, has the proper postnatal care from our public health system. And that's one of the big things of having a socialized medical system. It is a very good system, but is open to abuse, and that is where federal government should be stepping in, or the provincial government, and saying, okay, well, we see that there's a loophole here, or a potential abuse, so let's evaluate and come back with ideas to shore up that hole in the wall, so to speak.
I thought Canadians had the health card.
This
Well,
is in
that's how it works.
Vancouver.
Oh, so it's by province.
You do have the health card. It is issued by province, but again, just because this little demon spawn was born in a Canadian hospital, that means that that child is now entitled to a birth certificate, a Canadian birth certificate, a Canadian passport, full Canadian citizenship, and everything that comes with it, like access to our healthcare system, which their parents, etc., have not paid into. So they're literally stealing from our system, our
But then how are the parents
how are the parents what? Sorry, you cut off.
allowed to use it if they to give birth to their child? Then
Well,
No.
it's a law that is connected to that act of giving birth, and the child becoming a Canadian citizen is then the parents of that child, or the direct caregivers. So like if it's just to use as a rare example, let's say it's a same-sex couple and two women, and one of the women is pregnant for whatever reason, there's multiple ways that can happen. Both of those parents, because they are the legal guardians of that child, both women, would then be allowed to be considered Canadian citizens. It's a direct it's part of the whole loophole, is that they're using that in, so to speak. Like if I have relatives, which I do, still in the Middle East, in Russia, whatever, I can apply and fast track them through the immigration system because I'm a natural born Canadian. Because they're not direct.
Those people are everywhere, Kyler. Anchor babies everywhere. Go ahead.
One sec, talk. I'm having a sneezing fit.
Whoop. Bless you. Bless you twice. Gesundheit. Somebody's talking shit about you. according to like
My soul's
some
trying to
Egyptian-
escape because I'm being too logical, and the soul doesn't like it when you're using logic in the face of its dogmatic bullshit.
I thought logic wasn't allowed in Canada.
No, we're Oompa Loompas up here. Apparently.
That's why I'm trying to fix that problem as best I can with just using my voice. And Kyler,
Welcome to the party, pal.
welcome to the party. Always good to see you. So yeah, anchor babies, big problem. I think that even calling them anchor babies, for people saying that the term anchor baby, which is as descriptive as you can be, calling that an offensive term, go fuck yourself. It's an appropriate term. It has nothing to do with their race. An anchor baby could just as easily be a white Russian or white Irishman, or a Filipino or African child. Like, it doesn't matter your race. It is your
it's
status.
one of those times where you know that the reason that they're offended is because it's the truth.
Yeah. Now, the reason something like this exists is, let's say there is a couple who applied and was accepted for refugee status from Syria, and they're not technically a citizen yet, but they have a child on Canadian soil. It's to allow to bypass the red tape of having to go through the process. Even they themselves are going through the process of being citizenized for their children, which I understand. But
It's
when
also-
people
it's
hold on. But
Yeah.
when women, specifically women, because we all know that the whole notion of women as equals, as full people in places, some places like the Middle East, Africa, but especially in Asian countries, they come here, not to say they all do this, but they can sleep around, or they can get their talons in a man, get pregnant, and boom, they're citizens. They don't have to go through the process at all. Thank you. I had a drink delivery. Oh, no, I need that. My nose is running like a motherfucker. It's running worse than Niagara Falls. Yeah, Elwyn's trying to get the cat loves her computer chair. Like, that's her go-to chair. And she refuses to, come on, kitty.
Sure.
Come on, kitty. Wake up. Wake up.
Bobo!
Lazy cat.
Hi, Elwyn, by the way.
Yeah, you know what? Let's treat them like anchors. Tie them with. We'll give them some cement shoes, eh, trucker? You know, I got my buddy Joey up the block. He's got a cement mixing company. We'll fit him for a nice pair of concrete shoes, and we'll go dump them into Lake Ontario, huh?
Well, the thing is, Kyler, the example with the refugees child is the country itself is aware of what they're bringing in.
Yeah, and
you're
that
aware of
example was purely as an example of why a law and system like this exists for the benefit of everyone. Because even me as a Canadian citizen, that means I'm not going to have to pay the extra legal fees for the system for that child to become a citizen if their parents are already claiming refugee status and making their way through the system as a Canadian citizen. It's specifically the loophole that has the negative connotation of, you know, a woman can come here pregnant, have the baby, and immediately, you know, doesn't have to go back home once their visa is expired. And that's
it's not
the
just
bullshit
it's not
part.
just the woman and the child. If it was just the woman and the child, I mean, I'd still have a problem with it, but it would be like, okay, well, I mean, this is shit, but at least it's just two people.
Yeah.
But it's never just the woman and the child. It's the woman and the child, and then her whole entire family. All of a sudden, they're citizens too. And
Because
that's
it's a domino effect. Because as that child, the anchor, gains their parents' landed status. Again, they still have to go through a fast-tracked version of the immigration process. They have immediate access to social services like healthcare, which immediately is a financial strain. Let's not include, just for this argument, the strain on the society. So those people are going to have to find jobs, which then takes a job away from a citizen or someone else who's legally entitled. Then they have to find an apartment, which helps increase the housing market and costs, et cetera, et cetera. These things, it's just a huge domino effect. Then those people, because they are being fast-tracked, because their parents or their direct family members can then also be fast tracked that couple years later once they get through the fast track themselves. So it's a domino effect. It's not just the child that's now going to strain the system. It's everything that's related with it. And this is a decades spanning domino effect. This isn't just immediate. It is constant, and it is a long spanning strain on systems.
And you know what? It doesn't just hit the Canadian citizens who've been here forever. Like it certainly is hitting us a lot. And I try not to be resentful because most of the migrants who
No,
are
you
here
can't
aren't
be
legal.
resentful of the child because they had no part in it. But I
They had
still
no part in it.
believe,
The
like
adults
they
I do.
well, like the Americans do on their southern border, they take them in. They make sure that the child is born happy, healthy, and then they send them on their way. They say, sorry. You know, they take a little bit out of Canada's book, sorry, eh? And they say, well, sorry, you are not a citizen. You have to go back to where you came from.
Yeah.
They have to let them in though, because it's not their responsibility at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's not something. It's a necessary evil. You know, it's not like we can just take in the world's refugees.
We
Not
can't.
not even refugees, but you know what I mean. Like colloquially, the world's
But
refugees. Everybody wants to come to the West. Everybody
Where
wants.
Countries aren't.
where I was going with it is it doesn't just affect like us the citizens. It also affects the new citizens who are coming here, and it's just like
Well, yeah,
and
because
this is
people who are actually going through the proper system and doing the work are getting like people are butting in line, and it's like, how is that fair to those people who are doing it properly? You know, that's a
well,
common talking point with
it's
immigration.
butting in line for them, but it's also taking jobs away from them too. So while a lot of those guys are working with companies who are helping them to get their citizenship, which I understand people have issues with that. I don't as much because at least it's being done proper that way. Um, but even they're having a hard time with getting jobs. You know,
Yeah.
even they're having a hard time.
Well,
You know,
even
supporting
Canadians
themselves.
our unemployment rate is much higher and much more devastating than the American one. I
Well,
will still
that's why.
go ahead.
Well, I'm saying that's why immigration needs to be restricted to at least to some extent until
Yeah, and have hard
you can
numbers
support such a thing.
like one of our big candidates who was more or less for all intents and purposes a independent, Maxime Bernier. Jen and I are both fans of his. Former conservative, former higher up in the Conservative Party, left because the Conservative Party is acting like a bunch of twats. He said, you know, yeah, there was a time, you know, the 80s was a good time for immigration growth. Now,
Yes.
in the aughts, in the 2020 era, it is not, because metro areas like Alberta, Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver are inundated. And this has been something that we've been wanting to talk about, but haven't been because, oh, you're racist for even talking about this for the last 40 fucking years, is that people immigrate to these places, these like handful of places, and it's causing damage to not only the places they're moving for the reasons we've just discussed, but also because other areas, smaller developing towns and cities, aren't getting that influx of the immigration that is why immigration exists, to help
Blind girl,
supplement
Blind girl.
the growth of certain areas. Blind girl, how's it going, darling?
we're just we're no longer we're not really
doesn't have
set
a
up
wrench.
with our infrastructure anymore. Like I mean,
No, it's
back in
certainly
the
crumbling.
you know, back in the 90s, absolutely. Even the late 90s, the early 2000s, absolutely. Even up to the 210s, I would say, you know, we were still running pretty strong. Like it was kind of slowing down, but, you know, you could still do really well out here. But right now, we don't have the infrastructure. A lot of it we have to update, you know, because a lot of you know, a lot of people abandoned a lot of shit. You know, like there's been floods, there's been fires, you know, things have been fixed, yes, but like you know that's stuff that takes a while to get everything, you know.
I agree with Kyler completely. Yeah, James Woodwright. It's the PPC. Very unfortunate name, People's Party of Canada, because it sort of evokes that sort of sense of communism,
Yeah.
which bad. We don't want to associate that, especially considering it's a conservatively leaning party. But the notion was that both of our major parties, or I should say all three, the New Democrats, the Liberals, and the Conservatives, are basically shit
They're
and
basically shit.
not representing the people. They're representing their own self-interest. What government should be there to represent your people. But yeah.
And like I said, Maxine, for all his flaws in terms of leadership, he had the bridge. He had the bridge that our country needed.
Yeah. Yeah. Just
He
it
had
wasn't enough time. There wasn't enough. There
no.
was censorship on his part, like people said, like outlets censoring him outright, even though he had a strong enough following. It was more so that the normies didn't get the messages, didn't get to see what he was all about. They just saw a new candidate.
I think he's genuinely working on it. It's one of those things where I
Oh
haven't
yeah. I think in
followed
the
him.
next election he'll have a bit of a better presence.
Oh
but-
yes, he's been touring a lot out here, which is something that like I haven't looked into as much as I'd like to, but I'm gonna look into it a little bit more. But he's been out here quite frequently since the last elections. Like he's been doing a lot of talks, and I know a lot of the reason he's out here is because that talk of the Wexit movement. Like he's heard those words. He used to be a part of that group in Quebec, so he understands the feelings that we have out here, and I really appreciate that he's come out here to talk to people because, like I said, I'd rather build that bridge with him, and build a bridge and get Canada where we should be, which is actually united as a country.
Still very liberal in the political notions sense, but fiscally conservative because we need to tighten our belt. We need to fix these problems. We can't just keep dumping money at problems. We can't just keep dumping people into the country and letting these problems that are bleeding us dry financially to remain, these wounds, we can't let them remain open.
A lot of people just assume because you're pretty sparsely populated.
Yeah. And like I said,
You need things like
these centers like Toronto, like Montreal, they can't handle the added strain where the rest of Canada, we're the largest fucking country in the world. We have smaller towns and things that new arrivals to Canada can move to and can make a better life for themselves, but everybody wants to go to the city because everything is at your doorstep. I understand the notion, but at the same time, I'm sorry, there's only so much that Canada can do to accommodate you without doing serious damage to our already established populace and infrastructure.
even at that though,
And here's the buggering notion out here is like if you're sending people out here, that's not a really good plan at all, because all our infrastructure has gone towards the kind of buildings that are meant to be like, okay, Calgary is really expensive. To get a new house here, like if you were to get a brand new house, you're talking automatically $500,000 and up.
and your blind goes like Canada's the second largest.
Like we are not a cheap place. Like apartments here,
Russia's not a real country anyway.
Apartments here start at about $1,200 and up, and that's maybe for a one bedroom. Maybe if you're lucky, you get two, but they're really small and shitty. And it goes up from there. Like it's dropped now because, like I said, like the people have moved out of town. They've fled pretty much.
Well, like I said, my place is about 1,100 now. A new unit, the same unit in the same building, would start at about 14 to 17,
easy,
and that's disgusting.
And that's no different here. That's really no different here. Like there's still places where, like, I mean, obviously the closer downtown you are, the more expensive an apartment's going to be, because that's just how it is. If you can walk to wherever you are, then your place is going to be.
But to get away from the city entirely, like if I was to go
It's
to
expensive on its
a
own.
neighboring city, a small city, and move as a new arrival to Canada, if I were to move to Ottawa or even smaller than that, if I were to move to Hamilton or Kitchener or something, it
Even
would be
London.
so
Even
much
London's
cheaper.
getting bigger.
Or London, but it would be so much cheaper, and the cost of life would be a little bit cheaper than in the city, and you'd be able to get the same abilities to to start afresh in a new country.
And that's an opportunity to bring something with you too. Like it's like the guys bringing in new restaurants, things like that. Like I know it's something simple and a lot of people think that's low end, but actually no, it's not low end at all. Because if you can start a restaurant chain in Canada and you're from a different country, you can do really well. Absolutely
Hmm.
do really well. There are lots of people who have exploited us for it. Absolutely 100% because we like new types of food. Like Canada is one of those jokes about boiling potatoes in water with a little bit of salt. Uh, so absolutely you do well when you bring stuff like that. So there is no knock at people who
You're
start
right, blind girl.
chains.
I was some Jen mentioned Ottawa, so I just threw that in there. I was
Yeah.
specifically thinking of places that are actually shrinking, like Hamilton, Kitchener. Smaller towns and cities outside of the big the
Mm.
big the big ones. And yeah, Ottawa, because of the location, the prices, and because again, a lot of immigration, a lot of over immigration strain on the system, it is causing rents to go higher. You're completely
I'm not
right.
saying this to start shit with you, functional, but you have to understand that as somebody from Toronto, you always going to think that your penis is bigger than everybody else's.
Well, it is.
But no
As
worries,
Canadians, so
no dick measuring contest here, because like,
but it's Canadian, so it's still really smaller than the average man.
sorry, I had to joke about that because that's usually a stereotype about Torontarians.
Well, since we're on governments, specifically, and we're in the Southern Ontario, Toronto sort of range. Obviously, the big news, the big global news, is everybody's freaking out, left, right, center, about Soleimani, the killing of Soleimani by the Americans, and what happened in Iraq by the Iranian terrorists, and what's going on in that region. Like not too long ago, Iranian terrorists bombed a Saudi oil field. So it's not like this is something just popped up. We didn't just kill him just for the sake of killing this son of a bitch. There's been a lot going on recently with Iran, and there was sentiments from, because we have a very strong Iranian community here in Toronto. And it's, if you can see in the picture, it's mostly older men and women. And there's a reason for that, because these are the people who escaped Iran after their revolution that turned Iran from a relatively progressive nation, especially if you're considering a Middle Eastern nation, where women didn't have to be covered up, they could drive, etc. They had, some fundamental rights. It
They
wasn't
have
equality,
some
but
really amazingly strong women from their
yeah,
culture.
but
Like,
because of that revolution where
mhm.
it became an Islamic state, and that's where the problems stemmed from. These people are saying, they're actually in celebration of
Long either. It only
Soleimani.
took a few shit.
Sorry, you're breaking up. What'd you say?
It's like it didn't take that long either. It only took a few generations for it just to go shit, didn't it?
Oh yeah, to go completely tits up. We're talking the 70s. That's not that long ago. Like, if you're in your 30s, 40s, you kind of remember the 70s, or so I should say 40s, 50s. You remember the 70s to some extent. If you were even born in the
I remember
80s,
the
you
reruns.
know the generation. Yeah, you see the reruns on TV. You're familiar with the 70s. In the 80s, 90s, that country went completely tits up. And these Iranian Canadians are not only celebrating the death of Soleimani, but are still fighting for some sort of intervention on some level for them to overthrow these ayatollahs and these religious people who have a stranglehold on the country, because they remember the time when they could walk down the street and not fear a gun in the face, whereas in today's day, oh my god, that woman doesn't have her ankles covered, throw her in fucking prison, beat her, and rape her. Like,
Yeah.
it's completely retarded, and it's a somewhat of a juxtaposition of these people who did come from Iran.
it's actually really
to
against
the American
their
social justice fucks on Twitter and in the media who are like, oh, this is bad. Why are we starting shit with Iran? Well, why don't you ask the people who were fucking experienced with this shit? Not you sitting behind your fucking keyboard, behind your fucking monitor who know nothing about the situation. Why don't you ask these people who actually had to deal with this shit and what they think and what they feel?
Yeah, they're starting shit with Iran because Iran started shit with them.
Well, here's the thing
Simple as
too,
that.
and I know this because one of the girls I hung out with back in the day, she's originally from Iran. Like her family moved over during that last revolution, and she was raised by her mom, and at no time is what they are now anything to do with what their culture was about.
Yeah.
Like, it's a completely different culture. So, like, I'm surprised they've lasted as long as they have, just based off of that. Because, like, your grandparents, your parents, like that, especially when you're forced to be something that you're not for so long, just so that you can survive. Like, you're going to go insane. You're going to go insane, and you're just, at some point, you pop. So I'm as much as I can, Iran, do the best you can. I'll try to at least support you mentally, because I can't financially or anything. But do your best to get back to where you were, because like she can't go home to visit her grandmother anymore because it's so dangerous. Every time she would tell me stories about going to visit her grandmother and having to cover up, and it's not so bad when you're in rich areas, but it's when you go to poor areas that like it gets worse.
And it's interesting because Toronto is actually the largest concentration of Iranians outside of Iran. The only place that has a larger community, not by much, is Los Angeles. Canada had a embassy in Iran up until 2012, unlike the United States, which closed their diplomatic relations in 1980, right after the revolution and the end of the revolution in '79. And I mean, the influx has to do a lot with the fact that it's a lot easier to immigrate through the system to Canada than it is the United States. And yeah, these people, obviously they're celebrating the death of a bad person, and they're celebrating a blow to the Islamic State, for which they vehemently disagree with. But they also do share concerns and worry of where it's going to go in future, and I think that those are justified. But for in some articles and some outlets, you're hearing, oh, this is World War III. It was trending on Twitter and all that. That is complete hyperbole and going way off the deep end with that.
No, if World War III happens, then Iran's getting wiped off the map.
I do have to respond to Mr. Dax real quick, because he said,
Yeah.
because of the personal anecdotal. So the thing with Iranians coming here and being feminist, it gets completely twisted, Mr. Dax. So the girl that I was referring to used to be a feminist, because she was raised a lot by her grandmother. So the thing you have to understand is feminism over in Iran is very different to
Doesn't
feminism
exist
over
anymore.
here, because what we have over here is women who don't understand that they're completely capable of doing everything that they want to do. It's just some things are harder to do than others, and if they're harder to do, they don't give a shit.
Yep.
They don't give a shit about reality. They don't give a shit about facts. And so because they can't do that, they blame it on men. Like, we could get into that one later. Like, I wanna peeve on the Little Women shit, because I'm never gonna see that movie either, and I'm a female.
Oh,
But that's a different topic.
Scotty, don't you
But, like,
hate it when you misroll a cigarette? Jesus Christ.
But like Mr. Dax,
Yeah.
our feminists cry because
Nightmare.
men don't want to go see chick flicks, whereas Iranian feminists just want to let their daughters go to school without a headdress on.
And and even more egregiously, not be responsible when they get raped.
Exactly.
When they get raped, they're treated as a criminal. Their voice doesn't matter because a man's voice is worth 5 times as much in the
No,
legal
no,
system there. Like it's
no.
ridiculous. That is where we people who are anti-Western feminists like myself, that's where we
And
point and say, "Hey, feminists, look over there. It's not whataboutism. It is that place over there, that place over there. They need feminism. They need your help. They need your voice." My wife, my friends, my daughter, they don't need your brand of feminism because they have every goddamn right I do. In fact, they have a few more that I don't have.
Yeah. Is it the fucking wasn't like the founder of the Women's March was a supporter of Sharia law?
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah,
Absolutely
and her
not.
compatriot here in Toronto, who is also another founding member of that movement, she was reported as saying, fuck all white people, kill all. I can't wait for, or what is it? The look in my eyes when I want to see the death of all white men everywhere. Like it's just like these are actual terrible people.
Hmm.
And you're getting behind them because feminism? No, just fuck off. So
Now, don't get me wrong. Like I've met some Iranian girls who've been
Authorities.
raised here and are feminists, and they'll pull that color card on you all the time. Don't get me wrong. There's some of them who are assholes too, but they're not the same. They are not the same at all. They really aren't.
No,
And
Elowen, I don't have a secret wife and daughter. I'm just talking generally here, as a man. I'm just referring to women in my life, or women in the perceived man's life. Anyway, so obviously the Australian fires are a thing, and it's really crazy what's going on. I'm not going to play the audio, but I'll let the video play out while we're talking about it. But fire twisters form on ravaged Australian island, and I'm gonna scroll through the video. Yeah, there we go.
Some of these fires are massive. Like,
Yeah, and because of the winds and everything, you'll be able to see it in a second. In Kangaroo Island, there's literal twisters of fucking fire. These are fire tornadoes, fire twisters. You can see them in the brush as these fires are raging. And, first off, mad respect to everyone who's helping. Not only just the Australian first responders, but the British troops that are being sent over there. I don't know if Canada's sending any troops, but
we probably are.
hopefully the people who are coming from out of country are being as safe as they can, and hopefully nothing happens to them for doing their best to help people. But oh my God, it is some crazy ass shit going on over there. And it really makes you feel for people who are caught in these kinds of natural disasters. But you know what, guys? We are humans, and we bounce back from this shit every time. We're going to have some losses, sure, but we'll bounce back. If you can survive, you have won.
yeah, fair play if they managed to beat them, because I seen one where it was like a map of the UK, and one of them was bigger than Wales. Some of the fires,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
huge.
They are massive. It is just so cool seeing these, just from a science nerd kind of point of view, just watching these fires get sucked up into these mini twisters and basically form a fire tornado.
Yeah, so apparently we sent 68 Canadians have gone over. At least the first article I got from Global News said that. So.
Probably doctors, less responders, because I like I said, I know the UK sent some troops, some actual military presence to help with evacuations and make sure people are safe. And not only that, but to make sure that the Australian responders are safe. So they're rescuing people who might be trapped behind fire lines and stuff. And it's
that's not to say that won't change as things progress. Like that doesn't mean we won't send more. It's just usually we respond based off of what's needed. So like between what Britain is sending, what America is probably already sending, what we send, what New Zealand sends, because you got to understand, New Zealand's pretty close to them too, so they've probably already sent troops over to help. And I haven't heard anything about New Zealand suffering from anything. So I mean, that usually, I look into things like that because regionally they're not too far off. So like I'm always like, is it progressing that far in terms of the Like this is
I
how
need to
dry
drop
it
out
is.
for a minute. I need to drop out for a bit. I'll come back if I can.
Okay.
Oh sure.
Thanks for joining us, dude.
I might come back, right?
Okay.
But
Oh, absolutely.
No worries.
Hopefully.
Doors open. Come back.
But yeah, like in terms of that, I don't know about New Zealand in that sense, but I do know that they'll absolutely send troops over because we're all allies. Like at the end of the day, we're all automatically allies. It's
The
just
Western world
that's-
has to be, yeah, because we are the minority in the global face of other systems like communism or like Sharia or.
Yeah. Well, with us, I mean, it might, you know, it's not to say that it doesn't come with a price tag, but with us, the price tag is just usually we expect the response in return. That's the cost. At least that's what it should be. But it's just an automatic response because
Well, yeah,
I
of
couldn't
course, of course.
I couldn't imagine like abandoning them altogether. Like it's just anything that we can do to send them help. It's just it takes longer for us to do it, you know. Um.
My fear is that Trudeau won't send troops.
Well,
Like,
yeah, because
and
he's
won't.
a dick.
Yeah, of course. And you have Bojo, who's like, yeah, no question, let's send troops. Done. It's not like they're doing anything too important for the most part. You know, we have the manpower, and we're gonna help our allies, our Western allies, because, you know, like, remember 9/11? Canada sent countless people down to help. Outside states sent plenty of help. So when we come together, it kind of restores my faith in humanity a little bit.
Well, it's what you're supposed. It's what I was taught to do, and maybe like I'm not necessarily
Just being a
Christian, but
decent human being.
I do acknowledge that I was raised off of those morals, and it's just I was taught that you help your neighbor, like you do your best to help your neighbor. I mean, sometimes your neighbor might be an asshole and a dick, but like you help your neighbor.
Yeah,
Like
you're right. You're right, Kyler. The media is too focused on getting Trump, even though there are way bigger things out there that need to be covered. And even when they do cover like shit like this, it's like, oh my God, climate change,
How dare you?
the
well, I'm
fires.
kind of like it's frustrating. It's really frustrating because this is one of those times where like that's the last message they should be sending out. And what we should be focusing on is like helping. Let's focus on the actual help.
Yeah, and
Let's
if you can
focus on
put
what we can do
if you
right
can
now
put
to help them.
if you can put a scientific study in front of my face that says these are direct results of climate change, you might have me on your side, but instead you don't. You conflate weather and natural disasters with climate change. You know, like it's just
And then
so stupid.
there's the other stuff that they're not covering, which is the rumors going around that some of those fires might have been caused by humans. You know, obviously some of them are going to be natural
Intentionally,
because
yeah.
but I've heard stories that some of them were intentional. Like
Yeah,
you know,
we,
like
we've
they-
had
they're
that
already-
we've had that problem in Canada quite a few times, but we've kind of tried to nip that in the bud, not only through, you know, education or whatever, but with also a good response time to these things and a good forensics system to determine whether it was a direct man-made intentional started fire, and then be able to track down these people, and the repercussions are pretty drastic. So yeah, but it's not like forest fires have been a man-made exclusive problem. And that's what a lot of these climate alarmists say, is that, oh my God, this is new. This has never happened in our. Well, no, these.
Well, there's a good chance there's more to that story too, because you got to think. When I think of Australia, I think of a place that is supposed to be well known for being hyper about how they are with their environment as it is, because they're well aware of the fact that they have so many species that you will never find anywhere else because Australia is what it is. Um,
Yeah.
but the thing up here is they don't tell you things like they don't do proper bushfires to help keep the undergrowth from drying out. You know, because we do go through cycles. Like every place on the planet has this is information that has been recorded for eons. Even if it's old information, it's just mathematical data. It is mathematical data.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, recorded
it's one of
stuff.
those things where like I don't have a problem with them checking that the math is correct, that's fine if the math wasn't correct and you checked it and you caught it. That's absolutely fine to change that. But when it comes to what they're doing right now, is they've completely ignored all of that math, and they completely ignore the cycles. And because we have hippies who don't understand that bushfires that are controlled help actually create healthier forests, because
And
forests
prevent
have
larger
natural
fires. Yeah.
because
Excuse me.
forests have natural fires. They have natural fires. And when you control the fires, you know what? You can have people check for things like koalas and shit. Like, just human presence will usually kick those animals out anyway. They'll usually leave the area if you're
Mm-hmm.
there.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding of most wildlife, they usually tend to fuck off when humans are around because we're humans. But like even still, like there's ways to set them off so that like the animals know to flee. It's not like they don't flee when they smell smoke. They
Bacon.
do know to leave areas for fires, like I said, like this is a lot of the stuff that's come out of BC. It's come out of Alberta, like a lot of the fires that went up north. I've heard more than enough stories that they've seen evidence that it was some of the bigger ones were caused by humans.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now we always have fires up there. We have always had fires up there. NDP did cut our funds when they started, and I don't necessarily blame them for that. I blame them because, like, in terms of cutting the funds, all it did is it made it harder for the responders to respond quick enough.
Yeah.
That's all that really did.
And Kyler, that probably has to do more with living in a smaller town or rural area where, again, we're sparsely dispersed throughout Canada. In a metropolitan area where you have like an actual that would be less needed. But yeah, definitely that is a thing still to this day. Because your community is your emergency response time response thing. And yeah, if you're just unemployed, employed, doesn't matter, as long as you can volunteer. But yeah, if you were unemployed but able-bodied, it's not really a forced draft into the fire system, but it's a encouragement to become a part of that, because you can get tax breaks, you can actually get money for it, and other various different reasons. Plus, on a personal level, just to do some good while you're unemployed. So it's not like a draft and where you're corralled and forced to do it, but it
Yeah,
is
Kyler,
highly encouraged.
if I was to go that route, I'd have to go back into my 20s and go into that route,
Yeah.
because as a female, I've never worked out long enough to keep that kind of body type to do that kind of work as it is.
But as a
Um,
female, you also wouldn't be corralled into that kind of service.
exactly.
Um,
I mean, I might be able
but
to
if I
help
can,
assist,
if I can just
like in terms of
shift
floods.
gears.
Yeah.
Naked Florida man high on meth bites canine dog, assaults officer, says the report. Oh, what stream would be complete without a report on Florida man? Florida man strikes again. A Florida man is facing several charges after police say he assaulted an officer and bit the ear of a canine dog while naked and high on methamphetamines last week. Donald Watts, 38, was arrested Saturday for multiple charges, including simple battery, 2 counts of resisting an officer arrest, and 1 count of aggravated battery on a service dog, inmate records showed online.
Did the dog at least bite him back?
I goddamn fucking hope so.
I know, right? Just
It'll take a few seconds for it to catch up, Jen, for you, but just looking at the mugshot of this guy, yeah, he looks like a Florida man, fucking meth addict piece of garbage. Meth is a hell of a drug. I support your right to do meth as long as you can be or any drug, as long as you can be a non-intrusive member of society, which Florida man is not. So yeah, bit the fucking
his brain
canine
is
dog.
so gone. Like, even just from his gaze, you know that his brain is probably focused on one thing.
Yeah, his left eye is going off to the side, his right eye is going out to the other side. He's all those scars and like abrasions on his face. Like, dude, what are you doing to yourself?
See, this is why I would never do anything past pot, or maybe like I said, if I am gonna have a drink, I'm probably gonna be nursing it for a couple hours, which is fine because that's not enough to really make me feel sick. But that was why I stuck to pot. In all honesty, it was like it wasn't so much that I was worried that I'd be addicted to anything. It was just everything else leads to that face.
Just 1 second. Can I mute myself?
Sorry guys, like that's just how I see it with like certain types of drugs. Like I kind of align with functional. Like if you can handle it and keep it to yourself, if it doesn't, as long as it doesn't affect other people. But like,
Well, yeah, just like how we treat alcohol. You know, you can be drunk in public, but if you're a nuisance, there's laws on the books that say if you're drunk and disorderly in public, well, you've passed that line. You've crossed over that line of being able to hold your shit and, maybe having a little bit of fun in public while drunk. To the point of you are actually starting to be a nuisance. You're being harassing or whatever, or destructive, or any number of things. You've crossed that line, and sorry, you didn't know your limit. You didn't stay within it. I want to read the rest of the story because it's fucking deliciously hilarious. Deputies with the Columbia County Sheriff's Office were called to a residence on some street over 70 miles west of Jacksonville Saturday morning over reports that a man, later identified as Watts, was using meth, citing an arrest report. While on the scene, dispatch received a second call from someone in the same area reporting, well, it's Florida, reporting a strange man in his yard with a flashlight. Deputies reported hearing strange noises when searching the yard and eventually located Watts, naked and covered in dirt, lying in what appeared to be some shallow body of water. Watts's behavior was described as manic by the two responding deputies, who said he paced back and forth laughing while making bird noises. This guy is a champion. Thank you, Florida. Thank you for giving us Florida Man. Oh my God, these stories just keep coming. Yeah, it's kind of sad because of the opioid and drug crisis going on down there, but at the same time, I'm going to laugh because it happened and it's funny. Law enforcement officials said that Watts ran under the porch of a mobile home, and when deputies tried to detain him, Watts punched one. According to the report, several attempts to use a taser on the suspect were unsuccessful, probably because he had that retard strength, prompting officers to wait for a canine unit. The two responding deputies, along with 5 backup deputies and a canine handler with his dog Casper, found Watts in the woods. He was on his hands and knees and began to growl like a dog. Casper was given the command to apprehend Watts, but the deranged man leaped, grabbed Casper by the head, and bit Casper's ear as he drove Casper to the ground. What a fucking asshole.
and I should think as the cop, you'd be like, okay, can I start kicking him now?
But as we get to the crescendo, eventually Casper broke free and bit Watts in the head. Woo! You go, doggo. Let's get an F. Let's get an let's see, a D in the chat for this wonderful police dog Casper, because fuck, man, the amount of training and intelligence the dog has to not react to something like that until he's given his command to take down the perp. Amazing. But then to, after even being bit in the ear, then break free and subdue with his handler the perp. Fucking great. I love this doggo. Best doggo. Duck dog.
I just hope that dog got a
not
little
bad.
chew in when it bit down. Like I know it's trained not to do that, but like,
Yeah, it looks like in the photo that those some of those marks look like they were probably made from the dog. So it looks like it got him pretty good. I think they're on the right side of the left side of the photo. That looks like it could be a bite pattern on the side of his head. So it looks like it got him pretty good in a hold, in a bite grip, as opposed to doing like bad, like for the sake of damage, just to subdue him. So good doggo. Good doggo.
Yeah, I don't blame the dog. I mean, and like I said, like I am judging this guy, but like honestly, I feel a lot of pity for him because, like I said, his in his head, he's just blown his mind out with drugs, and it's just like, how sad are you?
Shio, hi.
Hi,
But
Shio.
but
I'm back, by the way.
Hi,
oh,
Scotty.
that's right. How dare you? That is an offensive term, sir. We identify as frosty butts up here in the glorious People's Republic of Cannuckistan. You bigot. But yeah, good doggo. And Florida man, keep them coming because, oh my god, there's no limit to the entertainment that you guys provide. There were several Florida man stories, but to me, that was probably the best one because it involved a good old doggo.
And getting a little bit back on its own. I approve. I approve. Like I said, like I do pretty that guy, but I approve of the dog getting a little bit of a chew in on that bite.
Now,
Just because you want to blow your own brains out with drugs doesn't mean other people need to be affected by it.
what is the city? I want to say it's in Scotland, Scotty, that is sort of like your version of Florida,
I don't know.
where all the crazies come from. Is it Manchester?
Manchester's in England.
England.
I guess if you're thinking UK as a whole.
It's Glasgow?
Well, probably Glasgow or Edinburgh. Really anywhere in Scotland, let's be honest here.
Yeah, those are
Edinburgh
the
is
two
what I was
names that
thinking
come
of, I
up the
think.
most often. Those
Yeah.
are
Well,
like
well-
those are major cities, though, aren't they?
But yeah, those are the two biggest cities.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to blame it on that, but it, it just kind of comes with a package,
Well, Edinburgh's usually where all the Edinburgh's usually where all the heroin addicts come from.
Mr. Dax.
You know what? That's how they fool you, Scotty. Is they tell you, come to the city. There's so much more things to do, and then you go to the city and you just take drugs all the time. So it's like, so what are we doing today? We're getting high.
Mr. Dax, you get a... That was a great joke. The dog had to lick its asshole for hours to get the taste of Florida man out of his mouth. He was
Yeah.
later tested because he started acting manic himself and was feared to have contracted the meth AIDS.
Ellen, it really depends where you go in Edinburgh. I'm going to assume you've not seen Trainspotting if you think Edinburgh has more class than Glasgow.
It was more of a biopic than a movie. Shifting gears once again to the entertainment side of today. So there's been this new Dracula show that's been a coming together of the BBC and HBO, which is kind of one of the first of its kind. To have, a major American screen producer like HBO come together with the BBC to put together a big budget TV show. Elwyn and I have been watching it. It's... Yeah, I was going to address that later, but she makes a good point. Stephen Moffat, who did Sherlock and a bit of... the more recent series of Doctor Who, well acclaimed. People like his writing, etc. I think he's a bit of a clever writer. He's got that sharp British wit to him in some of his dialogue. But they put on, because he wanted to take up this project, they put the new going forward of Sherlock on hold so he could do this project. I don't know. It's been kind of an interesting show in that it's kind of well written, but you don't really see where it's going with a lot of this stuff. It uses a lot of that Sherlockian setting up a scene that's not really even a scene. It's weird. I suggest this is going to be one of those types of things where I suggest people, check it out, make your own assessment of it. It's not bad, but it's not great. It is cheeky, kind of campy. It's got its puns and whatever. But if you're a fan of of Moffat's writing, that sort of British comedy style writing, yeah, check it out. Even though it's it's pretty graphic, it's got lots of blood. Obviously, it's about Dracula. But first and foremost, I like the acting in it. I think that the actors for the show are incredible, and they do the job well. Whether or not the scenes in which they're acting in
Are they
are
upset
great.
because they've made Dracula into the villain? Like, is he legit just the villain in this one? Because
Well,
I find
he's not entirely evil. And like I was saying with we're not really sure where he's going with it. It seems like he's more it's more about him dealing with the vampirism, being a vampire and the only vampire, and with his need of not only self-preservation but like perpetuation of his ilk, because it's not like your Interview with the Vampire style vampires where you can just turn someone. He hasn't actually been able to turn anyone. And the first couple of episodes are dealing more with the history. So we're going back 300 years, 200 years, etc. Nice period piece setups. And then in the latest episode, episode 3, and the tail end of 2, he's now in modern day Britain.
okay.
So he's sort of still dealing with that, and it's been an interesting watch. I wouldn't if you have some extra time. It's not something I'd be like, you have to go out and see this tomorrow. It's so good. It's interesting. It's good. It's a fun romp. It's something to just watch. It's produced technically on all those kinds of aspects. Like I said, the acting, the production, the writing. It's all very good. It just doesn't have that je ne sais quoi to put it over the top for me, like something like The Mandalorian has.
Yeah, I find for a lot of vampire flicks, there's two type of vampire fans. The ones who are just like, vampires are completely innocent and they're just misjudged people. And then the people who realize that, well, yeah, they're probably intelligent enough to have a conversation with, but they're still an alpha predator.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, Kyler, I was just about to say that. Like, if you're going to set up a show or movie or something where the villain is the villain, but you want him to be the main focus, have him be the villain. This seems like there seems to be a little too much apologetics. And we're talking to the broader society at large now, again, with the culture we're living in. There seems to be apologetics for people who do demonstrable evil in the world, and demonizing people who are doing good in the world. Look, most recently with the shooting in the Texas church. The security guy and the other parishioners who were armed are being treated as the bad guys by CNN. Yet the guy who perpetuated the shooter, oh, well, he's a sad person and we have to give him empathy.
Never mind the
you.
fact that the perpetuator did actually kill somebody and he harmed
Two people.
Killed two people.
With a
He
shotgun,
killed two
point
people.
blank. He killed two
And-
people.
And he went in with the intent to do it, whereas the security guard and the people with the guns, they had no intentions of killing anyone. They went in there to pray to God.
What's going on in their mind is, I have a gun. I'd rather have it and not need to use it than not have it and need to use one.
Exactly.
And again, I will maintain one of the handful of fundamental human rights you have as an individual is the right to protect yourself and your neighbor, your community at large, right? You have that right to defend yourself.
And unfortunately, when it's a life-threatening situations, you don't necessarily have the time to think, well, maybe I can get this guy to put his gun down because I have a gun. You don't
No,
have the time.
the guy was
you
a
have
gun.
the time to click the trigger and make sure that he can't pull his.
Yeah, and this guy was a arms instructor, and 50 paces away, just shot the guy right in the head. Boom, done. Ended the entire situation.
Would they have rather these people just died?
Yeah, they would have, because then they could use it to twist it and bend it to their narrative of guns are evil. No, guns are just tools, and we need better gun restrictions in Texas. Oh my God, you people, you poor people, don't you live in fear of guns? No, because we don't
No,
live
they
in
live in fear of
California.
crazy people. They live in fear of crazy people.
And it's a wonder that more and more of these stories are being brought to the forefront, and these things are happening in those kinds of states because they're being inundated with more of these insane leftists from neighboring states like California. We know that there's a big influx of people, former Californians moving to places like Texas. For different reasons, yes, but that a lot of them are bringing not only people who want to escape the insane left, but it's also the insane leftists who, like a cult, like a disease, yes, they are fucking cancerous, need to spread their message, need to spread their dogma, and spread this anti-gun, anti-rights authoritarianism that they purport all over the place.
I actually
Didn't
quite
they even
enjoy that
change
type
the-
of character too, Kyler. Like the type of main character that's just a little bit evil is always fun.
Yeah.
You retracted that message, but I read it, so I yeah, I'm responding to
Sorry,
it.
what were you saying, Scott?
Didn't they change the meaning of what a mass shooting was just so they could push it even more?
Yeah, it was at one point. I think 4 or 5, 6, 7. I don't know.
think
It
it's
was.
three
It
now, I
wasn't
think.
double digits, but it was. No. I'm saying before it was higher. It wasn't double digits, but it was like a higher single number, probably 7 or something. Now it's actually 2 or more. So
Because like
no, go ahead.
before then you could count the number of mass shootings like on one per year.
Yeah, and they don't include things like gang-related violence. So mass shootings go on all the time in Chicago, but they don't report them as mass shootings because it's just gang violence. Those poor, downtrodden gang members. Oh god.
And most of them are black, so it goes against the Black Lives Matter narrative of white people killing them.
Black and Hispanic actually.
Yeah.
Both sides actually have. I mean, the black community has more than the Hispanic still, but the Hispanic has gotten pretty bad.
Well, it's
too.
mostly Hispanic gangs fighting with black gangs. And there's just so many gangs that the gangs are really, it's really regardless what gang makeup you are, they just fight with each other. And they fight for territory, they fight for like where they deal their drugs and do their business. And...
We have it up here too. Like it's actually several communities. So like
Yeah.
I mean, there's like the Hell's Angels. There's actually I don't want to call it the Vietnamese, but like the last time I heard the Vietnamese were really pretty high end in.
Well, here in
Vancouver.
Toronto, I used to, in my younger years, I'm not going to get too deep into it, I used to run and sell drugs for the triads.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, not triads. I'm using the wrong word. It's Yakuza because they're Japanese. So they have a big presence here because of the influx and the creation of like heavily Japanese communities. With that comes certain people who want to take advantage of things, and younger people who grew up here but want a part of that, glorified lifestyle that a lot of. I'm not going to pull any
Actually,
punches, but hip hop media, popular media, tends to glorify.
The other mafia that a lot of people don't talk about that exists, but it does exist, is technically our native communities have their own version of a mafia because they're all different tribes too. You gotta understand they're different tribes too. So like they stick to their own, and sometimes they form their own gangs because of it, and that's why Murder Pig.
That's the easiest determining factor for these gangs. And again, I am going to be a little sympathetic in that most of these people get into that lifestyle because they have no clear and present options. They're in a destitute situation. That's not excusing what they do. You always have an option. We live in the West, buddy. You can get away from that kind of a lifestyle, but a lot of them get sucked into that black hole, that gravitic pull into that lifestyle because they can make a few bucks.
If that's all you see around you, naturally you're going to get pulled into it.
Well, the thing with gangs too is it offers you that psychological feeling of support from somebody, even if it's not somebody who necessarily has your proper back. It's still that feeling that somebody.
But like I was initially saying, it's based on the most.
Oh yeah.
Immutable characteristic. Oh well, you're Hispanic. I'm Hispanic, so I'm going to join your gang, and we'll come together, form this community to protect each other, but also to make money. illegally. But yeah, getting back to the entertainment side of things, Mandalorian finale proved the series really is that good. Coming from CNN, that's high praise. And yeah, I'm not gonna do spoilers because I know some people just haven't been able to get through it all. In the near future, I'm probably gonna host a stream between me and some fellow Star Wars nerds, so be on the lookout for that. Cynical Lindsay, Mr. Misanthropic, and if anybody out there in chat is a big Star Wars fan, Elwin is included. We're gonna talk Mandalorian because that season finale, oh my God, it is like the entire series. The entire series starts off really fucking good, and every episode just gets better and better and better. And the crescendo in the season finale, that is good watching. Oh my God, I can't make references to what happened, but let's just say that not only do they now have the opportunity to continue on with their Western samurai sort of spaghetti feel, but they can also go larger scale implications that aren't tied to the Skywalker universe that everybody's just fucking tired of. We get to see another slice of life in that galaxy that isn't related to the Empire versus the Resistance or the Republic or whatever. No, Kyler, it's I would say if you have that Disney Plus free preview, do it. But I just download the shit. Fuck it. I'm not paying Disney $20 a month for one TV series.
Yeah, it's probably online somewhere for free.
Yeah. Plus, how can you say no? How can you say no to this? It's just
like honestly, I am not cheap. If I want to find like a film or a TV show to watch, I don't have a Netflix account or anything. I just find it online for free.
Yeah.
I think that they've kind of forgotten with the CGI that like actual visuals, like with the puppets, people are talented enough that they can actually
the blending
make
of CGI and practical effects. And a friend of mine, a gaming friend of mine, not a YouTube friend of mine, was I turned him on to this show. I've turned so many people onto the show. I'm actually kind of proud that I told Sanud and Drunkle, they have to watch this show. You have to watch The Boys, like spamming their chats, like, and then coming back a couple episodes later and saying, "Oh my God, guys, The Boys," or "Oh my God, guys, Mando." But my friend Jesse came to me and he was like, "Oh my God, the blending of the CG and the practical effects with the bounty hunting robot in the show IG-11 is just flawless. Like I can't," and this is him speaking, "I can't tell where the practical and the CGI begins and ends because it's so well done." And that's one thing I will give LucasArts has done well in recent films and stuff, is that blending of the CGI and practical effects, because like you were saying, Jen, that's where it works. Having pure CGI or pure puppets can get a little hokey sometimes, like when you have with the Dark Crystal, and pure CGI can sometimes come off as just completely unbelievable.
Well, CGI has become way overused, isn't it?
Yeah, it really has. Even when it's bad. Like just as an example, Pacific Rim use CGI in some places really, really, really well. Like the robots fighting the monsters and those big shots of cityscapes and stuff, done really, really fucking well. The settings where people are interacting with the robots or standing in front of the green screens, it's still very, very obvious that they're in front of a green screen. It's not.
And now I want to see a Uganda Knuckles plus Baby Yoda meme. Thank you, Mr. Dax. Thank you so much.
It probably exists somewhere.
Yeah, probably.
Why are you gay?
More big Star Wars news. Sorry guys, I've got more Star Wars news. I don't know if you guys are the biggest Star Wars nerds out there, but I got to talk about this because this is huge. That the Clone Wars was renewed and has a premiere date for season 7. Probably the best thing in between Mandalorian and the original trilogy has been the Clone Wars. It is a Disney cartoon. However, it is done well. It is fully animated, but it is done well and still is able to tackle serious issues in a relatively kid-friendly way, like the cartoons that we were used to grow up with, that us as adults, we can look at something and be like, wow, that was dark, that's deep. And your kids could sit there and be like, oh my god, that's so cool, I love this show. And it would kind of just go over their heads, it wouldn't scare them. But huge news because it was a great show. I'm leaning on the optimistic side of this because the show was really well done, and is
Honestly, I always kind of thought that show was part of the reason why Disney got so into the idea of picking up Star Wars.
yeah, because it did really well, really well. In fact, the toys alone from the selling of the Clone Wars saga sold way better. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue better than the 3 movie JJ verse movies have done combined, and that is entirely telling because it's just incredible. Well received by fans, critics, everybody. Really good.
So, if you don't mind my asking, Scotty, what is your Star Wars? Like, I'm not saying necessarily Star Wars, but like, what's your favorite thing like Star Wars?
Are you a fan of any nerddoms?
I'm not really a big movie buff guy, to be honest.
Not movies, not TV, not sci-fi, fantasy. Not really into
No,
superheroes. No, doesn't do it for you.
just not a big movie guy, to be honest.
Okay,
Never really have
fair
been.
enough. Fair enough.
No worries. I just thought I'd ask because I was like, I mean, I am not necessarily, like I said, I'm kind of one of those partial fans of Star Wars because like I've always said, like for the most part the movies are entertaining. I haven't seen any of the recent stuff just because, like when they when they made the first 3 new ones, I was like, okay, I see where they were going with it, but like I didn't find them that entertaining.
Mhm.
At least not in comparison to the first 3. And I loved all the 3 of them. Like in terms of it, like I know some people have favorites amongst those. Some people hate the last one. Some people love the last one. Some people, like, for me, like all of the original 3 were a favorite for me.
Mhm.
But in terms of the new stuff, I just after Rogue One, I was just like, you know what? I think I'm good. I don't think I need to see any more Star Wars because like it's. I don't know, it lost a lot of its appeal. Like I feel like they lost a lot of the magic with it. And it's not that they're not good movies or like, the actors aren't necessarily good. It's just it's lost a lot of its magic. And you're right. Lucas always had like that better blending of the puppets and the CGI.
Oh, they've mastered the art. So
But
good.
that's not enough to bring me in, because like that's not enough to bring me in anymore because like
Yeah.
I could find good blending of that kind of thing anywhere. You have to bring me in with the stories again, and the stories just aren't pulling me in.
See, I've seen like 4 of the Star Wars films. It was all that person. I didn't think it was amazing or anything, but it wasn't bad.
Yeah, no, I understand that, science fiction, like at its core, really isn't for everyone. But yeah, like, I mean, you like what you like in life, and if movies and TV and film and stuff isn't your bag, I understand why Star Wars wouldn't appeal to someone like you. It's not a judgment to call or anything. It's, I respect people's choices. As someone who is a massive Star Wars fan, who owns several hundred books and who's read them, and he's really into Star Wars and all that. Yeah, Kyler, you're entirely right. That's probably been the best scene of anything since the original trilogy, was that ending of Rogue One where Vader is just, he's ripping people apart. You get to see why he is the most feared singular person in the galaxy next to the Emperor, because of the fact that he can just walk onto your ship and just totally fucking fuck up an entire military force single-handedly. They tried to show that with the new one with Kylo Ren, but it was nothing because the people he's killing, it's just like, who are these people? Why do I care? Are they a military force, or are they just some sort of militia or tribe? Like, that doesn't tell me he's a badass. It just tells me he sucks as a written character.
You know, the thing is, Kyler, I didn't even hate the movie for Rogue One. The thing with me is, like, every character that I genuinely liked in the movie, they killed. Every character that I liked, like the monk, one of
Donnie
the other
Yen's character,
warrior,
yeah.
you know, the other warrior guy, I genuinely
But
liked all
that's
those.
See, this is why I liked Rogue One. I didn't think it was the best. I liked it
No.
as a standalone movie because it showed that, you know, how desperate the Rebel Alliance was, and the amount of sacrifices that were referenced to in the original trilogy. And that, to me, is a good way of relating it to the, you know, the core canon, if you will, in that it's showing on screen, you know, how they got the Death Star plans, because in Jedi, they, you know, Mon Mothma says, you know, many Bothans died to get us the information for the second Death Star. It shows you that, you know, it's a sad story. It's a sad state of affair that, you know what, outside of these fantastical stories of Jedi and Sith and everything, at the end of the day, these are just people fighting for their lives, and a lot of people are losing their lives. But you're right, those were characters that I had emotional investment in, that I liked, and I cared when they died in some respect. Whereas with you know, the newer Star Wars stuff, I don't care about Rey, I don't care about Finn, I don't care about any of these people. The only person I had any sense of caring about was Poe, the fighter pilot, because he was cool. He was a fleshed out character. Oscar Isaac breathed life into the character, and I was like, okay, he's a plucky kind of rogue, but he's also that hopeful Luke Skywalker type character that doesn't have the Force on his side. He's just a man he's got an amazing skill set. But
and from my perspective, and no, I didn't go see the movie, but from every clip that I've ever seen, or any sharing of the movie that I've ever seen with the current Luke, I kept having this vision of that one South Park episode where, like, you know, George Lucas and what's his face raped by Indiana Jones, and I was just seeing Luke being raped over and over again by, like, Kathleen Turner.
Oh yeah. No. Please no. Just trying to change the
What, you don't want to
picture.
have you don't want to have an image of Kathleen Turner
Spielberg,
with Kathleen Turner with a nice little dildo attachable, and
Kennedy,
she's just
not
going
Turner.
at it. Kennedy, is it Kennedy? Sorry.
Kathleen Kennedy, yeah.
Sorry, Turner. But Kathleen Kennedy just going at it to Luke, and Luke is just like, leave me alone. What did I ever do to you?
Since we were getting to the end of the show, I just had to put up my Biden meme that's made its rounds. Big thanks again to people who sent that to Monkey on my behalf, because I'm not on Twitter, and if you don't send something to Monkey on Twitter, he won't really see it. He appreciated it because he's a big Top Gun fan, and I got a chuckle out of it because, yeah, it works so well. I was actually really proud of myself that I was able to put this together. But yeah,
I'm still seeing. I'm sorry, Tom, but your eyebrows are growing in quite an awful lot like Trump's.
I think if I was flying that plane, I think I would just crash it.
Yeah. Maverick, what are you doing? I'm going down. I can't take this shit anymore. But yeah. So on a personal shilling note, thank you so much for everybody who's supported and come out and watched the show and sub to my channel and the Snow Mexican channel. The link is in the description. We're still on the road to 100, especially on my channel, because I really want to change the letter and number combination at the end there and try to get to 100. I'm not above, sucking up some pride and saying, I'll even take those pity subs just to get me to that 100 point. So if anybody out there, do me a solid.
Whatever you do, do not do a forfeit. I regret that.
Yeah. But yeah, if people could share it out and just be like, hey, look, I got this friend, whether or not you like or dislike what they have to say on the show, or you even into that type of show, if you could toss him a sub just to help him get him through that first hump, to actually make him a legitimate presence on YouTube, I would so much appreciate it. Thank you to all the support in the last quarter of 2019, guys, on our behalf, because we're having a lot of fun doing this, and we're having a lot of fun interacting with people, having our special guests on, and you're getting me right here, people, right in the feels. So thank you so much. What were you going
Not
to say,
to
Jen?
mention, we're pretty civil people here for the most part. If there was anybody watching us who genuinely didn't agree with anything that we said, we'd probably just ask you to come on and at least pitch your end of
Yeah,
things,
if there's any of these big topics that people want, or any big topics that you've heard, or feel that we might disagree with and want to have a debate with us, Jen or myself individually, etc., like, I'm all for I'm completely down for discussing topics from opposing points of view. Like, Jen tends to be more on the conservative spectrum of the center. I'm more liberal in the center, more leftist in the center. I'm more than happy to talk about plenty of things: veganism, socialized medicine, whatever. That's always a good fun, and we'll always come at it civilly and in good faith. As long as the other people do, as long as you're not ask yourself and come in with all these assumptions. And yeah, we really are pathetically Canadian, Kyler, aren't we? Eh?
Yeah, this stream is the most Canadian stream I've been on. I've been on Canadian people's streams before.
Well, I like to think that's how people progress better. Like, I am not opposed to learning about different opposing points of view, because I think it educates me in the long run. Whether or not I come away from that conversation feeling different about the topic is one thing, but at least I know to look for different information. And that's something that I feel that everyone should do all the time anyway.
Yeah.
It's sometimes you need to take a break from it. Like, I mean, obviously there's some people that I don't want to do that with, because they go too far or they do too much, and it's like, okay, listen, I have to process the stupidity of what you just said to me, on the off chance that I do think it's stupid, because at least if I think about it, maybe I can still see the point where you're coming from, even if I still think it's kind of stupid.
And
No, go ahead, Scotty.
I was going to say, it also helps you put your points across bad as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm malleable in that way, that if somebody brings up a good point, most recently thinking somebody, we were talking abortion, something that I didn't think of, that they brought up, that I was like, you're right. I still have my convictions. I still believe what I'm believing, but you do offer a valid point, and it's shifted my point of view in certain ways. I'm open to new information, new perspectives, new wisdom, if you will, on whatever topic. And you don't have to come into these conversations with the notion that you're going to change somebody's mind, but just bring your perspectives to the table. They bring theirs to the table, and you kind of discuss, and whether or not your personal beliefs change, coming to some sort of in a discussionary way, a middle ground, or where you can find concessions or stuff, is how progress is made, like you were saying. And it's if you can come at it in that respectful manner, then do it. Unfortunately, there are people out there. I'm going to talk about this because this is a little bit of my own fucketry on the internet today. Well, yesterday, more to the point. AIU, Atheism is Unstoppable, Devin Tracy. I'm a fan of his. I like his content for the most part. I like what he has to say for the most part. I like him as a YouTuber for the most part. But I took real issue, and his video got ratioed to fuck, because and this is something I would love to sit down and talk to him about, but I'm a nobody. He's a bigger YouTuber, and he has that air of superiority, over the fact that he is a successful YouTuber and that he might not immediately engage with me. Same thing I could say with, Monkey Sinatra, all these people where they bring up big topics. I'd love to talk to them about them in a civil manner, but they're very busy and they've got their own stuff going on. And I respect that. That again, that's not really a judgment call. Or something negative for them, because I know that they have a lot of their own shit going on and they can't make time and place and know who is going to be coming to the table in good faith and have an actual decent discussion with, because they have such a large following. They probably get inundated with requests all the time for these kinds of things. But back to Devin Tracy, he's talking about the whole Iraq situation, and basically, to sum it up, had the same take that the social progressives, the SJWs, TYT is coming to, that, what we did was evil, and, they're a bunch of din-dos, and, fuck America. And I'm like, Devin, no. This stems back from like we talked about earlier in the stream, from 1979 in the revolution, from people leaving what was a progressive state to the Islamic State, from countless non-retaliations in this year alone. Again, bombing the Saudi oil fields, rattling the saber in America's face, to the point where it took an Iranian-led terrorist attack on foreign soil for both countries in Iraq at an American embassy to kill an American citizen. Yes?
Can I invite Caligula?
We're about to finish up, but let me finish my point. If we want to continue on, we can invite him on and keep going. I am going to have to take a constitutional blood wing. But just to get to my point, that there are all these factors, that it's the lies by omission or the lies by ignorance of a situation that is fundamentally the problem with a lot of these things that we see in the media or social media, the mainstream media, social media, that is really the root of the problem and preventing these types of discussions that you and I want to have with people, Jen.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a big fall from grace, because AIU, Devin Tracy, couldn't distinguish the fact that he was having the same talking points to his most hated outlet out there of TYT. Mm-hmm. And I fucking hate TYT as well. And to see somebody I appreciated in the history of his content, I've appreciated, have such a fall from grace in, the old adage of, when you stare too long into the abyss, be careful you don't get sucked in. And I think on this topic specifically, he still does talk about other things very succinctly and very successfully. I think in this topic, he was completely in the wrong, completely uninformed, and would love to have a conversation with that type of person. Feel free to give him the link. I'm going to take a 2-minute constitutional if we want to keep going. A blood wing, as it were.
Yeah, I know we're not going to go for too much longer, but I was like, well, even if it's only like 20 minutes, we can have him stop by and say hi. I don't think I'm sharing the right one, though, because Discord is weird. All right, give me a second.
Yeah, you need to invite him.
I will invite him. So this guy is from Quebec, so he does have a bit of an accent, but he speaks very good English, so don't worry about it. I'm just saying it because I'm an asshole.
Yeah, I think I've spoken to him before.
Oh, have you? Yeah, he's fun.
Yeah.
I love having him on.
Because I think he was on here the first time.
Oh, there he is. Aha. There. Sent you the invite. It's just on Discord, Matt. Oh. Caligula, I have been programmed by our friend Will to call him Magic, because at first when I met him, I was like, oh, this guy's from Quebec, and he's kind of conservative, or at least, as conservative as you can be in Quebec. And he's fun. But Will is very good at getting you used to saying things and then having to fix your problems.
Woo!
Feel better?
Much better.
Saying things and fixing my problems. That sounds like the story of my life.
Oh, he's just finishing up working? So maybe he might not be able
Well, I sent him an invite anyway. Like, I mean, worst case scenario next time. Oh, I heard a
Yeah, he's in the channel. But
yay.
how are you doing, Caligula?
Howdy ho.
Howdy ho.
Howdy ho. What's up? What's been going on? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fine. I just finished working, so I don't. I just came in. I don't even know. I heard your point about Iran. I think.
Yeah, we covered that a little bit earlier, and how Canadian Iranians, one of the largest communities outside of Iran of Iranians, was more celebratory of the killing of Soleimani because he's a monster, and these people are Canadians for a reason because in the photos you can tell, and the protesters and the people celebrating on the streets are of an older generation, like our parents' generation, you know, in their 50s, 60s, 70s. So they remember Iran in the 70s when it was fairly progressive, and they remember the revolution that turned them into an Islamic state. And just how bad these Iranian dictators are. In the face of the mainstream media and social justice advocates saying, you know, your Twitter warriors saying, oh, this is bad, this is going to lead to World War III, and oh my god, America bad, Orange Man bad, this is so bad.
Well, I don't think it's gonna lead to it. There's
No.
suddenly pressing. There's people pressing to go into war on the American Congress. But
Yeah,
otherwise-
you got the war hawks. You'll always have those war hawks, but I don't think that they're a danger, especially when Trump has chosen not to go that route. He's not a wartime president. He's not a aggressive president on the military side of things. He's more aggressive on things like trade and how we deal with on a political level with other countries. He can be very aggressive and abrasive that way. But
Yeah.
he doesn't strike me as the type of dude who just wants to get into the war for the sake of war, like, oh, I don't know, Obama, Clinton,
He's
Bush.
probably more evaluating how much that would cost in the long run. In all honesty, as a businessman, he sees that and it's just like, you know, for one thing, you're also not just talking about the cost as like the price, but you're also talking about the cost of life, like whether or not it's worth it.
and I'm not going to put this past him, you know, the cost of his political career.
Mm-hmm.
That would cost him a lot of public opinion if he
Well, that's one of the
decided to
reasons he
be a
got
very
elected.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
No, they still can have like some bullshit quid pro quo. Whoa. Quid pro quo. Yeah.
Oh,
Whatever.
you almost got it. You almost got it.
Quid pro quo. Wow.
I am the
fuck it.
chosen one.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Caligula, you did your best.
It'll do.
That was good.
Anyway, yeah, you can always have some meddling, like, oh, we're gonna have your back on the next election, but just show us appreciation and do that thing for us, you know?
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
always bullshit on the Republican side. That's why I'm not trusting.
Because being completely isolationist, like some people purport, is bad.
Yeah.
But going the other side of the spectrum and being hyper interventionist is also very bad. We need a good middle ground in which, yes, if there is, excuse me, if there is a country screaming for help from the West, like, just to use an example, Hong Kong, then yes, maybe we can go in there and help them. Or supreme rights violators like China. You know, I'm just using those as examples. I don't want to go to war with China. And, you know,
Why
there's...
not? That's the only.
It's too
country-
complicated, too costly. Don't want to get too much into it. Just using them as kind of examples of different things. You know, maybe no. Let's not go. You know, maybe that can be a discussion. But to these people need democracy now, like we did with Iraq. I'd be like, no, that's stupid. Or
Yeah.
that kind of interventionist. Or with countries saying, oh, we need your help, and saying, well, no, we're not going to interfere militarily anywhere.
It depends on which sector per se. I mean, on trade, I'm fully interventionist. I don't want to deal with.
Oh yeah, trade. I was speaking purely militaristically. Trade, I think we should be. I think the West
Well-
should be refusing to do trade with China and make that hurt them more than a war ever would.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because before Trump, that was the complete opposite. Especially under Bush, you got a lot of trade deal with China.
Yeah, and in Canada too, with the liberals basically bending over backwards just to let China in and get some of that Chinese dough.
So yeah, that's a big problem. When you're soft on trade, you gotta lose at the in the long run. And everybody's gonna lose, especially if you trade with a communist country, because they don't know how to manage money. So of course you're gonna lose big. That's
Yeah,
why
and if you like in today's economy, in today's societal global economy, hurting them with trade sanctions or making it so costly for any company to do trade with China would be more costly and more damaging to them than a war would, but it wouldn't be egregious, and you wouldn't have that severe loss of life from our side. So I think that's the way to go. And in the future, they keep saying cyber warfare is the future, cyber this, cyber that. Yeah, sure, maybe, but just even if we use our geopolitical connections and ties to say, if Trump tomorrow said to Boris Johnson and Justin Trudeau and whatever you Australians have, and said, hey guys, we need to sit down and do something about China. And no, I'm not saying about flying planes overhead and attacking them with guns and bullets, but to do something to get them to change their ways, or we're going to ostracize them from global markets. I think that could be very successful.
Yeah. Well, it's not what's happening. I mean, here in the now and the reality, and every country besides maybe a couple of outliers like Brazil, the United States, and Italy are all going to go towards China.
Yeah.
And suck the tits of China for some fucking reason.
Because they've under
Because money.
Yeah, money. They've been able to, under their totalitarian communist regime, been able to play the capitalist game, and through their own versions of slave labor and torture, put out cheaper goods and make it highly beneficial to Western corporations to take advantage of that.
Yeah, but it's not practical in the long run.
Night, James.
Later, James. Have a good one.
No, it wouldn't be practical in the long run because, obviously you're seeing backlash, and you're seeing things like in the movie industry, the film industry, where studios are bending over backwards to appease Chinese audiences because they're, the untapped frontier, or newly tapped frontier, I should say more appropriately. But then they're alienating and ostracizing American and Canadian and British consumers who then go, well, I don't want to consume your product because it's crap. Or the opposite, where the Chinese market will be like, what is this? We don't like this.
Let's begin small, especially you have to set up straight your own county and your own state before you go and fight for the world.
Yeah.
That's always
on a
been
base
my
level. Take care of your own before you start being worried about the rest of the world.
Exactly.
Obviously, there are exceptions to that rule. Obviously, with the rise of Nazi Germany, actions had to be taken. They were a clear and present danger to not only the people around them, but to the rest of the world. And it was that's an exception to what we're talking about should be a more or less moral
they
rule.
were not only in their country. That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly. They were hyper interventionist in other countries. You need to ascribe to our beliefs, or we're going to conquer you, and do terrible things.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'd say
Cynic's
let
all like
Iran
bit
fight
busy
their own
burning
battle.
at the moment. Stop lighting yourself on fire, Cynic. That's all I got to tell you. Stop setting yourself on fire.
Maybe he's just fabulous.
He's just fabulous. thought you don't need to be the sparkle fairy of Australia. You're already awesome enough as it is. So
Gay!
Good, you have somebody with a soundboard. I like
Oh
that.
yeah, I bought a soundboard, dude. You missed it. The first stream we did, Jen was just like, enough with the fucking soundboard. God damn it.
yeah, I was trying so hard to convince his girlfriend to just like kidnap it, and she was like, "But I can't do that." And I was like, "Try."
Why not?
Yeah. As long as you don't like I don't overuse it or just spam it.
No,
but,
you
know,
you've
at
gone down a
times,
lot.
well, it was a new frivolity we had for the stream for that one stream. But when we have guests that come on, like last one with Irate Prostate, and he had a soundboard, we had moments where we would talk to each other exclusively through our soundboards. It was kind of funny. We didn't, we
It
didn't
was
take it
Morse
too.
code, guys.
Yeah, we didn't take it too far, but we had some fun with it.
They were Russian botting it everywhere. It was Russian bot stuff everywhere.
You know what, Shio?
Nigga.
Disavow.
Oh yeah, you have.
I think I have to.
You have to. Yeah.
So do you. So do you as well.
I don't. Freedom of expression first. Words
Yeah.
is words.
Oh, and some interesting news that we haven't spoken since it actually took place, but the laws that we talked about with the religious symbols has taken effect in Quebec, has it not?
Yes.
I believe it was
Well-
January 2nd it took effect.
Yeah, it did.
And
It's-
guess what, people? The country didn't blow up and we didn't all die.
Yeah, but it's still wishy-washy. It's not addressing. It's not addressing the issue at hand. It's just like, oh, in the future, the next people that we're gonna employ. It's like, fuck off.
Exactly.
Canadian lawmaking's at its finest.
Yeah, really. Oh my god. Whatever. I mean, not that I can ever remember a time when governing was logical, but why can't we move to more logical systems of governance that like laws are in place to protect people, not to babysit people? It's so juvenile and so stupid.
Well, you get only what you deserve, and most of our people are fucking babies.
And just to
They need
address
babysitter.
just to address something Ellen said, yeah, new shiny toys do make me happy, but the old and crusty broken toys can still make me happy as well. Mwah. As a joke, she's just like mouth agape going, oh.
Look at it that way. It's like the Genesis. You can always put add-on on.
Critic says,
She's
"Go
not
to
old and
Gulag,
well,
go
she-
directly to Gulag. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200 rubles.
And of course, that's a joke. She's a little on the older side. We both are. We're not old. And she's not crusty.
Oh. Like I said, it's like the Genesis. You can always put add-on on.
She's a toy I've had for a while that still sparkles and shiny as the day I got it.
I think you're gonna be in the doghouse later on.
$5,000, and you can
Just a
Yeah.
lesbian with toys, functional like new shiny toys.
get. Anyway.
I think you're gonna be in the doghouse later on.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get a little.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
She's gonna parade me down the main street in Toronto naked with a bell. Shame, shame. So yeah, the world is a weird and fucked up place.
Everything is going good. I mean, you have to make the best of it.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking grand scale of things, we still live in the easiest, most, we have the highest rates of survival, amazing innovations in healthcare, quality of life, quantity of life. In fact, we were talking about that new show Dracula earlier. There's a one scene where, he through some event was away from the world for 123 years, and he comes back into modern Britain, and he comes into this woman's home who, is a lower middle class kind of homeowner. They or lives in a home, smaller house, that which today we would look around and be like, oh, they live a relatively modest life, and they're not extravagant or anything. But Dracula's like, oh my God, I've met the kings and princes and all these royal members of society who lived in castles and everything, and would step foot in your home and not want to leave from all the luxury and room you have. And, it stands true that we do, even the lowest of us in the West, have a certain level of luxury that we maintain because we've advanced. As far as violent crimes go in the West, yes, parts of California are burning, quite literally and figuratively. We have Florida man stories all the time, and yes, we have rampant gang violence in Chicago, but it's still safer than it's ever been.
I heard somewhere that the
Shut up, Jack.
Toronto has a higher rate of violence than New York.
Per capita,
so
yeah.
does London.
Per capita, yeah. And say what you want about New York, the mayors in the last couple of decades have done wonders to gentrify it and combat their violence problems. They've done a lot of good to combat it, even though there are some laws that take it to the extreme, like you can't buy a soda over 18 ounces or whatever. That's the shit that we don't agree with. That's the shit that most people look at and go, that's
violence in any way anyway.
Well, I'm just saying, it's a law that they enacted. It doesn't solve any issues other than it's a nanny state legislation.
It's maybe that it's either that New York is doing better or Toronto is doing worse.
Toronto's definitely doing worse.
Anyway. Well, the luxury is a double-edged sword, though, because you lose as a human a survival instinct.
For a lot of people, yeah. And that wisdom that comes from living off the land or needing to kill an animal to survive, to eat.
Not only that, but simply working
hard, getting your elbows dirty.
Exactly. So it's a double-edged sword. Yeah, I said it correctly. Yeah.
Oh yeah, how it's spelled, yeah.
Sword.
Sword. There you
go. I mean, well, you're French, you can be forgiven.
Yeah, it's okay. Whatever.
Can he though?
I always.
I mean, normally I wouldn't forgive the French for most things, but one time deal.
You're right about that.
I will give our French descended countrymen that they are definitely better than the Parisians.
Well, we are the OG.
Socially.
Here. We are the French original pirate. Without us, Andrew Jackson would not have throw the fucking English overboard. It's good. It's all good.
It's a trap!
Anyway, yeah. What's happening in Scotland or in Australia? Where you're from, buddy?
Scotland.
Scotland? Yeah. What's happening there?
It sucks.
The
party at the head of the Scottish Parliament.
Oh, okay.
It's over to the EU.
Yeah,
which is fucking pointless.
They got their own separatist bullshit to deal with.
I don't understand that. I can understand wanting to separate and be an independent country, but I don't understand wanting to surrender straight away.
Yeah.
It's funny because people don't.
What's the point?
It's funny because in Scotland is the same basically as Quebec. You're like nationalist socialists, but don't call yourself Nazis.
Yeah, basically that's what they are. Well, although the SNP, the Scottish National Party, will tell you, oh, we're international, we're not nationalists.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, the party
Yeah.
itself was actually founded by a Nazi sympathizer.
Yeah, I was just about to say the SNP has some pretty shoddy roots, but yeah, I'm not too up to date on them. I glean what I can through BBC and content creators online, but
And they used to be known as the Tartan Tories until it became left wing, and yeah.
because I mean,
Okay.
say what you will about the sordid past between Scotland and the UK as a whole, the Brits. But in recent years, it's been a beneficial give and take for both countries to remain the United Kingdom. Basically, it's been beneficial. You guys have made strives to be together, whereas the EU has been almost completely take from the United Kingdom.
You need more people like the fucking guy in Italy. That guy is a madman. I love him.
Yeah, we're winding down. Anything else you guys want to talk about?
Well, I can understand why people are fed up, but like, I don't know, it's just. I'm just fed up with the entire thing at this point.
Yeah, it does wear on you as a person, especially when it directly affects you, and you're just a guy just trying to do your best to survive in life, and there's these bigger issues. You're just like, these issues are so stupid. Why like? I understand that completely. A lot of these issues they wear on me too.
Like, honestly, I would accept another referendum if it just means it put to fucking bed.
Well, the problem is now we're getting to see the consequence of our past action. That's the problem, because it was all talk before it came reality, and now it's bleeding over real life. So
Yeah,
you're
because of the
seeing it in real life.
Because of the hyperconnectivity we have, these messages, these bad ideas can reach a lot of people, and people just get suckered into them like, Bernie Sanders. I don't think Bernie Sanders would have even gotten a fucking foothold if it wasn't for something like the internet. The same can be true about somebody like Trump, although I think he still could have become president without the internet hyperconnectivity. But yeah, it is a double-edged sword.
Trump would not have been like, maybe not the internet, but certainly not with like TV at least. Like, if the internet hadn't existed, still did.
Yeah, that's one of the things, because he had a pop culture presence already. He had a TV presence already. That's why I think he would have been able to do it. But someone like a Bernie Sanders, who's just like basically a fucking commie, that would never have taken hold pre-internet days or hyper access to the internet.
Well, yeah, but he still got it. Well, his boat is down for. He lost. He sold himself to Hillary, and all the progressives see him as a traitor now.
The people that he not too long ago was, he was an independent. He was not part of the DNC. He hated the DNC just as much as he hated the Republicans. But now he's all DNC this, DNC, talking point that. And then his compatriots, who are also running for the top spot in the DNC, the nomination, are now ascribing to his talking points. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
People just want their free Gibbs, right, Caligula? We talk about that
Yes.
all the time. People just want their Gibbs.
I
I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. If people were to donate to my Streamlabs or to Jen's Streamlabs, we're not going to look the gift horse in the mouth. But we're not actively going out there and saying, give us your money because we exist. Because we
Heck,
deserve
I
your
spent
money.
all of my last stream like encouraging people not to donate to me, but to donate to Bloodwing, because I was just like, I am selfish. I don't want to go a whole year without Bloodwing.
And not to mention, it's very different from communism, from redistributions in wealth, in that we're putting out people like us, people like Bloodwing, other streamers, we put out a product, and
Well,
the
you're not putting out a
donation,
gun at people.
the donation is more of a, if you appreciate what we do and you want to support us financially, do it. We're not like, communists and pointing a gun at your head and saying, no, you have to pay your taxes, and which is 100% of your income, and redistribute it how we see fit.
It's a voluntary transaction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
It's up to you, the viewer.
It's
to
one of the
see.
reasons why, like, I'll pull you guys in off, off of watching the stream whenever I get a chance to. Like, Scotty, it's just like, because I don't always know when you stream, like, because I know you don't do it all the time, but you've gotten back into it. I bring you guys on specifically because, like, I know sometimes I'm gonna miss those, but like, if I bring you on, at least people get a chance to, like, I mean, most of the people who follow me right now follow you anyway. We all know that, but
Yeah.
it's still a reminder that you're a member of the community too. It's a reminder that, hey, when he's on, hey, at least stop by and say hi and give him a like and watch him for a little bit. And
That's
I do the
just
same thing.
mean. You're so mean.
me?
No, Elwin.
What?
In response to my bad joke, she says add Genti Maxi, or I can change the Netflix password when she goes for surgery on Monday.
Look what I said.
Oh, that took you a while. Oh my gosh. That's
Well,
been
when I'm talking, I'm not. I'm sorry. I just
See,
sometimes
functional,
chat
you should
things.
now change the net. Functional, you should now change the Netflix password so she can.
So she can't
She
change it.
also-
Yeah.
1 hour later in the maritime, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, you
no,
didn't
I
even
am.
catch on to what I said. I mean, I wrote about, like, making a small pillow in the shape of a rotten tomato so she could just throw it at you randomly.
Oh, she's got her wee bears she can throw at me. Those things could do some damage. Oh man.
Wee bears.
It's not necessarily meant to do damage. It's supposed to be sarcasm.
No,
like,
fun
hey.
damage. Fun damage. They're plushies.
But yeah, no. It's
Sorry,
just,
I didn't mean. I just read that and I was like, oh my god, she knows how to. From hell's heart, I stab at thee. Get me right there. I watch a lot of Netflix.
I got a side quest, if you will. I bought some bretzel with like fucking white chocolate on it and some candy cane. It's amazing. You should try it out. It's probably in sales now because fucking Christmas is over. Half the price, all the taste. There you go. You should try this out. Fucking bretzel with white chocolate and a little candy cane on top.
Don't tempt me because I said to myself that I wouldn't eat much chocolate after Christmas. After my Christmas chocolate was finished.
Just buy it and eat it 6 months later. It's
Luck-
still gonna be good.
Luckily, I don't have the beatus.
Even if it's like passed out, you wouldn't realize it. It's white chocolate. It's gonna be more white.
I do
So-
like white chocolate, even though I'm allergic.
I think that's one of those things that I have to declare that Monkey is wrong about when it comes to chocolate and mint. I mean, obviously, some chocolate is better with mint than other chocolates, but mint and chocolate does go well together. And it's an opening for a blending for other flavors too, because there's still room
But
there.
just imagine, you got the white chocolate flavor, you got the mint flavor, and you got the bretzel flavor on top of it. So it's like salty, it's like minty, and it's like sugary.
Yeah.
Crazy mix. Extreme, radical, tubular.
I mean, I think everyone should be wrong on one topic. It's just in terms of the mint chocolate. I understand some people don't necessarily get the mix, and I understand that Mickey doesn't.
We would be honored if you would join
But
us.
he makes his tea in a microwave, so I'm gonna judge him on it. So
Yeah, buy a kettle, Monkey. Surely you make enough money from donations to buy a kettle.
it doesn't even have to be electric, man. I mean, well, mind you, that requires the kitchen. So I mean, maybe he should go with electric. But like,
Yeah, if he falls down the stairs often enough,
But I mean, like the thing is, like with electric kettle, he could make his ramen with that too. So multi-purpose that he doesn't need the microwave for.
Oh,
It's not like he heats up those hot dogs he eats.
I don't know if you talk about that, but the Home Alone to removal of Trump, was it really for ads? Who is in it? Who says that it's really for ads that they remove like the 30 seconds that Trump is in the
No,
movie?
it was it was a non-controversy. It's something that they just did because that's what they do with TV shows that are cut for time. It stands to reason because it has been done before he was even president, but because the scene itself was just it's a throwaway scene. It didn't really matter.
Okay.
I can understand people would think it was like because of Trump though.
I mean, we live in Canada, and and fucking the CBC, it's like the Pravda or something. So I'm not trusting anything coming out of their mouth. Uh, anyway,
Yeah, and they're pretty much owned by the liberals, so
You know, they're just like our BBC, aren't they?
pretty much. Like they already get tax dollars as it is, but they buy them off all the time. I just I'm so over it now. It's been years, so just,
Oh, had a bit of a nose fit.
oh,
I
did
hadn't
you?
watched TV in years anyway, so
Yeah,
You know
good
what?
on you.
I'm kind of the same. Like I have a TV, but I haven't had cable in years.
I'll watch shows that are made for TV by downloading them because they interest me, but the biggest failings of the corporate TV world is that they force you to pay for shit you don't want. Even in today's age, where yes, they will tell you can pick and choose the channels you want and all that bullshit. It's like, well, can you though? Because you have to get certain blocks of channels and this and that. You can't pick and choose exactly every last thing you want. And the fact that streamers are going this direction is really what the big problem is about streaming services. Not that there's too many of them, in that yeah, your Netflixes, your Disney Pluses, your Amazons, your Hulus, they're gonna compete because they're gonna be big names. They're gonna compete, but if there's too much, we'll pay this much, and then you can pick and choose and get up to that, $100 a month that you're gonna be paying for cable anyway. People are gonna stop getting those extra things. They'll stick with the one or two that they already have, if they have them at all.
well, the big problem with Netflix on like YouTube or something like that, it's not grassroots, so it's company making TV shows instead of the people. So yeah.
well, yeah, that's what YouTube was originally about, and then they
Well, before the surgence of services, specifically, Netflix, and then by association, the other services that have made it big, like your Hulus, Amazons, etc. There was a severe down spike in pirating, online pirating of film and TV. With the super saturation on the horizon of these services, the Disney Pluses, etc., pirating has been spiking again, and it's a demonstrable correlation between the fact that you're just, there's too much out there. There's a certain breaking point for the consumer where we say, this is just too much. We don't want this. There's just too much out there. We don't want to pay for it all. One of the biggest reasons we left cable was we didn't want to pay $100 a month for 90% of that shit we're never going to watch. Even someone like me, who's a heavy consumer, I still don't watch 90% of the shit there.
And I mean, most of the cable now, like even if you have satellite cable, like my parents have satellite cable, like even going from show to show, they're all the same. It's all the same actors. It's all the same, like the same storylines. Like, you know, most of the shows that they push, they're crap.
Yeah.
They're just crap.
And
So
it's
that, I
all
mean,
more of the same and just.
and it's not worth
It
not worth
takes.
the time sitting through the ads for it. It's not worth the time going through the ads
Oh
for it.
yes, the advertising in North America, Canada, and the United States is retarded. They have commercial breaks after commercial breaks after commercial breaks. I know that in the UK, you have the first half of a show, you have like a 5-minute commercial intermission, lots of commercials, whatever, and then the last half of the show. That's
with the exception of the BBC, because the BBC is publicly funded.
yeah, exactly. That's check that, put that on the side of a win for hyper-regulation, but it's still
lose because you're forced to pay, because you're forced to pay for it.
yeah. You're not given the choice. There's lots of loses on that aspect of things. I'm just saying it is kind of one of the benefits of some regulatory overreach. Not the greatest situation as a whole.
The other thing too, with the ads, and it does come back to it, is on the cable too. It's one of those things where they always turn up the sound on the ads. They always start blaring the sound on the ads. So like you might have your sound set fine for whatever it is that you're watching, because some movies are louder than others, you know. And all of a sudden the commercials come on, and they're just like twice as loud as whatever it is that you're watching, and you're just like, okay, you think that I can't notice that?
Yeah.
I mean, at least with like Netflix and stuff, they don't have ads. With cable TV and things, you pay for it and you still get ads.
Yeah. The thing with and of course, you know, streaming platforms, video platforms like YouTube that aren't produced shows are also taking a huge chunk out of the TV market. But what was I going to say about the actual product that they are offering? Something like a Netflix has sort of broken the mold, and you know, it takes quite an HBO too. It takes quite a bit of something special to make a show a standout success, like your Witchers, like your Mandalorians, like your Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is Games of Thrones. In that when you have things like HBO, Netflix taking a chance on breaking the mold, getting away from that formula of the same shit time and again, your sitcoms, your talk shows, corporate media, news media, it wears on you. And when you take a chance, yes, there have been a lot of Netflix original flops, but there have been a lot of Netflix original success stories because they're taking a chance on being that next big thing, and that next, even when they do something that they take a chance on, like Bird Box, but isn't well received entirely, they still get good media attention. They're still getting a lot of media attention by, you know, your streamers, your video makers, your mainstream corporate medias, your independent medias. People talk about that shit.
Well, again, the main problem that I have is unlike like something like YouTube, it's not the grassroots thing. It's not somebody like making an animation and putting it out there.
Yeah.
By himself. So that's what I see. And YouTube tries to compete with Netflix, and it's gonna get rid of all the outliers.
Yeah,
which completely destroys what YouTube was founded in the first.
Yeah, and that's the weirdest thing, is that they're cutting off their nose to spite their face by kowtowing to mainstream media, news media, like all these big corporations. Why? These are your main competitors. You shouldn't be kowtowing to them. You should be supporting your content creators, large and small. You guys should be on the side of your PewDiePies, your I don't know who the biggest YouTubers are, but all the way down all the way
I
down
think
through the middling
Adult
guys to
Swim
the
was
smaller
a
guys.
big one.
Adult Swim, sure.
You know, I mean, you can have like completely original content. I mean, PewDiePie is playing video games, so it's debatable if it's original or not. But
Yeah.
something like Adult Swim or other channel, I used to watch all the fucking cartoon on YouTube. They were out there. There was like one about wannabe Captain Kirk going into space Vegas, and it was awesome. And yeah, um, you got all those shows that are completely animated, made by a bunch of assholes that have way too much time to spend, and they get a return of investment. But
Wow.
it's not outside of the it's a little bit outside of the norm, so they're gonna ban it anyway.
You know
It's
what,
not
Cryptic?
consumer for.
I addressed this earlier in the stream. That, sir, is bigoted. We identify as snow butts.
Yeah, but he's a
Frostbutts.
Canadian. You know, he's a Canadian, so you have to forgive him.
Don't forgive him. He's a strange person.
He is a strange person, but we like you anyway. We like you, Jar. You weirdo.
And yes, hello.
And yes, hello, Cryptic.
Hello, Cryptic. How you doing?
Oh, breaking news. Trump is threatening. I don't have the full story in front of me, but is threatening 52 sites in Iran. I don't know if that's hyperbolic or anything. Seems like it might be, but you know, in what they consider a threat. But he might be saying, you know, if this type of shit continues, if you guys don't smarten up and stop attacking America and its interests, then yeah, we are gonna start fucking taking you to task. Which, okay, maybe that's getting a little dicey, but what do you expect from the guy who talks a big game and will show restraint, but when the chips are down, he will throw down?
Well, I don't know. I'm seriously not one to for Trump to get engaged too much.
Yeah, no, I don't want any military interventions of any kind, but sometimes it's a necessary evil.
Well, we said that in Vietnam too.
Yeah, no, and it was complete, and Iraq as well, and it's completely wrong. We were completely, the people who we put trust in, public trust in, were completely wrong.
Sorry, that Supergirl clip that just like passed by the screen, and I'm just sitting here like, do you know how much work she just created for other people?
Yeah, I'm just going through random gifs. And
No, it's
pictures
fine.
and
It's
stuff
fine. It
for
was just
lack
it
of
just
anything
took a
better
minute
to
for
put on
that
the
to
screen.
sit in my mind, and I was just like, that's the thing I picked out of that whole thing.
You know, it's not real, Jen. It's not real.
Oh, I know it's not
It's
real.
make believe. Oh boy, what a day! What a day! Hope everybody's having a good start, more or less start to their weekend. Oh, this one that I just brought up was is an incredible clip. I've maintained that the triple X versions of the X-Men franchise films are more canonically accurate than their silver screen counterparts, their Hollywood counterparts. And one really fun gif of Magneto pulls down the zipper of Psylocke. Sorry, it's funny.
No, you're fine.
They the movies, yeah. Even though they, you know, they're the end of the end point of the films is to show sex between the various characters, but at least their costumes and everything is and their stories, their backstories, how they act is more in tune with the comic book characters than what we see in, you know, the Sony movies and some of the Marvel movies.
What, there's a porno out there with superhero that like more like the comic book?
Oh yeah, the X-Men series of adult films are way more accurate to the comic books than the films have been. Oh my
Oh,
god, it's
no.
hilarious. Like when
It's not my kind of porn.
when Spider-Man and Mary Jane have that kiss in the rain. There's a porn parody where he comes back down upside down with his dick hanging out, and the scene progresses from there. It's funny.
It's like watching the fucking porn for the story. It's weird.
Yeah, and like I think there was one with the X-Men where Wolverine and Jean Grey get busy, or like in that one where Psylocke goes to confront Magneto, and Magneto's just like, I can do anything I want to you. Get the fuck you better be careful who you fuck with. And she's like, well, what if I do want to fuck you, kind of thing, and they go to town,
Oh boy. Remind me of that one.
So the Christian Science Monitor tells me I'm a good wholesome guy.
You're out of the line,
Yeah,
bro.
right.
Hashtag this channel is not safe for children. Do not watch if you're a child below the age of I don't know what sex is.
No, not
Give me a second, my brother's
January.
talking.
No, not January. Remind me of that
it's
fucking
not
one
just
ET
feeling.
porn. Remember that ET porn where the costume was?
ET porn.
Yeah.
Oh, was it
That
ET
costume-
Bone Home or something? ET Bone.
Fucking extraterrestrial pussy, dude. Disgusting.
I'll draw the line at Earth Girls Are Easy. That was a good
Actually,
one.
there was a Brexit porn.
Oh, really?
There's porn for everything. Come on. There was the
Yeah,
whole,
Rule 34,
there was,
wasn't it?
Yeah, Rule 34. There was the big thing with what's that crazy American woman? I can see Russia from my backyard.
Sarah Palin.
Sarah Palin. That was big news for a while.
She's okay. I like Sarah Palin.
I bet you do.
Well, yeah. The problem that she run with John McCain, that's a real problem.
Yeah, yeah.
I
And
know.
her sound bites weren't really well thought out. She's a mom from God, I'm drawing Alaska. She's not really an intellectual person. She's not a
It's okay. Back to the basic.
yeah. I mean, again,
I bet she can cook better sandwiches than most of
Caligula,
the women in
like
their
we were talking
generation.
about, there's that lack of representation. Yes, you do want people who maybe have better ideas than the average bearer, but you also want them to be representative of your population. And if somebody who's just a good old-fashioned house mom, but has good ideas, all the more power to you.
Exactly. She can shoot a deer. I don't care. Vote for her.
Yeah.
I love it. Sarah Palin
Boobs.
for presidency. She should replace Mike Pence as the
Oh,
vice
God.
president.
Oh my God! And you guys called cryptic crazy.
Hey, I'm not getting involved.
Crazy.
You see what we have to deal with these French people?
Cryptic is okay. I
Well, that's
bet
why you
he's
don't let
just an
French people in your
American.
country.
I was awoken by politics by fucking Alex Jones, okay? Alex Jones is the shit.
The turn of the frog's gay.
Everything that he said turned out to be true. It's fucking hilarious. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, the gay frogs thing was actually true, yeah.
Yeah,
The
yeah. I
gay
mean,
frogs.
most of his stuff is just theater. It's hyperbolic. He's doing an act, but still
yeah,
the meat
that's
and
what-
potatoes of some of the conspiracy, quote unquote, that he talks about has roots in fact.
Well, you have to distinguish the Christian hyperbole that he does
Yep.
compared to the real shit that he does. and those two tend to blend in. Like once she say that Hillary smelled like sulfur and she's a demon, obviously it's hyperbole.
Sorry about
I wouldn't
that.
be surprised if Hillary was a demon.
Oh,
But you know,
she's
he's just selling a product like anybody else. Like a Coca-Cola, are they going to sell try to market original Coke to people who are trying to diet or diabetics or whatever? No, that's why they made a new product for them. And you know, just like with Alex Jones, he's selling that product to people who might be a little bit more susceptible or believing in you know, actual conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
People just think the reactions are funny.
Yeah.
Well, there's definitely something going shitty with the Bilderberg group. He was the first one to point that out.
Yeah.
And a shit ton of stuff. I mean, even Nixon said that Bohemian Grove is the faggiest place that he's ever been to. So, anyway. I love Americans. I'm an America boo. I know more about America than Canada. Sorry.
That's sad.
Well, you're from Quebec. You're not supposed to like Canada.
Yeah, that's true.
They're the
Fuck
ones
Canada.
who want to leave Canada.
But yeah, I don't know why there's a general despise for America that I don't get in Canada. We should try to be more like them. Not more like.
I think we can appropriate some of their culture and improve on ours. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, over my dead hands. Yeah. No more Gibbs. I'm just rambling at this point.
Yeah,
I think we all are.
We're just shooting the shit.
I believe in the First Amendment and boobs.
Those are some pretty good things to believe in.
You never saw that clip. That guy was awesome, like a baseball player. He said to the news reporter, "I love the First Amendment and boobs." Did you say booze? No, I said boobs.
Well, boobs and booze, both are pretty nice.
Yeah.
Especially together.
I never had like I don't know, Budweiser lactating titties. I cannot I cannot picture the blend of the both in my mind, you know. Anyway. Animal hormone growth are good for something. Boobs.
I think I'm gonna have to. I had a bloodwing earlier. I think I'm gonna have to do a monkey.
Impossible Burger makes guy having
Sitting here
tits.
too
Stop
long.
eating that shit.
No worries.
Yeah, let me just go grab take my medicines.
Yeah, you fucking people on drugs. Yeah, you take your medicine.
Well, he's on he has it for medical reasons, so.
Yeah. I can still say he's on drugs. So
and he'll be
what's
like,
up
"You're
with
not
you?"
wrong."
Yeah, what's up with you, Jan?
Not too much. Just been like running around lately, in and out of a cold. Parents in and out of Calgary. Doing a bunch of streams. Like we're still doing pretty much the streams every like three times a week.
Yeah, the Wednesday thing. How that's going?
So that took a little bit of a break. So they took a break for the holidays. They're gonna start again on the 6th. So hopefully, I'll be doing that one. I don't know what they're gonna be talking about, but the guys I'm with are from a different group now.
Okay.
So the problem with the main Wexit group leader is the guy is not intelligent. Like he's kind of split everybody up. And he's not one to talk to about what is it that he actually wants. What are his actual goals? You know. It's just a repeat of like, oh well, we're gonna leave, and then we're going to apply to the UN for the right for waterways, and he just says stupid stuff like that, and it's just like it's not productive in the least. Um, so these guys talk more about the policies and things that they'd like to see changed, and what it is that they want to see as an outcome, and things like that. So I'm following more along with what they're doing, just because even if I don't agree with everything that they're saying, at least there's relevant points that could be addressed. But honestly, I think a lot of them are petering off. Um, just because like right now we're really kind of focusing on who our leaders are right now.
Yeah.
Because we're pure frustration is a lot of what's going on. Especially, now that the holidays are over, like, people were distracted for a little bit with those. But it's going to be really hard over the next couple months because like we're all out of work. That kind of lingers.
Yeah, that's take a toll on you.
And when you're sitting there with nothing better to do when you could just be doing work, that's
Yeah.
even worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is annoying.
So, like that's not a situation that they want to keep building up, and I've said before, it's gonna get worse this year. Like the first year after elections are always bad. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad, but for right now, like they're definitely bad, especially with Trudeau being in again. Like they're it's gonna be pretty bad. So
I can't believe it. How the fuck does he do it? I didn't give.
But
Yeah.
to what you were saying earlier, Caligula, like it's oxy, so it's potentially dangerous. I don't do well with painkillers of any kind, but this is what I have right now. But I wanted to like. I'm always wary about taking them because of the side effects, because of how potentially addictive it can be, and the fact that we're in the midst of an opioid crisis. So it really gets to me when I heard people like the Bernie Sanderses of the world. Yes, I'm not saying there wasn't shady doings between the Sackler family who developed Oxy, synthetic heroin, and who profited off of it, still do, and who also tried to obfuscate some of the findings as far as the addictive properties, doctors overprescribing, etc., etc. Because at the end of the day, who am I?
Who are you? That's the only
Who am I?
Consumer, basically.
No. On the most fundamental level, who am I? I'm functional. I'm my own person. This bottle here, it's not jumping up into the air and diving down my throat. It's a conscious choice that I am making to take something like that. And yes, part of I'm giving credit where credit's due in that, yes, part of it is the education and the understanding I know of how powerful a product is. There is shady dealings that do go on with the pharmaceutical industry in the United States.
Yeah, because some people are told like this will help them feel bad, and they get addicted to it.
And it'll
don't they?
be fine, and but then there's also a failing of, well, is the recommended dose properly recommended? Is it being taken responsibly? And then, even then, when they say, for painkillers, take up to 4 a day, they're not saying take 4 a day. Hell, and the idiot who says, oh, well, it's just not working enough, I'm going to start taking 8 a day. Well, that's how the addiction starts, because your body starts getting used to it. You take more and more and more until you get hooked. Because it says you can safely take up to 4 a day doesn't mean take 4 a day. I will spread out 1 to 2 over the course of a week, because I understand how.
It's a smaller problem that, let's say, when you mix prescription with psychology and psychiatry.
Yeah.
That's the field that there's the most bullshit going on. I mean, I understand when somebody has schizophrenia or something like that. You want to hammer them down, right? But when somebody like I don't know, bipolar disorder and all that, flimsy issue that can only like be a situational.
Yeah, and maybe there could be a little bit more intervention on the physician's part or something like that. But again, if we're talking broadly, that's like the exception, not the rule. We should not be tailoring society to the exception. We should be
Exactly.
tailoring it to the norm, and then make certain concessions where we can, and go the extra mile where we can when people are vulnerable. And like I said, most of what is causing the opioid crisis is the shady practices. But again, at the end of the day, there is a certain amount of personal accountability that just people completely like your people like your Bernie Sanderses are just completely throwing out the window and saying, no, it's completely inappropriate and blah blah blah. You know how much these drugs have changed people's lives to be able to cope with their conditions or to lead semi-normal lives because they can manage their pain through these drugs. Like, they've done some good. So no,
Yeah.
let's not cut our nose off to spite our face with this.
Like I said, there's a difference between physiological, body issues like actual pain and
Psychological.
one.
Yeah.
And
And no, Jen, I like to equate that with Elwyn's ability to cook. That was Homer didn't light it on fire. He simply could not cook, and he literally pours cereal and milk in the bowl, and it caught fire. So, sort of
Yeah,
like
that's
what
what
Elwyn,
cookie is.
sort of like what Elwyn does when she cooks. She could make, put the ramen into a bowl, pour some hot water, and the bowl will catch fire. Just some people just can't cook. What can you say? No fault of their own.
That would not happen if it was Sarah Palin.
Yeah. I have no interest in being in a relationship with Sarah Palin.
She's fuckable. Come on, she's a good-looking MILF.
Yeah, but she has that total dominatrix vibe behind that face, though. You know it.
I don't think so. I'll make
Failures
her
will
bend.
not
see
affect.
No, that's
I'll
not.
make her bend
She
to my
is not. She is not fuckable. Maybe 20 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's like I've seen the porn version, and that's the one I remember the most.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also been a hell of a long time since like she was last in the media too. So I mean, Lord knows.
Yeah. Like my woman that can kill a deer and cook the fucking stew afterward. Anyway, Jen, how's your boobs doing?
My boobs are fantastic. Thank you very much.
Bit of a random question.
How are yours, Caligula?
Mine's are not there yet.
I used to be
cancer free? Are you maintaining?
Let me touch myself. There's
You've been doing your screenings, your at-home screenings?
no lump in it. Yeah. I'm fine, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, no, my boobs are fine. The first year that I knew Caligula, he referred to me as Miss Boobies because of this prank that I played on a Discord. I believe I changed my avatar picture to a close-up shot of me in a tank top. Deliberately. Deliberately, it was meant to bring attention back to a Discord that we had all just joined, and everyone was talking, and then everyone.
You know
like, 2
what?
minutes
Maybe
later
that's
fucked
something we
off.
can do, Elwyn. From now on, I'm going to change the goal of the stream. And for everyone that donates to me, it'll go into the Get Elwyn Massive Boobs Fund, even though she's got a killer rack as is. Women, what are you going to do?
Don't do it.
And
don't do it.
we'll take multitudes of photos with her in low-cut tops after the surgery. So there's some incentive for our more hot-blooded audience to donate.
Only one woman has ever said.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
My entire life.
Just ask Jen to put hers on the fucking screen, triple the view count. Yeah.
Respect.
Then again, in my
Put
entire
the
life.
cat in the corner that like play with the balls or something. You quadruple your views. Yeah. I'm fucking awesome.
Yeah, I've only ever been sent tip pics once.
Elowen, you're fine. You're fine.
As Wesley
My
once
entire time on the internet once.
Wesley
Functional
once said,
Oxio woman.
there are far too few perfect breasts in this world. It'd be a shame to harm those.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
like literally, it was just a psychological test. It was one of those things where I was like, "Listen, women can absolutely be sexist. Watch, I'm going to be sexist right now." And so I changed my avatar, and I legit did post a picture of me too, like in the Discord. I was like, "I bet you everyone who just fucked off will be back within like less than a minute." And like, sure enough, like, what are the titties for? Like, what are the tatas for? What's this about? And I was like, "Oh, I was just proving that women could be sexist too."
Oh yeah, I've heard women talk about when men. It's just they're just
Fucking
as bad, if not worse, than
sexist.
men
Just be sexist.
when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Yeah, Scum and Villainy doesn't really know gender lines or racial lines or whatever. Like,
Like it's one of those things where like women are very well aware of the fact that we can be manipulative, and it was just one of those things like I don't know, I would never do that in public. I would never do what I did in
yeah,
that
I mean,
Discord in
it's
public. But
it's all
Well,
part of
why
the
not?
dichotomy of us as a species, in that women have that sexual power, know it, and the majority use it responsibly, just like men, for a majority, have that physical power and don't exercise that as a rule, as the majority, over women. Like, it's just part of being a
should.
decent human being.
We should though.
Whoa, mass.
it's
Shut
even
up, Wesley.
it's
Shut up,
actually
Wesley.
even,
Shut up,
it's
Wesley.
even, it's even
Massive
with
disavow. I was alluding to rape, and Caligula is not a part of this channel. He is simply a guest. The views of said individual that seem pro-rapey are not that of the host.
Whoa. You were the one mentioning rape. I just said use the force loop.
Okay. Moving on.
But yeah, even with gay men, it's still a thing with gay men. Like this is a thing. Like I have this special corner of my brain for people who are in both relationships and who are gay, and it's called I'm not interested anymore. And it's an automatic thing that I've just trained into my brain to do. And it's one of those times where I was on a break with one of my gay coworkers, and he was my friend because he was great. He was very sarcastic, and he liked certain animes that I liked, and we would just sit there and talk about like what we liked about work, or like what was going on with anime or whatever. And this guy came up, and like this store was really close to a bar, and this guy comes up like completely hammered and just starts hitting on me. And like he wasn't aggressive, he wasn't doing anything wrong, but like at the same time I was like, well, this guy's super drunk and I have to go back to work in like a short period of time, so I can't let him babble to me. And so like it's just the way that like he just kind of like walked up a little bit closer to just make it seem like he was like with me in a way. And he just kind of stood up a little bit taller and just made himself look a little bit more manly. And like he just, it's just like, even though he was gay, like it's not like he stopped being a man, you know. And that's one of those things, like he had that conversation with me about like what tweaks are. And one of those things, like he would never date one because he was never really interested in a guy who's pretending to be a woman either. Like he's like, I'm legit gay. I'm interested in men.
Well, yeah, if you were gay, why would you want a woman? You know?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
You know, but it was one of those things where like I could really appreciate that difference, because like just the fact that he puffed up his confidence for a few seconds just to like be like, hey guy, you kind of have to back off a little bit, you know, like we're just on a break here, we have to go back to work. And you know, that little bit changed the attitude of the drunk guy right away. You know, and it's one of those things, I couldn't have really done that if I'd been by myself. Like I would have been stuck there with this babbling guy trying to like go back into the store, with every excuse in the book for why I have to go back to work, and then, you know, having to explain to my boss that like, sorry, there's this drunk guy that wouldn't leave me alone. You know, and it's not that like he's being sexist because he's drunk. He's just drunk. Like that guy comes in all the time, so like afterwards he apologized to me like the next week, and I was just like, it's fine, you're drunk, you know. I don't know what I look like when you got the beer drug goggles on, but like I mean my shirt was covered in like in shit because I'd been like shoving poles into chickens like half an hour earlier. So like Like even if you wear shit for it, like
phrasing.
So there you go. Jen is just proving my point.
Chicken fucker.
What? It's Thanksgiving. Bring out the midgets.
what can I say? It was a rotisserie chicken oven. That's what you do. You shove a metal pole up its ass, and so like I have a sense of humor from that too, right? Like I've always had a sense of humor, but doing it like every time I would do it, I'd be in the room giggling. I'd be like, man, this is so nutty. My coworkers thought it was funny as hell. Like the ladies are just like, she's enjoying herself. I'm like, I'm not.
Yeah, it's a nice way to end your days. That isn't having like.
But like.
You know,
It was also like the best task because it got you away from everything. Like it was at least a good 20 to 30 minutes where you didn't have to deal with customers, and like not a lot of the women wanted to do it because like it is dirty. Like you do feel gross afterwards. Like I would definitely go to the sink at least 3 times to wash myself because like, chicken especially.
Yeah.
Chicken especially I find is the worst one because like when it gets on your skin, like it just it just feels
gooey.
gross.
It's gross.
It is gooey. It is gross. But like I don't care. Like I'd rather be able to touch it. Like I have to be able to touch food when I'm cooking. Like I hate the gloves. I hate the metal gloves. Like I get that they're safer and I understand why they have it, but I hated them because it takes so much away from the feel of your
The
skin.
dexterity of the fingertips.
Yes.
I don't like I don't like touching raw meat. I don't know why. I just don't.
I would
Some
still
people
are-
prefer working with chicken than fucking fish because fish smells like unwatched pussy.
I'm used to it being a chef, Scotty. Like I've killed animals, I've slaughtered animals, butchered animals, dealt with live animals before the cooking process, like lobsters and other crustaceans.
I worked on a pig farm, so
Yeah, me too. I just become used to it. But I do agree with Jen that like fowl, birds, turkeys, chickens, it's really slimy and just sort of unnerving to touch that.
Yeah. Like,
It's mostly because the moisture has been seeping out of the meat while it's gone on its process from the farm to your table, to your kitchen.
yeah, as opposed to hanging it right away. Like
Yeah.
if you were to hang it right away, it would probably dry out and it would be a different situation. But we don't do that. We don't do that.
No,
generally
we
speaking.
have to package it, wrap it, and ship it right away because freshness concerns, travel, all that.
Keep it moist.
Excuse me, but when you slaughter a fresh chicken, it's not slimy like that. Well, it is because of the blood, but not because the meat. It's slimy.
Yeah.
I still eat fish more. Those fuckers keep looking at me if I touch
the
them.
smell lingers with fish. It's one of those things where the smell will linger because, like, even if you are
Because
like,
it's oil, it's not water.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm not a
Fucking
big I'm not a big fan of fish. It's one of those things like I said, someday I will find something that I eat that I will probably be okay with. But like for right now, everything just it has a flavor to it that I can't really describe it, but it's just it turns me away entirely, and I can smell it and I can taste it, and maybe it's dirty water, I don't know, but I've been to places where like seafood should have been really good. Like I've been to Naples in Italy. I've been to Toronto. I've been to the Maritimes. It was like for a short period, but it was there long enough that it's not like we didn't have shrimp. I've been on a cruise to the Bahamas, so like how I didn't have seafood on the boat, but it was just every single time. And it's all of it. It's all of it. There's no single thing that doesn't have it. So I think it's to do with the water. Because they live in the same water, even if it's in a different ocean, it's still the same water, like they're still living with other species in that water.
Yeah, fucking sperm whale like ejaculate in that water. Think
Right?
about it.
Like I don't know that it's to that extent, but like for whatever reason, whatever it is that is in that meat is just bleh.
Danger zone!
Same for shrimp, same for like I've tried lobster. I was hoping for like crab, because crab is supposed to be really mellow and it's supposed to be really buttery, and I know you add stuff to add to that flavor too. But I was like, there's no point in something that I have to smother in garlic butter, you know, like.
Yeah.
Like that takes away from
I'll be
it.
right back.
Okay. Although there is this one guy that I followed who taught me about how to make flavored butters and putting them on steaks, and I was like, okay, I could see why that would be good, because he went after it with a blowtorch afterwards, just to add a little bit more of that bubbly cooked butter effect to it. But like he had this like garlic and chive butter, and I was just like, okay, that on a steak, I can understand that one.
Yum
I-
yum.
Oh yes.
Yummy yummy. Have you suppered yet?
Am I suppered yet?
Yeah.
Not right now, no. We probably will though.
I'm hungry.
Yes.
Getting there.
I actually haven't. I've been bad the last couple days because it's. I'll do this. I'll go through these rounds where because Christmas I had like maybe 3 days where I ate bad. Like I had probably a little bit more food than I needed. And then like right now it's more like yesterday I didn't eat until not yesterday, the other day.
It's okay if it's going into your ass or the boobs.
No, you don't understand. It's the opposite. I've gone the opposite route. It's just my body's just like, I'm not hungry right now, so I don't eat. And then all of a sudden, I'll get to like the last stream we had. I started at 2, and I think we ended at 5 ish.
Okay.
Probably.
And you know, I ate for like maybe 10 minutes, and then I was good. You know, and I didn't eat very much. It wasn't very much at all. You know, I think I had 6 pierogies and about 5 meatballs, and that's all I'd eaten all day. And then I had an apple afterwards, and that was it.
Good for you.
You know, but I don't do that all the time. It's just I'll go through cycles where my body's just like, oh well, you know. But I also had a really long walk that day too, so I think my body was just like, you know what, let's just give you what you need for right now, and then tomorrow we'll see. And then the next day I did the same thing, and today I haven't eaten yet, so.
Fun fact: the more work you do, the more the body needs.
Right. That's why I was
shit
just.
that happens. You know.
You know, I think it's also because like I'm still in the mindset where like even though I am burning a little bit more calories because I am doing a little bit more walking, like I'm trying to push it because it's been in and out of like nicer days.
Mm-hmm.
And because like I complain about the sidewalks because they are a pain in the dick, but at the same time though it is offering me more exercise too. You know, having to walk slower and be more careful is a different type of exercise.
Yeah, walk like a penguin.
Well, yeah, you know, not falling on your ass is a different type of exercise. Like I actually, I did a pretty good slide down a hill today. It was pretty awesome. I really hate this hill, but it's just a short, but very steep slope, and it's the easiest way to get from my house to the convenience store that I go to, and it's safer than the sidewalks. And I was just like, fine, I'll go to this hill. Most people take it. And it had snowed the day before, so it was like I should be okay. Usually new snow is alright. It's just human paths are great when they first start out, and then after like 4 days, they become crap. Because the snow solidifies and then it freezes and then unfreezes and then freezes. So like by the time you get there, it's like ice patches that are like cliff notes of ice.
See, on the rare occasion when sorry,
Go ahead.
on the rare occasion when it does snow here these days, they grit the they grit the pavements when it snows, which is there was no snow. It's actually safer to have the snow there than just have it gritted.
Yeah, it's actually just the thing. It depends on the type of snow. Like ours is fluffy, but that it'll solidify when you step on it. You know, so you'll get a proper crunch. You know, your foot can cling to it pretty well if you have good, decent boots. Like you don't want something that's so rubbery that you can't feel the ground below your foot. But you want to keep your feet warm. Well, I did a proper snowboard slide down this hill. Like I didn't even mean to do it. I was just like, oh god, I'm gonna die, and then I just had this right slip down it, and I was like, I haven't gone sledding since I was probably maybe 13, 14, just because there was a certain point where it just wasn't worth the effort. For you, when you come to Canada, Scotty, if you ever come to Canada, what you want to do is you want to find people who are cool enough to take you tobogganing to a proper hill, because you want to go to a good size hill, because it's fun.
Get that velocity, yeah.
Yeah, it's really fun. I mean, you don't want to do it
Yeah,
all
I've
the
done it
time.
before.
Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to get a good hill. You got to get the right snow, and you got to get the right thing to go down. Like I remember the last thing I rode down a hill was a GT snow racer, and it was fun, but plastic in winter and something that's supposed to turn. Yeah, it was okay. It just didn't turn very good. Uh,
Because we haven't had a bad winter here in about 10 years at least. So
we've been okay. I just find a lot of people don't do that kind of stuff anymore. Like everyone's so busy all the time. Like you still have like young families that'll take their kids out, but like it's not as frequent as it used to be. And nobody lets their kids go out to do it on their own. That's just nobody does that, and that's sad. Because that's kind of usually what happened back in the day. Back in my day, the kids would just go out and play on the hills all day, and then come home and eat dinner. If you had to do some work, you did some work. You maybe watched a TV show, and then you went to bed. It was great, especially when you had the good proper building snow. Like building forts was so much fun, and going to war with opposing people.
I was be honest. See, snow as a kid was fun because like over here I got a day off school, so I was like, yes. And as an adult, it just became an inconvenience.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in a more urban area, that's when snow becomes really problematic, especially with a lot of cars, a lot of people. It just
Well,
when you're a kid, you don't have those concerns, so it's just like snow's fun. I love snow. I still would love snow if I could go out there and probably not kill myself.
A lot of it also has to do with how it's shoveled. Like it wouldn't be an issue if people were shoveling it so far onto the snow that the cars were legit taking care of it. Because the thing is for that to happen, you have to have a certain type of amount of cars to do that. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Otherwise, you're really supposed to push the snow onto the lawn. Lawns aren't. I'm not a landscaper. It's one of those things. But like back in the day, lawns usually had like a little bit of a dip, so there was kind of a catch. So when the snow melts, it slowly gets caught in the catch. So it doesn't go onto the sidewalk. And a lot of places don't do that anymore. It's one of those things where maybe it's not fashionable. I don't know how that kind of shit works. I don't run that kind of business, but a lot of places don't really have that anymore. So even if you did have the common sense to push the snow onto your sidewalk, it's just going to melt right back onto the sidewalk. And then you've got people who are torn between using like salt or pebbles for their sidewalks, or the people who don't bother with any of them because they don't know that, like, even in Calgary, if you fall walking on someone's sidewalk, it's a lawsuit to them. Not to the city, it's to them, because it's the city will take care of maintaining like cracks and things in the cement, but it's your job to maintain the ice.
yeah, it doesn't even kind of.
Sorry, you cut off.
I'm saying, doesn't that does not even count when someone's trying to go to your house?
Yeah. Well.
Like, yeah, but they're trying to steal from you. If they injure themselves, that's their fault. Real shit laws.
Come on, kick in already.
Superman.
Well, when? Oh, the GIF. Once it kicks in, then I'm gonna be able to like stand up for, make dinner and stuff.
See, the thing is Elwin, part of my beginner diet was pretty much doing something similar to what I'm doing. It's just the thing is the proportions are different. Like when I first started off with this diet, it was just cutting down in the first place, like cutting out sugar, cutting down how many times I ate, keeping track in my, not just in my head, but like, if I had to write it down, I wrote it down. But part of it too is just like I just have no desire to eat the same stuff that my brother is eating because we're kind of stuck to the same things. Um, and it's always like chicken or meatballs or pasta, and I can't do that. I'm the type of person where like if I eat the same thing for too long, I will have like a day or two where all I'll eat all day is like maybe like enough cheese to be like a proportion that I'm allowed to have, and then I'll eat fruit for the rest of the day because I'm just so sick of everything else. And it's not me forcing myself to do it. It's just my body just desires those things. And it's just I'll be like, all I want is fruit, and all I want is cheese, and then I'll stop eating like after a certain point for the cheese, just because it's cheese. You know, I've spent quite a bit of time looking into the nutrition of what it is that I'm eating. It's um I'm planning to get a steam basket for this year. It's one of those things where like I'm planning on just steaming a bunch of like vegetables all the time and like keeping up with that kind of stuff because that's where I fail the most. Just like I can cook vegetables very well. It's just when I'm dealing with my brother, I don't because there's no point.
Hmm. Yeah, I think tonight gonna do some. Let's see, honey garlic glazed pork chops, roasted cauliflower. I don't know what else, but
I might
that's what
I
I'm.
might I
That's what
might
I'm
I might
thinking.
I might do that to you later, functional. I might pick your brains for a fairly decent like Italian dressing that I could make for my brother because he wants to do this thing where I buy him pre-cut vegetables and then I just make him this dressing and then pour it on it for
Oil
him and
and
then he
vinegar.
just oil and vinegar.
50-50 mix. If you want to go a little bit more detailed than that, you can add some seasoning, or get a infused oil, or make your own. So like get a bottle of oil, roast some garlic, shove those garlic cloves in the oil, let it sit for a week, mix that with the vinegar. You can now have a very simple
Yeah.
like roasted garlic Italian dressing. Lots of flavor, but not going to. It'll still be fairly light.
Yeah.
Lots of like that's the key thing about doing things healthier but still satiating people with a more voracious appetite is
Yeah.
lots of flavor. You can replace the salts, the fats, the sugars with just flavors. So spices. Invest in a good array of spices, um,
Yeah.
and doing things like infusing your own oils with different flavors as well.
Yeah, I might have to do that for him because it's one of those things where like that's an easy fix, and I mean that's something I could do too. Like I mean it's not like I'm opposed to like like a good dressing on vegetables is fine.
Hmm.
Um, but like it's something that I can do that's easy enough for him. Like I understand that he's also dealing with a very lazy personality. Like this is something that I understand because I've dealt with that with myself too. Like I said with the diet, like it's been slow, but I've been pretty brutal with it
Right.
for some parts. But at the same time, I'm fair with myself too. Like for Christmas, like if I had a day where I was eating food, like I didn't mind that I was eating food. I might not have eaten as much as I would have like 2 years ago, but I still let myself enjoy the holidays.
Hmm.
Um, because there's no point in fighting what's already around you. There is the point where you just be responsible with how much it is you're consuming, and that's really the point of what it is that I'm trying to do. Is I'm trying to train my brain to not be so lazy, you
Right.
know. And right now, part of it's just I'm more focused on getting out and getting the exercise. Like I'm getting out of the house and walking around the neighborhood. And yeah, it's a pain in the butt because I don't want to fall. I'm at the age where if I fall, then I'm not walking for at least a week. So um,
I'm at the
I just
point
don't
where
want
if I fall, it might be a hospital fucking visit. Jesus Christ.
to, right? Like that's just all there is to it. But at the same time, though, I do want to get that exercise. So I'm not opposed to going down that hill. Like yes, like I do wish I'd recorded that. Like there was a guy who saw me do it too. He was just like, "Holy shit, are you okay?" And I was just like, "I'm fantastic because that worked." And that's just the honest to God truth. But like, you know, like even during the summer, I was probably up to maybe 12K a week for walks. And I mean that's not. I think that's like what three almost 4 miles.
Yeah, it's not bad.
and I mean that's okay. That's basically what I'm trying to do. It's just I'm trying to increase it enough that like, I'm still getting my exercise because I'm not working either, right? Like that was kind of the reason I gained so much weight back was because I'd stopped working and, you go from being on your feet for 10 hours and you might not be doing a lot of big things at work, but it's enough to give you exercise. And then I always walk to and fro for my bus, and
Yeah,
that's
but
actually
Cryptic, not everybody's as thick-headed as you.
Oh, so he did go on his run.
But yeah, you're right. Like, especially in the society we're living these days, where everything is, instant at your door. Everybody's finding a way to monetize doing things for you. You need even walking has become less common for a lot of people, and just going on those walks and everything, those little things add up, and they do.
Well, it's the other thing with like growing up. Like, I mean, I'm always probably going to be a little bit chubby in life, and that's not a bad thing. But like, there's a certain point where like it's healthy and it's not healthy.
Yeah.
So, even when I was in my 20s, like I've always lived far enough away from work that I could walk to work, and because it was a grocery store, well, it just made sense to carry my groceries home. So like I was always getting exercise. I was always walking. I was always like carrying something. So like there was never a point where I wasn't getting exercise. It was just I wasn't taking the time to really focus on what I was eating. So like, when you're in your 20s and you're maybe not a chef, I was just eating the pre-made salads from work.
Yeah. The
And I
convenience,
was,
the ease of it saves
so
you a
I
lot of
mean,
time.
so like the problem there was like I wasn't getting the proper nutrition. So like even though I was consuming food, it wasn't doing anything for my body. So that automatically converts to fat. So that's just education. And I don't blame my parents for that because like a lot of what I ate growing up, I mean, yes, there was lots of starches, but like my mom always made proper meals. So like I can say a goulash on Nucklin, it was homemade food, and yes, it was flour, and yes, it's still beef or pork, but it's still homemade food. It's still, seasons. It's still got tomato sauce and onions and
Well, one of
proper
the good things about starches, just to sort of
yeah.
interject, is that they're not. I mean, they're filling without being, like a sugar or a fat that is more easily turned into fat by your body. That's why
But
I
the
like
other thing
starches.
too, but the other thing too is the proportion. So like, yet again, that's one of those things where like, when people think of pasta and they think of Italy, they think of big, massive bowls of pasta. But like, honestly, I don't see any movies where they're trying to portray Italy correct, where they actually portray that. Like, that, yes, they eat a lot of pasta, but they're more likely to have like smaller portions of more pasta and different
The pasta will
types.
be alongside something else usually.
Yeah, and packed with flavor.
You know,
And you're right, Scotty. It's not just you're just having the pasta dish. You're having like chicken with a pasta dish or some sort of other. It's a full meal, a balanced choice of different things.
whereas our society has turned pasta into the whole meal.
Yeah, and that's bad because too much of
Yeah,
anything bad, even
and
starches.
that's something that I, having problems with, especially with my brother. Like, and I'm not ragging on him. It's one of those things where like he's noticed it with himself too. Like these are conversations I have with him where he's being honest with himself. And it's like he's well aware of the fact that when he eats his pasta, he's eating more than he should be.
Hmm.
He knows. Like he's just like it's really hard for him to stop eating. Like he's actually gotten a little bit better, like because we're pinching pennies right now anyway. Because it's January, and January is always kind of hard when you get money because they give it to you in the middle of December. Uh, but so like he was making a full load of pasta, but he would save the other half for the next day, and I was like, at least that's better. I mean, it's not normal. You're still eating more than what you should. Like that pasta could probably last you 3 days, honestly. Even as a big guy, like that could probably last you 3 days. But
But
the
baby
fact,
steps. Like I mean, as long as he's making those steps, those small steps in stride. His body, his appetite will eventually acclimate to that, and it'll be a net benefit, which is good. I'm glad that
Yeah.
he's recognizing it and taking steps, even though tomorrow he's not going to be perfectly healthy and fine and within weight, but he's making those strives to make positive choices, and it's really speaks volumes to your character that you're there to help him through that.
Hmm.
It's really
Well,
good.
it's the same with the smoking. Like he's gonna have a really hard time with that one because I was sincere when I said that I am planning on quitting. Like, have I completely done that yet? No. I'm mostly just really slowing down on how much it is that I am smoking. So for the most part, most of my smokes are genuinely during the streams. During the day, I probably have maybe 2 smokes. When I'm on the streams, I probably have 2 smokes. So I mean, that's 4 a day. That's not bad.
Yeah.
I'm not too worried there. It's the part where like he's been going through a pack every 2 days, and it's just like, well, financially we can't do that right now anyway, because like I said, we're pinching pennies, and smokes in Canada are not cheap, regardless of where you are. I mean, they're cheaper in some places, sure, but they're still not cheap. But at the same time, I'm just like, I don't really want to go get smokes for him all the time. So I'm pretty much like, hey, well, I mean, if you're not going to wait for me to go get them when I'm ready to go get them, then you're going to have to go walk.
Yeah.
And it's not very far. And yes, I understand it's painful for him. He might do it a midnight run or something, because I understand he doesn't feel comfortable with people looking at him because he's such a big guy. And I understand that. I do. I absolutely sympathize with that. But at the same time, though, I need to find a way to motivate him to get at least a little bit of walking. And I understand it hurts. Like, it does hurt. Like, there does come a point where size and age is where you're gonna, like, these mukbang girls don't understand is they're still young enough that they can handle the weight and the pain.
But when they get older, it's going to be a lot of wear and tear. Yeah.
And psychologically, they have no willpower as it is. Like, the thing is with my brother, like, he used to be a tough guy. Like, he used to play rugby, he used to do all that kind of stuff, but he has no willpower. And honestly, any little bit of pain, and it just, he can't.
Floors them. Yeah.
Floors him. And it's really sad because, like, going up and down the stairs really hurts. If he goes long distances, he can't really breathe. And this is one of the reasons why I want to quit smoking, is because it's not just bad for me, it's also like we play off each other when you're both smokers.
Yeah. Yeah. I know every
like,
time I hear Scotty rustle for his tobacco, I grab my tobacco pouch and roll myself one too.
and I there's times where, like, he's been pretty good and I felt terrible because I wasn't. And this is where I'm trying to keep those days to a minimum. Like, I understand that it's going to happen, because even if I'm trying to quit, I'm going to have days where I just fail. But I have to overcome that and make sure that those failures don't last for any longer than they do. And I have to make sure that they don't happen as frequently as they do. And that's pretty much my plan. Is like, but he's gonna have a hard time with it, because I think him restarting was harder for him than it has been for me, because at least I've had pot to kind of switch to, and I understand logically that's going to be difficult as well.
I think it's just small steps at a time, isn't it? Really.
Oh yeah.
Like, just go for walks. Like,
I have mad respect for the people who can just cold turkey the next day, but that again, that's an exception, not the rule. Most normal smokers, it takes quite a bit of work to get through and quit.
And the thing
is, I should probably definitely quit, because I'm getting pretty bad at it.
And the thing is, with the two of them, like, between wanting to lose a little bit more weight and wanting to quit, they actually can blend together now. Like, at first, I didn't want to mix the two, because that's actually a failing. You don't really want to quit smoking at the same time as you're on a heavy diet.
Now,
so I've gotten to the point where I can slow down on the diet a little bit, but not too much. Like, it's, because it's winter time, I can only do so much in terms of, like, walking. Most of it I'm doing at home, but every other day I'm pretty much going for a decent sized walk. But right now it's mostly on the psychological part of the diet. So, like, yes, I have to eat enough, but, like, because I'm mostly sitting at the computer looking stuff up or talking to people, I don't really need to eat heavy. I really don't. There's no reason for me to. So, like, yeah, I have the odd, like, we've been doing pierogies because they're cheap. They're a potato. But this is gonna floor your mind. So like brace yourself a little bit functional. But we bake them in the oven
Okay.
because I refuse to clean up after my brother, and it's too much effort for him to boil water and then take it out and put it on a pan with a little bit of butter. So we bake them in the oven. So these pierogies they're actually not bad that way. They're kind of like a potato puff,
Yeah.
essentially. Um, but it's a little bit technically healthier because at least it keeps him away from the extra butter. You know, like I'm not opposed to him having butter, but I don't want to encourage him to add extra butter
Now,
to things.
Elwin asks, has your brother tried to get connected with a nutritionist that might help?
He has, yeah.
Through his
he
physician and everything. Okay, that's good.
he was on a program that was supposed to help him shrink his stomach a little bit so that he could get the operation. He's been booted out of that twice.
Oh,
The thing is he
the commitment aspect.
Commitment aspects, and a lot of it has to do with psychological because, like I said, little things in terms of pain overwhelm his mind, and I'm not saying he doesn't feel it because I don't doubt his back probably does hurt. Like with that amount of pain, like that amount of weight, and sometimes when he sleeps, like he doesn't sleep with like himself covered, and I'll walk by every once in a while, like to go see, because sometimes I'm the one going to grab stuff for him. I'll have to wake him up if I'm going to grab him shit so that I know what I'm grabbing.
Yeah.
And he'll be flat on his stomach, which is fine. At least most of the weight isn't on his back. But he's in like yoga poses. And I'm like, how long do you sleep in that pose? And it's like, well, he's in that
Jesus.
pose all night. And I'm like, your back is completely exposed in that pose. Like, like I think he starts off with the blanket, but I've tried to tell him, like, try to weigh down your blanket if you can. Because anything that can warm up your back is probably better than what you're doing because you're stiffening yourself up. With all your weight on your stomach and your back in that pose, you're overstressing your back.
And Cryptic, I hope you're enjoying the Cause Girls.
Sorry, it's just one of those things where like he's starting to clue in on it. Like I've tried to get him to like at least heat up his room a little bit. Like his room during the summer is overbearingly hot, but during the winter it's overbearingly cold. And mine is kind of in between. Like as long as I keep both my windows closed and I've got enough blankets, I'm fine. And I'm kind of I'm a self heater. I'm one of those people that like Scandinavians probably would have loved because like big rooms with your family all in one bed or something. But I'm like the self heater you keep in the middle because I keep everybody else warm.
I think that's a general thing with women. They tend to at least in my experience tend to
generate more heat.
run hotter. Yeah. Because I know if it ever gets too cold, I know Elwin's like this tiny packet of super hot inferno, and I can just be like, ooh, give me some of that heat.
See, the other thing too with the weight loss thing though is like sometimes I've had to overdress a little just because like yes I do feel a little bit more cold, but the other thing too is I'm trying to maintain a certain body temperature. And it's one of those like metabolism tricks. It's just like because it keeps your body feeling like you're still doing something.
I do this whole thing where I like wrap myself so tightly into what we call a human burrito that I can't move because I am a very active sleeper as far as rolling around and whatever. So when I get all nice and tight and snug like that, I can't move around too much at night. It's good.
Are your nipples square, Cryptic?
No, they're triangular. They got little points.
No, he was like, oh, my nipples forming a circle. So I was like, oh, so your nipples are square? All the squares form a circle?
No, his fingers were on his... Never mind. He's getting a little turned on by my GIF and picture reel.
Ah! Yes, well, that one I got.
Some of them aren't bad.
Yeah, it's just, collection of stuff. Stuff to entertain the eye while we're rambling on and on. And, why do you think Elwin... I was so attracted to Elwin when we first met, was she's a cause girl. I kind of dig this stuff.
I'm glad you said that, but my brain went to, like, square nipples again. I was like, wait, what? She has square nipples, too?
No. She's not
sorry,
Asian.
Ellen. I'm sorry. I don't think you have square nipples. It was just my brain went there.
So apparently he does have square nipples. Okay. Asian men have square nipples. Yeah, you do need to send Scotty more feed pics.
No, you don't, Cryptic.
What is with people sending Scott's weird pictures? Jesus.
I don't know.
Because there's that whole thing about Dankula's balls, and everybody was sending him, like, he was getting thousands of people's ball pics. I was like, oh my god. I would have deleted my email at that point.
I don't know if they just really want to hear you say ew or something. I don't know.
I did get tip pics once though, so that was quite nice. But
well, when I was doing my DJing career, yeah, more than a few times I'd get flashed in public. It was nice. And when you're at a music festival and girls are acting like complete groupies and want to like flash you, that's nice. Yeah, it's kind of fun.
I was like, I didn't ask for these, but I'll quite happily take them.
But why go out for milk when you got a cow at home? Uh-oh. Did I just...
Bags of milk? Bags of milk? Just remember, I told the joke earlier about, you know, taking your tatas to the grocery store and, like...
And yes, functional you did.
I'm gonna pay for it later.
Oh yeah, she's like, are you calling me a cow? Okay, let's pick on Elwyn there.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Owen. I mean, my brain went to squares because my brain was already on square tatas, but... but on my behalf, we know that my brain just does that. My brain just... We both know between you and I that my brain just does that. But,
yeah, and we're way over time, so we're well past the part of the structured, somewhat structured show we like to do, and we're just, you know, talking shit, stream of consciousness kind of shit.
He will only pay by my sad panda face.
Aww. Hugs.
I'm more afraid of the... she's gonna turn this into a Kill Bill situation. I'm just gonna get the evil eyes.
She's gonna mix... No, I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I would never do this, and I'm not saying that she would ever do this either, because I know she likes your pot too. But, like, mixing some catnip in with it, you know?
Oh, God. That's just mean, man.
In bird culture, this is considered a dick move.
I know, right? See, I would joke about it. I would never actually actively do it. Joking about it is one thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it's the same with, like, okay, and I know we're ending this stream, so I'm gonna end it on a good note because, well, I don't know if we are. I just you were mentioning it, but and you're trying to derail my thoughts. That was so clever.
No, I was just saying we've been going on for a while. And, like, I was just mentioning, you know, like, for our first 2 hours, we like to do a certain kind of, like, not a rigid structure like Lords of the Night kind of try to do, but, you know, just a loosey-goosey kind of structure where we have certain segments where we talk about different things. And, you know, I'm good. I'm fine. The drugs have started to kick in, so the pain is diminishing, and I'm actually able to sit around for a little bit longer. Keep talking if we want.
Don't get depressed, Elwyn. We love you. We wouldn't teach. Like, here's the thing, Elwyn. This is the words of wisdom that I would like to impart to all these really soft-hearted kids who get really upset by mean words. But sometimes the people in your life who use mean words in direction towards you, they tease you about those things because they actually love that about you too. You know, Like those little things
Yeah,
that are kind of
especially if it's
annoying.
done in a playful manner. I mean, obviously nobody's being malicious here. Obviously, I'm not being malicious towards her. I love her to death. So.
It's like the things that annoy you about the people that you love. It's like you still love them despite that, but you tease them about them because you understand that's still a part of who they are. You
Yeah.
know, and it's
I
the
mean, the
same
first
with you
person
all.
I tease is myself. So.
Oh, definitely myself. Well,
If you
if I
can't make fun
didn't
of yourself, who can you make fun of?
Exactly.
if I didn't make fun of myself every time somebody else did, I would just be a mess. I think
Otherwise,
maybe
everybody would be.
How dare you?
Which is
all
kind
the
of
time.
rearing its head into popular culture, but you know, as anybody who would be rational would treat something like that in real life has to treat it in the online space the same way and just dismiss them because they're being stupid. They're just being oversensitive fucking poo-poo heads.
Now, don't get me wrong. I understand it's difficult when it sounds threatening. Like that's always the one that catches me, is when it sounds threatening because like you don't really know. Like I mean, I will flag those if I'm not sure. Like if it looks like it could be authentic, or I really don't feel comfortable leaving it alone, I will report it. And you know, to apologize to them if it was just a joke. But if I'm not sure, and I'm really concerned both for you and the person that you're threatening, then I'm going to report it. Just because instinctively I can't know that on the internet.
And
Like
just to make her feel better, hold on. I'm gonna have to take off my headset. Come here. Come here. We're gonna get a motorboat on stream, people. You can take
and
my
for the
headset off for
record,
just a second.
I don't advocate for flagging
Doing that
people
will make you feel better.
unless you think the reason is something like that. Like if you legit wasn't sure somebody was gonna go and actually like harm somebody, but you were just okay, do it, you know, but report to the right people. Don't report it to Twitter.
That's a streaming first for me, by the way. I've never heard of anybody getting motorboated on stream like that before. That wasn't outside of like my free cams or Pornhub.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, there's always somebody who tries it.
You could hear her giggling too. Wow.
That makes me think about last what was it, Thursday was Satsu with the baby and caught it at the right time. I was like, it looked I was like, well, he's not hurting her, and she actually looked like she enjoyed it. She was just like looking up at him, laughed, and was like, why'd you stop?
Wow.
She's gonna have his sense of humor, you know it. Downright, she's because not only is she spending so much time with him, but like, but I honestly, it would really be amazing if he could teach her to say hi, scribe. I know she's like, not even like what, 3 months yet. Not even. It's not February yet.
And so I have a little bit of an update. What I brought up about the Trump threatening Iran on Twitter. It was on Twitter, saying the United States has pinpointed 52 Iranian sites, including cultural sites, if the nation retaliates. So if the nation retaliates in response to their retaliation and it escalates, then yes, the United States on Twitter is willing to meet them head on and whatever. So
tit for tat, basically.
Yeah. If you're gonna keep escalating Iran, then we're not gonna back down. Like don't think we're gonna be soft. And you know, good. All the more power to them, because that's not how you run a strong nation. If in the threat of basically terrorism. And I found something else. Some updated news with as far as the some of the brush fires. Some of the brush fires in Australia, an RFS volunteer, Royal Fire Service volunteer, charged with starting seven brush fires. So at least seven, a rural fire service volunteer has been arrested and charged with lighting a series of brush fires south coast. Ooh,
I'm
That's
glad it's not this guy in the picture because I think this guy in the picture is my
a champion. Oh yeah, he's Baguette Goku. No, I'm not bringing up the article. I just wanted to mention it because it was, just something breaking news that kind of came across my feed. That guy, yes, he's a cosplay hero. Look at what he did with just some croissants and a baguette. That's awesome.
Just, I can appreciate creativity. Like sometimes people forget, like you don't really need to have rich materials to pull something off. You just need to be creative and have a little
A
bit
good
of fun.
cosplay, yeah. Like there's this one guy. I don't think I have the picture in this reel. I have several pictures of him because I've met him a few times at different cons. He's called the Timbit Knight. And Scotty, we have Tim Hortons here in Canada, obviously. And
Yeah,
they
I know
have,
what Tim Hortons is.
yeah.
We actually have that in Scotland as well.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Do you?
And so
They're
do you guys?
nowhere near me, but they are in Scotland.
Okay, so you know what a donut hole is, and Timbit calls them Timbit, or Tim Hortons
I've never
calls.
been because they're nowhere near me, but I know that there
Yeah.
are Tim Hortons in Scotland.
So a donut hole from Tim Hortons is called a Timbit. They're just little balls of donut dough. And this guy, he calls himself the Timbit Knight because he takes all the boxes, the cardboard and stuff, and created this full like suit of medieval armor and a sword and a shield and all this cool crazy shit. Did it really well and obviously on a budget. And it was just it's really cool. Like,
It's funny at least.
yeah,
Like
but sorry, just to address the Satsu thing as well. I still maintain her first words are gonna be like, "What up, doe?" We're like, "What up?" Because that's his catchphrase. "What up, doe?"
Okay.
And welcome back, Caligula.
Yeah, just spaced out. I was watching fucking Three Keys Extreme Extraordinaire.
It's also one of
Wow.
those things where I don't. I
I
wouldn't
was
be at all
watching
surprised.
Snow Racer, people doing tricks like backflip.
Oh, like okay, I get what you're saying now.
Yeah. I just spaced out, sorry.
No, you're fine. We're talking about somebody else's kid. It's one of those things where like I'm gonna follow up on one more thing and we could change it to something else. But
No, that's fine.
I suspect that she's also falling in love with Scribe's voice. It's one of those things where like I realized that Scribe went the way he did, but he would have been a great voice actor for like a kids show, like in a cartoon or something, because he definitely has the talent for it. And it's the same with Little Butt. Like anytime he's on a stream, Little Butt absolutely adores him. And
Yeah.
it's the voice and because he genuinely likes kids. Like you could tell he's a happy uncle. And he's a good.
Well, I think he's one.
You think he's what? Sorry, you cut out.
I think he's one of those people that's always wanted his own kids, which is
Yeah, he hasn't had the opportunity yet.
Yeah.
how old
So
is he? I think he's in his 30s, isn't he? So I think he's still young enough.
I'd say late 30s,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. He's probably around our age, Jen. Yeah, for sure.
yeah, he likes himself, his redheads, but like I said, I get the feeling she's gonna like him just as much because the fact that they do so many frequent streams, like it's 6
And
days
constantly
a week.
hearing his voice, yeah.
Yeah, because her face does follow the screen. Like just because she doesn't know who's talking doesn't mean she's not looking at it. And she is hearing voice. She does hear voices. I actually think it's fascinating to watch because babies in this development stage. It's one of those things I used to really love watching documentaries on. Is like right now she's learning how to see and she's learning how to listen because she's learning how to talk.
Yeah,
Like,
and because
all-
Satsu's more or less, been the like primary caregiver to Aaliyah, she's imprinting very heavily on him just from the exposure.
Oh, he's a great daddy. Like, don't get me wrong. He
Yeah.
absolutely adores her.
No, I'm
Like,
just
you
I'm
can
just saying
tell-
like the reason why she's
Oh, yeah.
latching onto voices because he's constantly interacting with Monkey with Scribe,
Yeah.
but because he's also the primary person around in her life so far because Squishy works and he does a lot of the He's
And
he's a stay-at-home
and he's
dad.
making it positive for her too,
Sure, yeah.
because the entire time he's there, he's still kind of playing with her. He's still paying
Yeah,
attention to
he's
her,
on stream and he still has her there, you know.
and she's in a needy stage right now. Like that's kind of the stage where she is. Like she needs everything.
Yeah,
So
human beings
having
are so
somebody,
stupid and
you
weak.
know, like right there all the time, like that's actually really good for her.
It was
I do want to send him some danglers though. Like I really want to give him that idea for the ramen packages. You know,
It was
like 'cause
amazing when he brought up the picture, sorry, of Squishy when she was a baby, and I was like, oh my god, like that's just really cool. They look almost identical. Yeah, sure, genetics and all that, but like, no, looked almost identical to Squishy as a baby. I saw a picture of myself looking compared to my father when he was a younger. We're not talking baby. We're talking like 5 or 6. But I don't. No, not really. It wasn't. I take after a little bit more of my mother than anything.
I almost feel like I could start posting those pictures I made for him again, because at first I was really ashamed because she was so light when she came out that I was just like, oh, I was just assuming so many things. But
Yeah, but
now
she's
that
pretty light.
Oh, she's still pretty light. Absolutely, she is. But it was just one of those things where, like, at the time that I painted it, it was meant to be lighter than it was. It was just when I picked it up, it wasn't dried enough.
Yeah, but it's also artwork, so
Oh yeah.
some artistic license.
People,
But that's really cool that you did that.
Oh, of course I did. It was one of those things where, like, anything I could do for him at the time, that's how I am as a person. Like, even if it's just bringing out old paint sets, and I did it all with one paintbrush, and I actually did a pretty good job considering. And the paints themselves were like, good God, I think those things were probably 16 years old, and they worked just fine.
Yeah, and Elwyn's right. She's gonna be such a daddy's girl. And oh my god, when Aaliyah's on screen and Elwyn's watching Lords of the Night, I can look over at her and just see her heart kind of melting, going, "Aww." Yeah, maybe, hopefully, maybe in the near future, Functional and Elwyn might pop one out. You never know. Things can happen. We wouldn't be overbearing, but we'd be such doting parents, Give them lots of education and wisdom, and let them make their own way in the world, not overbearing, and tell them, within reason, like this is who you have to be and this is what you have to do. Well, no, we'll give them the skills and the wisdom and pass that along to the child, and hopefully, just hope that they can make the right choices in life and learn when and if they make mistakes and be there to support them. Caligula, how many fucking demon spawn do you have?
I don't know.
Oh god.
Well, I want to settle down. I'm gonna call my girl Constance, and I'm gonna name my little boy. I'm gonna name him Napoleon.
Napoleon. Oh, there's a picture of me in a Bucky cosplay that Mike. It was so hot at that convention that because I'm wearing like all this leather, all this tactical gear, everything, that the threads in some of the parts and some of the plastic detailing work was like literally melting on my body, so that like bits of the costume were just kind of falling apart. You can see like under the armpit there, across the chest, some of the flaps have like started melting off. Some of the pleather, because it was also some of the detailing work was done in pleather. That stuff was also melting. It was a rough day to be in a. It wasn't the thickest of costumes. But yeah, like I said, I do some cosplay myself. I dabble.
No worries, no judgments. I always kind of thought about it, but it was just like I am too anal about details with myself, and I don't have the budget or the time to put in that. It was like that with school and art. Like I loved art, but if I didn't get something the way I wanted it in my head down,
It would drive you crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I can relate, because trying to get OBS running the way I wanted to, and even while we've been live on this stream, I've had to make little adjustments, little pokes and prods and stuff, and Yeah, it's always
It's running
a
better than
constant
my side
process.
OBS.
You know, I
It
wanted to
looks
do
alright.
something a little bit, I don't want to say different, but a little bit more time invested into some of the stuff because, you know, I care. I want to be creative as well as vocal.
It looks alright.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. There's still lots of elements that I've been working on, and like Jen was saying, like I'm like, they're not ready. They're not ready. I could put them on stream and use them and the characters I've made, but I don't want to because it's not ready. It's not in a finalized state where I can go, you know, feel comfortable with myself that I want to put it up. Anyway.
I think I'm gonna head off actually.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Okay. Have a
Thanks for
good
having me
one,
on.
Scotty. Thanks for joining us.
You too. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, anytime, man. Have a great
Yeah,
night.
bye.
Anything you need to shill?
I guess I'll just post my channel in the chat.
Yeah, do
Anyone's
that.
still around.
Yeah, I know you've slowed down, but you know, he does some fun work. It's
I
always fun
decided
to
that, I
rib on
decided
your
that not to
channel.
treat it as a joke. When I feel like it, I'll stream. Basically.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, have a great night, man. Talk to you soon.
You too. Thanks. Bye.
You're
Yeah,
my boy, Blue.
I'll have to keep an eye out for him because like it's one of those things where like I do try to stop by at other people's streams at least to say hi, even if I don't jump into the stream.
Mhm.
I at least try to watch for long enough to follow them, or like half the time I just play people in the background and play a game of my own, you know, like
And you're
and
lurking.
also
Yeah.
yeah,
I do
and you
that a
still
lot.
stop in to say hi, or like if they say something
And-
funny, I'll stop the game long enough to like respond.
And you know, at the end of the day, you can't watch every last person that you like their content. But especially more important for smaller creators to pop in, you know, say hello, go back to doing what you're doing, and just showing your support. It really helps. And I do that a lot. Like I don't always get a chance to watch Blind Girl or BP or Minions or whatever, but I'll always pop in, say hi, and whether or not I'm going back to lurking or just I just can't watch it right there because I've got other things to do, I'll always give them a like and say hi and give them that view time because you know I would hope that other people would do the same, and it's content I really appreciate, really respect,
Yeah.
and want to see them do better, want to see them do well, and show my respect in my support in that respect, as opposed to, you know, what other people
And
would do.
honestly, it's going to be difficult picking up new people because there's some people on the internet who are just assholes. Like I had a comment from a very old video from one of the Wexit movement once, and it was just this guy was like, "Who's this old broad talking in the background?" And I thought he was referring to me because I'd pretty much been silent the entire time.
Yeah.
I mean, I made the occasional joke because
Yeah,
like
no, I've seen a couple of them. Yeah.
but and I was just like, is he talking about the main speaker? She's a guest. And I was like, I understand that maybe you don't agree with some of the stuff that she was saying. And if the comment was based off of something she'd said, I would have respected the comment. But it was just like, why do you have to start off a comment with like aggression? And I understand that maybe that's a guy thing, maybe it's an internet thing, but it's just like, I understand if you have a point,
Right.
you know, maybe you might start off aggressive because you were offended and your response is in response to offense, but like he had nothing else to it other than just that, and I was
Just
just
shit
like,
posting. Yeah.
you know, and I
Well, like
didn't
I said
respond to it.
earlier, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Don't respond to it. You just roll with the punches, so to speak, and just ignore it and move on with your life because, you know,
Let it go.
yeah, it's just shit
Oh,
posting.
absolutely.
If it's good, well, and like intelligent, well thought out shit posting, I appreciate that kind of stuff because hey, you're having a go. I understand that it's clearly conveyed, and you know, we laugh and we move again. We just go back to moving on with our lives. But it's that malicious. You're right. That malicious, just aggressiveness on the outset. No, come on. It's like watching Ask
I don't
Yourself
mind
debate
it.
Sinatra. It's just you're coming to the entire thing in bad faith, and you can fuck right off with that.
No, I don't mind it. Come at me, bro.
Yeah, no, totally come at me. But at the end of the day, you know, if you're not going to make any salient points, I'm still gonna, I'll poke my own fun at you, and then I'll just get on with my life because you're just being a dick.
It takes all kind of world to make a world.
Mhm.
All kind of people to make a world. So I don't mind it. I mean, they still see my stream one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Jen a couple streams ago about
Oh
somebody
yeah.
whom, excuse me.
You can do it. Sorry.
Was it? Did you? Oh, maybe I forgot to mute my mic. Anyway, just a bit of a throat tickle there. Somebody whom I appreciated their content was mostly focused on Star Trek, but did a lot of sci-fi lore kind of stuff on his channel. And I had a tongue-in-cheek but an honest criticism of stuff that he was covering in one of his videos. And he immediately just like went to 100 in his aggressiveness, was just like, you're a fuck, and then eventually devolved into, well, I still get, I still get favored by the YouTube algorithm for every time you respond. So, and I'm just like, dude, fuck off. If I wanted to be malicious about it, then I would be malicious about it. I'm not. I'm being a fan of your work and offering honest criticism. So yeah, why wouldn't I help you if you want the minute boost of me interacting with you in chat? Then okay,
Yeah.
how is that a jab at me? Like, it's just stupid.
Look,
Yeah, and like I said, I wasn't taking it personally in any way. It was
Yeah.
just my brain was just sitting there thinking like, why would you like? I understand, like I said, I understand being aggressive when you have a point. And then he tried to throw in and I don't understand why you have the game in the background, and it was just like, well, you read the description, right?
Yeah.
And he even said in the comment, like, I read in the description, and I'm like, well, I explained in the description that I had the game in the background so that people had something to watch while the conversation was going, because there is nothing to watch when the conversation is
Yeah,
going.
it's a chill stream. It's a chill
Like-
stream because we're experiencing you being you while we're listening to the topic at hand. It's like what I do with my political streams when they have political debates. I'll sit there, I'll be playing video games, interacting with chat, talking about stuff that's being said. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's just in addition to what we're watching or listening to of these debates.
Now
Be
it'd
they
be
Wexit or
yeah, it would be different if they were sharing screen to like articles or anything like that. Like, I would be doing it completely different. Like,
Yeah.
then I would be doing share screen. And my setup would be completely different. But that's not what the conversation is. Like, it's just them talking about what's going on, the information.
It's a
that they
town hall.
have.
It's literally a town hall. Yeah.
And so, like, yeah, I wasn't going to explain that to this guy, because I was like, well, if you're too dumb to understand that from the description, which I pretty much wrote that in the description.
Then why bother with them? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, like, that's not where my frustration was. It was just like, I realized, and the thing is that's not just this guy. Like, that's everywhere I go. Like, Twitter is like horrible for it, but like, there's no point in arguing with people on Twitter. Like, there's just really none. But it was always on.
I don't
It's
know.
always been on YouTube.
People say that, and when I was on Twitter, sometimes on Facebook, every now and then, and this I think is why it piques my interest to engage with people, is that every now and then I do have a relatively sane, salient conversation with someone, and that's why I kind of like doing, and I invite people with dissenting opinions onto things like streams so that we can have a real-time conversation about it. But yeah, it's the exception, not the rule. Let's face it, most people are those hyper-reactionary or just mean-spirited people who will just go immediately to that aggressiveness as opposed
go
to
for the jugular. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I know those types. I hang around them. I love it. I love it all.
Yeah,
I
but-
love the
and like
aggression.
I've said,
But
I-
you're this weird salt vampire type person where the tears just make you stronger and satiate your hunger for more, and you just want more and more, and you keep pushing them. Like, I respect that too, because why not take the piss out of these people and enjoy some of the stupidity
What
that
did I
comes from it.
say? What did I say? I grew up on Alex Jones and Mr. Medicare, or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Jim.
And like I said, I'm not even taking
Okay,
offense to
groomer.
it. At this point, it's just like I said. It's like, after you sit there and you kind of really think about it, and you're just like, from Magic's angle, I understand entirely where he's coming from.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no problem understanding where he's coming from, and I respect why he does it. Sometimes I don't agree with the jokes, but sometimes they're pretty funny, and I get that. I brush those off if I don't like them. Like that's just how it is on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
But like with some of these people, when they get so aggressive so fast, and there's no point to their aggression, and you're just
There's
who?
definitely more deep-seated mental issues here than your problem with my content. Yeah. Basically.
And that's where my brain really pauses, because that's
Well,
where I'm like, oh, I'm dealing with someone who's probably very special.
I'll never get
Very special snowflake.
There's simply different state of mind. Maybe you read a comment and you take it the wrong way. Maybe the guy is ironic, you don't get it firsthand. So I always open all the comments, all welcome towards me. I don't mind it.
Oh, and that's true too. Like I actually like that you pointed that out, because that's another angle that I thought too. Like maybe am I misinterpreting what he's saying? Am I being too sensitive? And
Is there
that's why
context that's not being conveyed in type? Yeah.
and that's why I appreciated the comment. Even if I'm talking about it now like this, it's just because like I can appreciate that that's another angle that I thought about too. Was like, is he just joking with me? Because sometimes sarcasm goes over my head when it's written.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just how it is with English. It does happen.
Sarcasm is mostly conveyed through tone.
And that's fine too. Like I said, I'm definitely not taking it personally. I did engage with a couple of people who rained on me a hell of a lot more, because I still showed support to this lady for taking the piss out of people who are spazzes when they have a cold. And I stand by what I said, and I don't care if even though it's irrelevant now, I don't get very many of those, but every once in a while I get one who's just like thumbsing up the comment to the guy who was responding back to me, who was just like, well, thank God she's not really a nurse, because then she'd have to, then she'd be dealing with real people and she'd be putting people's lives at risk. And I was like, not really. I mean, she's just testing your blood for like illnesses, and you're the one who's losing your mind on the internet over an interaction that didn't actually happen, because she said in her tweet that she was a medical technician.
Well, I mean, it's like real life. There's some people that just asshole and goes from the jugular every time. I don't mind it. It's like real life. I like my internet to be like real life. Having some asshole in it, it doesn't matter to me.
And here's the thing: even if she was a genuine nurse, and this is what was one of my other responses, do you know that there are some people who are needing nurses like that, because they are hypochondriacs and they appreciate the reminder that they might be just freaking out. Sometimes that confidence from the nurse is helpful too. Like honestly, I can understand if the nurse was being overly aggressive in that post of hers, but she wasn't at all. Like, I mean, I was like, did you start off mad before you even started watching it? Because I kept picturing her dressed up as like Nurse Joy.
Hello, nurse.
Right? Like I just kept I even wanted to write that. I was like, what would have been better is if you dressed up as like Nurse Joy. Literally, if you had done something like that and done this would have been amazing.
Yeah. Or Nurse Ratchet.
Exactly. Just like taking it just a little bit further, so it was more sarcasm to it, so that these overly hyped up internet hypochondriacs. They're not even physical hypochondriacs. These are children hypochondriacs. And this guy that responded to me was responding to me like he was responding to a child, and it's one of those things where I blame my picture.
I just saw what I missed on the stream live. Fuck Magneto. Go back to the other.
Hi, Noof.
Yeah.
Noof.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. There's some funny stuff and some lovely ladies in the reel.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not impartial to the comments in any way. It's just sometimes I overanalyze things. This is one of those things where I suspect that I might be just a little bit on the
Neurotic.
autistic side.
Mm.
Okay,
Because
you're on the spectrum.
I think so. It's one of those things where I was never really tested for it, but I would know that I have learning disabilities, and the two aren't necessarily the same, but sometimes there are links to the two because it has to do with what you focus on and how you focus on things. Because if you know how to use your autism, it's actually really really good for learning things. So I'm not ashamed to say that, but there are times where like when I interact with people, I analyze the interaction afterwards because a lot of my time growing up was spent literally watching people. You know, and it's not that I'm not generally a friendly person. I always am. It's just sometimes where things have gone wrong and I'm just sitting here like I don't know where I went wrong here. Was I too friendly? Was I not friendly enough? Is this person like is there something wrong here? And sometimes I understand that people take some words way too personally now, and I'm just like, why would you let something like that rule your life? And
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's the autism speaking.
That's the autism kicking in.
Like, why would
I
you
don't know.
why
I'm the total opposite. I go. I mean, I love people that goes for the jugular. I thrive on it. I'm like, I was part of the old IBS thing. What it was back alive, and it was wonderful.
Yeah.
It has fucking many moments of like pure ecstasy of fucking people ecstatic to yell at each other. It was amazing.
Yeah. It was
Anyway,
never my thing, but yeah, find something you enjoy, and like it's no different than like gladiatorial days, pro sports. It's that kind of competition. Only this is competition through speech, through words, and through your brain, and it's
what I
just another
was
form of
loving
competition.
about it is like you start the fucking debate about, let's say, abortion. It ends up like, oh, when you're a fucking prick because you did that 2 years ago or something. I was like, yeah. uh, the two subjects were not even linked, but it was a great time.
Yeah.
I had a blast. I had a blast. I wish it could come back. I
Start
would
your own.
totally, yeah. I'm probably gonna do it, but I just have to find some spastic motherfuckers that are convinced to have the truth about something, or
well
just have some little ego behind them. It's fucking
Mm.
hilarious. I love it.
well worst case scenario, once I figure out what's going on with StreamYards, I always do try to intend to send you a link regardless of whether or not you can make it, just on the off chance that you can. But you know, because I do support like you doing your own thing too. But I'm not I've never kicked you off the show, just so that you know. You've never not been one of my co-hosts. You're just the co-host that's very rare.
Oh, you will.
Yeah.
Oh, you will. uh,
It's just one of those things like
Danger Zone!
it's one of those things where like you're never not invited. It's just one of those things where I don't want to bother you when I know that you're probably working. But I always do at least send you a link to the stream, so at least if you pop into the stream, I know to send you a link to.
Look,
Yeah, at this
one thing. One thing. Don't stop your show because of me. If I'm
Oh
gonna
no.
say hi, I'm just gonna say hi. You know, I had
Yeah.
nothing to add today. I was just shit posting and talking about boobs and shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
And
But
that's fine
like
too.
so far, Jen and I were the main hosts of the show, the Snow
Yeah,
Mexican stream, and
absolutely.
our two rotating mainstays now, Noof and you, Caligula. So I'm happy with that sort of what's the word for trifecta? But it's four quintuple. I don't know. Whatever. You know what I'm trying to say.
Every once in a while, you know what, Magic, and I am calling you Magic because the person I'm thinking about right now. Every once in a while, I see Will online, and I'm just like, I don't really have a guest at the moment, but Will is such an interesting person, and he definitely can call you on shit. He would be interesting to have on. Now, I do understand that we mostly read articles, but he might find some of that funny, or at least he might question certain parts of it, which might.
Well, I mean, I
end up-
only do that just to give us, topics
Oh,
to
yeah.
talk about things, so it doesn't really stagnate. But if there's
he's
more
thinking
solid,
that you're-
long form topics we want to do, I have no problem
if
bringing
Will
people on.
is thinking that you're talking bullshit, you're gonna know it
Yeah,
very quick.
that's what's great about Will, is because he will do that. He will do that. But like he will call you out on it, and he's very good at it. But he's fun. Like, he's fun to have, especially if you have someone with a very strong opinion, like, you know. But I might do that.
love to
I
get
might
him
do
on
that at some
sometime.
point.
Love to get
Yeah,
him
I
on
This is the
sometime.
uncivilized version of Will, but I try to keep it restrained in here. I'm not like going full goose stepping, no gives. Pinochet!
Now, on the other hand, if you ever tell me that you get some really, really good bud for yourself, I'll have to look into bringing in Ad. Now, Ad is another story. And Magic knows exactly what I mean, because he's already like face palming when I say Ad, because Ad is a guy by the name of Ad Verdezian, and he is this guy from the Netherlands who I think he's sober for the most part nowadays, but he was known as the grandfather of the MGTOW. And you would throw him onto a stream because he would come in like, "We are postmodern bigots," and
You've been homophile.
you've been homophiled, and feminism is cruelty. It is inhumane.
You identify as a toothbrush.
Yes. He was amazing. Like, don't get me wrong, like the more drunk he is, the worse it gets, because he just goes into a loop. But he was and the thing is when he's sober, he's actually really great to come on, because he's kind of this old guy who's just philosophized for a really long time. And he's got a different perspective on a lot of things, but he's actually pretty interesting to talk to when you get him sober. But when he gets drunk, he becomes, oh my god, he is amazing. He is an amazing troll to put on somebody's show when they're not prepared for it.
Anyway.
But
I'm gonna have a break. I'll see you all another time. Have fun.
Yeah,
take care. We're gonna finish up soon.
Yeah, we've gone like super long. Like, this stream has been so much fun.
Over 4
like,
hours? Yeah, no, it's been good. It's been fun.
It's like I think we were gonna quit like almost 2 hours ago, and then it was like an hour ago, and then like now, and yeah, it's probably time, because I haven't eaten yet either. But I had half of a can of energy drink, and I think that picked me up halfway through. So I might play a game after this. Maybe not stream it, but.
I was hoping to get to a good photo for Inked over there. Where is she? There she is.
Hi, Inked, by the way. I cheated out on spelling the whole thing for your name, because I know it's inked and pricked, and I'm just a lazy person when it comes to typing. And my fingers disobey me all the time, so I probably would have typoed something.
She's somebody we gotta get on the show one of these days when she's not working. She's a fun one to converse with.
Absolutely. I've always liked talking to people who do tattoos or anything to do with that kind of stuff. Even though I don't do it myself, I knew a lot of people who used to, and I could appreciate the art because I love art, so I appreciate art for everyone. I just don't like anything permanent on my body, because I think that should be something that you really, really love. Like, I have that belief when it comes to
speeding through this reel.
Through tattoos, but I love talking about it. Like, there were certain people that I remember. I can't remember the names of the artists, but like I remember appreciating seeing their work. And I never watched the TV shows, unfortunately, because I didn't have I moved out of home. I haven't had cable the entire time I've moved out of house. So since I've been 19, I have not had cable.
Yeah, I don't. I think maybe when I first moved out of the house I did, but after that I was just like, nah. It's so not worth it.
And it's the same for the TV shows. Like, I've never not TV shows, but like the networks. I've never owned a Netflix. Like, the most that I can say is like I might download the odd movie off the internet, which I really shouldn't have. I mean, those were past mistakes, and I don't do that anymore. Well, I do stream some free stuff off of certain sites, but I'm a lot safer about it now than I was, for obvious reasons. You know what I'm saying. But I lost interest in a lot of the stuff that was coming out, and I mean it's the same with anime. Like I really loved anime because at the time it was so new. It was like I could appreciate the differences in the culture that were the same
Mm-hmm.
at the same time as them being very different. And that's one of the things that I really loved about the whole genre of it. Even if it was like historical, I could still appreciate the similarities to my own history because the technology might have looked different, but like the intent was the same. The way that they went about controlling their nation might have been different, but it was the same. You know, even to the point where the samurais, in certain sense, remind me of like knights in their own way.
Yeah, no, they
Uh,
totally were. Yeah.
and I can absolutely respect that part of their history, and it was little things like that that I could appreciate about the anime that came over because they would actually give you glimpses of that and kind of explain it in an easy way half the time actually. um and you can appreciate that little bit of art and that little bit of reaching out of communication with another group of people. uh so I always enjoyed that, and of course I love art, so yet again I loved anime. I mean, not every anime is drawn the same way, and I can appreciate that too. Not every art style is the same for what everybody likes, but I really hated the fandom.
Yeah.
How, at least how it became, like, when it started off, everyone was okay with everybody having it felt like everybody was okay with everyone having their own likes and dislikes. It was just like agree to disagree, and you could have your own debates and still be friendly about it. And I mean, some of that's still the same, but it's really not, because now you're offended or you raped me if I disagree with you. And I'm just like, that's completely wrong. Like I appreciate that there are some characters in anime that look really good together as a character, as characters. Boing King, that aren't actually in relationships with each other. And I understand that that's the yaoi community and just anybody in general. Like a lot of them just do it, regardless of whether or not you're into that. But when it came to the canon, that's not canon. It's never been canon. It's never going to be canon. That's your fantasy in your head. You horny, horny girls, get over it. And I keep bringing this stuff up because this is stuff that they targeted Vic for, but like it's stuff that they target groups for anyway. And I'm just like, listen, Christians and other groups like Muslims watch this stuff, and you know what? None of them like it either. So that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. They just can't be cruel to those people afterwards. That's all that we ask. They don't have to like it. They don't have to watch it. All that we ask is that they don't be cruel to the people who do. And that's fine. That's how the community is supposed to be. It's not that, and I don't want to have anything to do with that. And then there was kind of this part of me that really wanted to learn Japanese, and I can't do it that well. I suck at it, and that's the autism talking.
Mm-hmm.
So I go back to it all the time because that's what you do as an autist, is you'll take a break and then you'll come back to it and try it again. But I took a break from it. I'll probably go back to it. There's been a couple of good mangas that I've found, but they're really obsessed with this reincarnation thing, and they're really obsessed with the Western stuff. And half of the Western stuff, I'm like, you don't really understand us very well.
I'll keep asking Alex, what he's watching. I'll try to preview some of the stuff, but it's very few and far between that I find something that I actually gravitate to.
There's only one thing that I want him to read, and I appreciate that he doesn't like manga. I've told him before, I'm not asking you to read this because I think you like manga. I know he prefers watching it, and I appreciate that too. It's actually a porn. It's just it's a hentai, but it was written like they have a Cockney accent.
Oh God.
And there's actually three different ones. There's one that's
So
based off of like
they're
Australians.
actually writing it in that sort of tone,
Yes, absolutely,
phonetically.
100%.
Oh my God.
And they're using their slang and everything. I don't even know what some of the slang even means, but like the Brits in like the comment sections for stuff for guys that I've seen cover it before, it's just everyone that I've seen cover it is American.
Hmm.
And I was just like, if anybody should be covering it, it's the guy who has Lord Alex's voice, because he's very good at doing different tones and different British accents. Like
Yeah.
he can cover pretty much all of them. And if not him, at least Drunkle and him doing it together would be fantastic. Um, and so it's just one of those things where, like, if I were to do it, I would have to be able to obtain that manga, and I don't know if that's going to be, because it technically does count as a porn. I'm not
And
sure.
so the technical difference between anime and manga is just the manga is the written little booklets, like the graphic novels almost, and
Yeah,
the
yeah.
anime is so then. But I know that manga can also be animated. Is it just the difference in art style
No, no.
or
So
presentation?
the difference is the manga is the written version. So it's like a comic book. So you're reading the comic book.
Yeah,
It'll
but something
be
like something like
yeah.
something like a ninja scroll is considered a manga as opposed to an anime. Is it like
It's more based off of a manga. It's closer in relationship to the style. It might be closer
Oh,
in
okay. So,
relationship
like I
to
was
the
saying, like
story.
how it sort of presents itself and tells
Yes.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
But traditionally, it's more one's animated, one's
Mhm.
like books.
Yes.
Ugh,
Like
books.
sometimes, like how it is usually is most manga. Most manga are created first, and if they're popular, they will become anime. And now that has changed. So now you can also get anime that come first, and then they will create a manga afterwards. Like if the anime did pretty well on its own, they know that they can do one with a manga that's pretty good as well. Um, it's just uh, a lot of people will judge the anime based off of the manga because it's really like books with movies. Like Star Wars books that have been made into movies. Like if they did it and did it really crappy based off the book, obviously you're gonna have a lot of people complaining about it. Whereas the original 3 movies aren't based off of books. You know, a lot of books are based off of the first 3 movies.
Yeah.
uh, so like that's pretty much the difference. So the thing is with the anime, animes are based off of budget. So if the manga did really well, a lot of animes will have a better budget. So like say Naruto is as an example, and I'm gonna pick on Naruto because Naruto is really fucking long. Um, and the reason it kept for so long is because both the manga and the show did well.
Okay.
Like there are times where the anime is a little bit crap. Like sometimes there's little peaks where the anime isn't drawn as well. Like some of the graphics are kind of crappy, and like the flip betweens
Sure.
aren't so good.
Yeah.
And that's a show that's actually a show of both the budget and the time. So the thing with anime and budgets is like they have a time limit and they squish sometimes, and the stress to their artist is huge. So like
Sure.
I try to forgive those as much as possible, but often you'll see a lot of filler when that's the case. Because that's usually discrepancy between the manga and the anime. Like maybe like Naruto took so long to come out because the manga took so long to come out. You know,
Okay.
so they had kind of like what's the show that dragon thing.
That dragon thing.
Not dragon thing, the that HBO show, damn it, it ended.
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones, it had a similar problem to that.
Yeah. Yeah. Entirely. Yeah.
you know uh and
It's a
so
common
like
theme when you're being put under such tremendous amounts of pressure from your bankrollers, your HBOs, your studios, when you're trying to put out a good product, and it takes a lot of work to put out these good products, especially when there's so much involved, whether it be animation that's drawn, or big budget shows like Game of Thrones. Yeah, that's a
I
common problem.
I think with them, it's one of those things where it's an organizational thing. I think it would be better if they set up their shows and things like that so they're more in stages than they do. Like the thing with a lot of these really long shows is I find the artists are doing them for so long that they've become bored with it. And I don't know if they're supposed to stretch it out as long as they do, or if they just do because they end up like, stuck in a cycle or something.
Mhm.
Um, But a lot of the times, like the big manga guys, like the guy who does One Piece, well, he did Fairy Tail. He's done a bunch of really big ones.
Okay.
And I mean, he's managed to carry them all up. But like the thing is like when you do them for so long, you lose a lot more fans too over time because it stretches out for so long that the anime loses its point. And a lot of these guys have kind of figured that out. So like one of the nicer things with Fairy Tail is Fairy Tail is actually carried on, but the thing is he stops the story, and he gives the story a pause, and then he brings in a new story. So like yes, he's recycling the characters. Yes, it's based off of characters from the first segment of the story, but it's a new book, and he's done it in such a way that's actually created that little space, and you can I think that's where they're going with it. I think they've figured that part out. But it's whether or not it's going to work, because yet again, like you can only carry something on for so long before people are just like, I'm really kind of tired of the genre. And then the other thing with Japanese too is that they have a tendency to go with trends like everybody,
Mm-hmm.
and then they hammer them.
Oh
So
yeah,
it's like
they go to the nth degree with a lot of their trends. Yeah.
And it's like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the reincarnation stories. Like I loved those when I was growing up, so like I appreciate that it was a trend, but like they go so hard into the same type of trend for that storyline, and it's just like I've grown up with it. I'm like, you guys know that there are more than one angles, and like the ones I'm following now have actually figured that out. It's like, oh, okay, well, why don't we have somebody from a different world reincarnate here? Oh wow, it's different. I'm like, it took you guys like almost 200 different versions of the same story to come up with something that was like along the same lines of the genre but completely different.
Yeah.
And that's something that I feel like they're stressing with, because they're constantly trying to come up with ideas, and you can't stress creativity. But that's where I've been in terms of that kind of stuff. I'm sorry I took that somewhere because I haven't done anime in a while, and
No, I don't mind. I don't mind.
but I've done manga for a while, and I'm hoping for some of those to be turned into anime. But yet again,
I got some homework for you then.
woo!
Give me some lists, like top 10 list of animes somebody relatively new should engage in. I'm sure I've consumed quite a bit, but I'm just not as up to date on stuff. And maybe we could do a video or a stream about it. But more so, it's stuff I want to know about as well. Because I always ask people for their anime picks, manga picks, and a lot of it is overlap. Obviously, a lot of people I talk to, they're all like, Dragon Ball Z, One Piece, this, that. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I've seen most of those. I'm looking for more, maybe things, they could still be popular and I still haven't seen them, but, maybe some more obscure stuff.
But I'm gonna have to struggle with that one. Like I will definitely do it for you, but I'm gonna have to struggle with that one, because a lot of the ones
Doesn't
that
have to be
I've been
perfect.
it's not that it's not perfect. It's just that most of the ones that I've been reading are in Japanese. Like they haven't translated the name into English. So and that refers back to the anime. So like for some of the animes, they do try to figure out a name for English, but it's how long it takes for that to translate over here. So like I don't mind bringing them up, and I'll try and pronounce them as properly as I can. But the thing is I'm going to butcher some names.
That's fine.
But yeah, I can definitely do that. And I mean, some of them are girly, some of them aren't. Some of them. I'm. It has to be a good storyline. It has to be good art. In terms of the first 2 or 3, if you were to go to different angles, Cowboy Bebop is automatically one that you should watch.
Okay, that's actually one of the more popular ones I've never gotten around to watching. So yeah, okay.
And that one's all around. Like it's one of those ones where like anyone in the anime community should be bringing that one up. I mean, it's obviously not going to be for everybody, but it's one of those ones that's got enough action. The characters were done really, really well. They're really, you can really kind of see yourself in where they're coming from for the angle of the characters. Like they're, you get a very good communication with how they visualize them.
Yeah.
and the story has a very good pace. It has a really great soundtrack, and the character designs are really cool. It's literally cowboys in space. You know, it is one of those ones that even though it's actually a fairly old anime at this point, it does stand up to time in terms of the graphics. Uh, it's a good one for people who don't really like anime too, because it's like, yes, there's still epic heroic moments, but they do keep it to something that's a little bit more okay. Like it's a fast paced movie, action movie. You know, it's not so unrealistic that you couldn't see it happening. You know,
Yeah.
but it's just hyped up a little bit. And that's something that a lot of people appreciate, because sometimes in anime, like, you get those superheroes where you're just like, okay, that's just a little bit stupid, you know. Um, and I mean that happens in Marvel too. Like, that's one of the reasons why I'm not so keen on. I appreciate Thor, because even though Thor is really strong, you could still find a way to beat his ass because Loki does it all the time.
Hmm.
You know, and I appreciate that about Thor, because here's this great god of a guy, and you know, even he has opponents that he has to struggle with. And this is one of those things with really good storytellers and character development. It is like, you know, if you can kind of understand where other parties are coming from, it makes for a better movie. And it's kind of the same with even with bad guys. Like, even if the bad guy disgusts you, if you can kind of see where they're coming from, it makes for a more realistic storyline.
Hmm.
You know, even if at the end of the day you still think that evil bad person in the evil position in that show is a legit piece of shit, you can appreciate that they showed you why they're a piece of shit. You know, um, yeah. I actually had a couple of. I would only ever make you play this game if I thought Elwyn was following you along with it.
Hmm.
But I'll have to locate it for you. But it's technically a yaoi,
Oh no.
but the storyline in it is actually legit really good. So it's post-apocalyptic, and there's a lot of heavy drugs in it, and the drugs, like, basically make you into like a pathological monster, physically and mentally.
Mm.
And this is in Japan. They've been bombed so many times that the major cities are down. You've got two factions of a government that are at war with each other, and pretty much the main character is an orphan in this time, and he's an ex-test subject. He doesn't remember being a test subject. It's a really good storyline. It's one of those things where, like, if you can forget the main character is gay, and there's some really horrific scenes in there that are going to traumatize you a little bit, if you can forget all that stuff, it's actually a really good story. And that's one of those things that I can appreciate about even for a genre that you wouldn't necessarily like, it's still going to capture your attention. And there's a catch with it. So each ending has an opportunity to be good, or as good as it can be given the situation, or it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. Japanese horror stories are amazing for that. But yeah, I'll locate the name for that one for you at least.
Okay.
It's one of those ones where I kind of wish that Alex had done it, because there was a little phase where he did do a couple naughty ones. He did one about succubi, which was hilarious. They were all gay succubi aliens from another planet.
Oh. On that note, I'm gonna have to get started with dinner, and we're winding down, and Lords of the Night has already started, and all this other stuff, and we've been going for what, like 5 hours now? Yeah, over 5 hours. And the thought of yaoi is just making me retch.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. I wouldn't do that to you unless, like I said, unless there was something of worth to it. I wouldn't force that on anybody.
Hmm.
But I think you could probably do that one and be fine with it. I still wish that Alex would do that one though. Like I said, I'll have to find the name. Doesn't matter anyway. Go we're gonna go, and we're gonna both eat dinner because I'm hungry too.
Okay. Yeah, let's just close it down. I'll play us out, and night, everybody. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming.
Fuck it all. Don't give a shit anymore.